Welcome to Nightmares Incorporated for this presentation of Beyond the Veil, the complete novella. Nestled among rolling hills, where winding roads trace the edges of time-worn tobacco fields and tall oaks stand as silent sentinels, Haven, Virginia feels like a town plucked from a postcard. Its neighborhoods are framed by tidy lawns and white picket fences, and in the heart of town, Main Street bustles gently with family-run diners, a charming bakery known for its cinnamon rolls, and a hardware store that's been around for generations. On weekends, children race their bikes down leafy avenues while neighbors linger outside, swapping stories over porch railings. The local schools are reputable, small enough that teachers know each student by name, yet large enough to host lively football games and theater shows. A well-maintained park sits at the center of town, its playground always echoing with laughter, and each summer the Haven Festival draws crowds for peach cobbler contests and fireworks over the river. The low crime rate is a point of pride, and while the job market leans heavily on local factories, family farms, and a handful of tech startups, nearly everyone finds dependable work. People here may not know each other, but a friendly nod or a quick chat at the corner store is the norm, and most are eager to lend a hand when needed. Prices in Haven are refreshingly reasonable, making it possible for young families and retirees alike to call it home. Summers are unmistakably hot, the kind that draw out the chorus of cicadas and send kids cannonballing into the community pool. Winters, by contrast, are mild, marked more by rain than snow, with the rare cold snap bringing out scarves and stories of the big snow from years past. It is, in every sense, a good and gentle place, a community that seems insulated from the world's harsher edges. Even its name is more than what it seems. Originally established in 1685 under the name of Wellshire, the small trading town became a safe house of sorts for the Underground Railroad in 1830. Once the American Civil War had drawn to a close, the town committee voted that Wellshire, Virginia, should from that point forth be known as Haven, Virginia, in honor of the role it had played in sheltering and protecting those who were in need. But all of that peace, all of that certainty, is washed away this night, beneath a sky that grows strange and restless, dotted with stars that seem colder than they were before. June 27th, 9:34 p.m. On Maple Drive, the change is first noticed, although it had already begun hours before. The house at 237 Maple Drive is silent, broken only by the muted crackle of police radios and the uncertain shuffle of boots pressing into dew-soaked grass. With the absence of lights in the neighborhood, flashing reds and blues and the distant glow of emergency vehicles send uneasy shadows creeping across white picket fences and weathered shingles of century-old homes. Sheriff David Froman stands in the threshold of number 237. Shoulders squared against the humid night, the porch is littered with evidence markers and the faint, acrid scent of ozone lingers in the air, prickling at the back of his throat. An overturned bicycle lies in the front yard, its wheels still spinning when he arrived, and the mailbox gapes open, spilling a few envelopes onto the walk, signs that whatever happened here came without warning. The absence of neighbors gawking from their windows, or coming out into the night spurred on by that curious human desire to witness tragedy, was disconcerting. The neighborhood was as silent as the dead house he was looking into. Not so much as a dog barked. Fireflies blink in and out along the hedges, oblivious to the unease that settled over the human world. David's hands rest heavy on his belt, fingers tapping an uneasy rhythm against the worn leather as he takes in a scene that refuses to make sense. He and his deputies, Hernandez, tall and sharp-eyed, and Wycliffe, fresh from the academy, his face pinched with disbelief, had come out for what they expected to be a routine blackout. Another summer night, another downed transformer. Maybe a branch sagging with rain. But tonight, 4 or 5 blocks in Haven's old quarter have slipped into darkness all at once. Every bulb on every porch and every steady sodium street lamp snuffed out as if by some great unseen hand. Now, as the breeze stirs the oaks and the cicadas fall briefly silent, David finds a chill settle beneath his collar. Something in that darkness had gone terribly, impossibly wrong. Inside the living room, 3 bodies lie sprawled in unnatural poses, their faces marked by an expression David finds hard to name. It's not pain, not exactly, but rather a kind of shock, as if each had seen something that unraveled the world at its seams. There's no blood, no wounds, nothing to explain the utter stillness. The furniture is untouched, the windows unbroken. If not for the silence, and the sharp tang of ozone in the air, and the way the victim's hair stands on end, it could almost be a tableau of sleep. Yet when David squints at the bodies, at the scorch-like marks on their clothing, burns without fire, trauma without force, the only explanation that whispers to him is an explosion. But that's impossible. David had seen the effects of explosives during the war. He had seen how they shredded the human form, how they blew it apart, tore flesh in ragged pieces, how it obliterated the very idea of a dignified death. This was not that. The house is intact. No blistered paint, no shattered glass, not so much as a picture frame knocked askew. And the bodies themselves are still whole. Radiation, perhaps. Also impossible. There was not a single source of radiation of any quantity within 500 miles of Haven. So what then? David stepped farther into the house, boots thudding softly on the hardwood, the echo swallowed by the oppressive hush. He paused by a side table, where a clock had frozen at 9:12 p.m., its second hand arrested in mid-tick. The television stood dead in the corner, its blank screen distorting the sheriff's reflection like a funhouse mirror. Hernandez was already crouched by the nearest body, notebook in hand, lips moving in a silent count of details, the odd streaks on the skin, the strange white ash dusting the fingertips. Wycliffe lingered by the threshold, eyes darting from shadow to shadow, as if expecting something to emerge at any moment. David forced himself to look closer. The faces, in the half-light, were familiar. The Millers, a family he'd greeted on morning walks, whose youngest child had tried to sell him lemonade last Saturday. And now, all 3 of them, frozen in that same rictus of astonishment. "Sheriff," Hernandez said, voice low, "there's something—" She trailed off, gesturing to a shape at the edge of the carpet. David knelt, the boards cool beneath his knee. There, pressed into the nap of the rug, was a pattern, a perfect circle, no wider than a dinner plate, charred around the edges, yet somehow untouched at its heart. It was as if a bolt of lightning had landed indoors, but left the walls and ceiling untouched. A sudden thud from upstairs snapped their attention skyward. All three officers tensed, hands drifting instinctively to sidearms. The silence returned, deeper now, as if the house itself was waiting. David straightened, eyes still on the ceiling of the living room. "Let's clear the rooms," he said, voice steady despite the tremor in his chest. They moved as one, flashlights cutting pale arcs through the gloom. Upstairs, the hall was empty, save for a faint scent of iron and the sound of water dripping from a faucet not quite closed. In the children's bedroom, the air was charged, prickling along David's skin. Toys stood in perfect order, a storybook splayed open on the coverlet, the last lines illuminated by a shaft of moonlight slipping past the blackout blinds, and the stars watched in silence, waiting for morning. Maybe it was a cat?" Wycliffe said in a small voice. Froman looked at him. It was obvious the kid was nearly scared out of his mind, but he was doing his best, and quite often that was enough in the sheriff's opinion. "Yeah," he replied to the younger man. "We'll say it was a cat." Downstairs again, Hernandez reported softly. "No sign of struggle, no forced entry. Whatever happened here, it happened fast." At that moment, David's radio crackled, a sharp, jarring sound that cut through the hush like a lightning strike. He lifted it from its holder, pulse beating in his ears. "Sheriff, it's Conlon." The deputy's voice came through faint and ragged, muffled by static and the weight of dread. "I'm at the neighbor's, just like you asked." It's the same, sir. The Larkins, same scene. Frozen, no response, no movement. Their cat's perched on the stairs, but it's not moving either. There are dishes in the sink, water running in the bathroom, but the whole place feels wrong." Conlon paused, and a distant, trembling exhale hissed over the line. "Officers posted across the street at the Hutchinsons are reporting the same. Every house we've checked on this block is identical. Like time just stopped." A cold prickle ran down David's back, collecting between his shoulder blades. He turned slowly, eyes meeting Hernandez and seeing his own fear reflected there. Wycliffe hovered by the doorway again, hand unconsciously tightening on his sidearm. He depressed the radio's button, feeling his throat tighten around the words. "Copy that, Conlon. Keep your team together. Don't touch anything. Don't split up. Wait for us to regroup before checking any more properties." A burst of static, then silence reclaimed the house, settling heavier than before. David surveyed the scene again, his eyes once again pondering over the faces of the deceased. Had they seen something? Was that the reason for the look of surprise? Had they felt what had happened? Was it mercifully quick? Through the window, he could see the street outside, other houses standing in a line, every porch light dark and no movement behind the glass. Law enforcement flashlights swept through the shadows, beams gliding over mailboxes, bicycles abandoned on lawns, curtains that stirred without wind. A question, dark as a storm cloud, formed and reformed at the edges of his thoughts. Was it just this street? Or the whole neighborhood? Hernandez, whose voice was barely audible, broke the stillness. "Sheriff, how far do you think it goes?" Should we call in the state?" David nodded slowly, feeling the cold settle in his bones. "We will, but first we need to be sure of what we're dealing with." He ran a hand over his face, collecting his thoughts. "Sweep the block, work in pairs. Don't lose sight of each other. Mark the houses that match this. Use the caution tape." He peered out into the night, the world beyond the miller's window suddenly vast and strange. Each house was now a question mark, each shadow a possible echo of whatever had happened here. For the first time during his 15 years in law enforcement, the badge on his chest felt less like a shield and more like a weight, anchoring him to a mystery that was rapidly growing beyond his reach. 10:55 p.m. After an hour or so, the sweep was complete, but the neighborhood offered no comfort. Every house, every stoop and window, was unchanged from the miller's. Lights snuffed out, curtains drawn, nothing stirring inside or out. It was as if the world had pressed an immense thumb down, flattening every sign of ordinary life into silence and uniformity. Even the bright strip of the corner store's neon had gone dark. The glass wouldn't budge, locked from within by something more than a deadbolt. The aisles inside, standing rigid in unnatural stillness. All around, silence pressed in, broken only by the crunch of gravel under boots or the distant hum of a deputy's radio, always ending in the hiss of static. They moved in a tight group now, boots scuffing against the brittle hush. The night air was thick with unease, heavy and cool against the skin, carrying the faint tang of ozone as if a storm had just passed through. When they reached the old library, a squat brick building that had stood at the crossroads for generations and was now being replaced by a more modern structure across town, something in the air changed. The lamps by the entrance, normally a pool of gold against the trees, were dead. David's flashlight beam played over the doorway, then stopped. The wooden doors and the flanking windows had changed, warped and fused together as if the heat of a forge had melted them into a single rippled surface. The grain of the wood curved into the glass, and neither would yield to touch or pressure. No seams, no locks, just a seamless, impenetrable barrier. Beyond the warped glass, the interior was black as ink. Even the emergency lights had failed. Dust motes hung motionless in the beam's edge, suspended in a darkness that somehow felt alive, as if it pressed back from the other side. Hernandez pressed a palm to the fused window. "Feels warm," she whispered, pulling back, unease creeping into her voice. While her breath fogged the glass, the warmth lingered, pulsing faintly beneath her fingertips. David stared at the sealed library, the cold heaviness in his chest deepening. Whatever had swept through the neighborhood had left nothing untouched, nothing unclaimed. He wondered how far it had spread. Beyond the block, the town, the county line. He glanced up, searching the sky for any sign of movement. Planes, birds, even a stray cloud. But the night was empty, still, silent. A hush hung over the group. The library, once a place of stories, now offered only a riddle without a key. Why was it the only structure they had seen so far that appeared to be damaged? David's radio finally hissed with a battered voice from another deputy. "All clear on Main. Same everywhere. No survivors found. Nothing works. It's like everything just stopped, Sheriff." He looked up, the badge on his chest impossibly heavy now. "We keep moving," he said quietly, though he suspected there'd be no answers waiting. Only more questions pressed tightly behind melted glass and locked doors, where even the night kept its secrets. Somewhere in the darkness, a dog barked, once, sharply, then went abruptly silent. Yet before they could continue to beyond the library, David's radio burst to life again.
Sheriff Froman, do you copy? Over."
It was Holly Jacobs, the dispatcher. "This Sheriff Froman," David answered.
"Sheriff, there's a young man here to see you."
Holly responded back.
"Over."
David had told her multiple times that she did not need to end every sentence on the radio with the word "over." But either she could not break the habit, or kept doing it as a private little joke for an audience of one. "I'm a little busy at the moment, Holly," David answered. "Whatever they want is going to have to wait."
"I know you're busy, Sheriff,"
Holly returned, sounding slightly annoyed.
"and I wouldn't call you if it wasn't important. This young man claims to be a witness to whatever happened out there. Says he'll only talk to you. Well, he said he wanted to talk to the person in charge, and I figured that's you."
Again, David wondered why Holly hadn't led with that second part. She always saved the most important information until after he asked her a question, or dismissed what she said initially. He had come to assume that it was simply part of her nature. The type of person to begin a conversation by saying, "Oh my God," and then waiting for you to ask them what they were talking about. Perhaps not the best trait to have as a law enforcement dispatcher, but she did her job and was reliable. David could put up with a few annoying personality traits. David exhaled, pinching the bridge of his nose for a moment to try and stem the stress headache that was beginning within the back of his mind. He swept his gaze over the scene, the glint of flashlights on pavement, the hunched silhouettes of his deputies, the eerie hush after the dog's bark. Then he turned to Hernandez, whose jaw was set with grim determination beneath the brim of her hat. "You're in charge till I get back," he said, voice low but firm. "Double the sweep around the 3 blocks past the library, and check the maintenance garage behind the old stacks. Nobody goes alone. And keep the radios clear except for emergencies. If you see anything that makes your skin crawl, I want to hear about it first. Call in everyone, even off duty, the fire department and EMS. Get the victims bagged and taken to the morgue. If they won't all fit there, take the rest to the basement in the hospital. And when you get to the morgue, you tell Donner that I want an answer as to what killed these people by tonight. You tell him the coffee's on me." Hernandez nodded, already signaling to the others, her posture straightening as she accepted the responsibility. David paused, letting the moment settle, before pivoting to where Wyclef lingered near the edge of the flashlights. The young deputy's face was pale, eyes flickering anxiously toward the darkness curling around the library's side entrance. His knuckles were white around the grip of his sidearm. "Wyclef," David called softly, drawing the young man's attention. He stepped in close so their conversation wouldn't carry. "Listen, I know tonight's rough. It rattles all of us, even the old-timers. But you're here because you can handle it. Remember your training, watch your corners, keep your partner in sight, and trust your gut. If you feel off, call it in. We got your back." Wyclef swallowed, breath catching, but he gave a tentative nod. "Sorry, Sheriff," he said softly. "I've just never seen anything like this before." "Don't be sorry, son," Froman said reassuringly. "And neither have I. But those people, those victims of whatever happened out here tonight, they all got family out there somewhere, and those folks are going to be devastated by this. So you do your duty and make sure the victims are taken care of so their loved ones can give them a proper burial. Can you do that for me, son?" Wyclef nodded and straightened a little. David squeezed his shoulder, grounding him, The gesture meant as both reassurance and a reminder that he wasn't alone amidst the uncertainty. He lingered a second longer, catching Hernandez's eye in silent confirmation, before peeling away back towards his patrol car. His boots echoed softly on the asphalt as he threaded through the shadows, radio clipped at his belt, hissing with static and the lingering scent of lightning in the air, although there was still not a cloud to be seen. Once he reached his car, parked on the street in front of the Millers, Sheriff Froman began driving back towards the station, and to the apparent young witness, who David was hoping might be able to crack open the secrets that the night was so determined to keep. 11:20 p.m. The drive back to the station was mercifully uneventful, headlights cutting through the quiet, empty streets. David kept glancing at the dashboard clock, his mind churning with the night's chaos and the uncertain burden awaiting him. At each intersection, street lights blazed steadily, holding back the wilderness that seemed to press in from the outskirts. As he turned onto Bremen Street, relief washed over him. The sheriff's station stood like a beacon in the darkness, every window lit, fluorescent panels pouring their harsh glow out over the parking lot. It was a reassuring sight after the darkness and the confusion at the Miller place and the surrounding streets. At least here, the mystery blackout had not taken root. He eased his cruiser into its usual spot, the tires crunching on gravel. The familiar metallic whine of the station's door slid open at his touch, and David stepped inside, breathing in the comforting sting of disinfectant and burnt coffee. The library buzzed gently with activity, Holly on the phone, a deputy catching up on paperwork at a corner desk before heading out to assist in the search and cleanup. But David's attention went straight to the young man perched nervously on a plastic chair near the front desk. The young man, maybe in his early 20s, hair mussed, hands knotted tightly in his lap, looked up as David approached. His eyes were swollen and red-rimmed, haunted by something he'd seen, or couldn't yet say. The harsh overhead lighting made him appear even more fragile, casting sharp shadows that deepened the lines of worry on his face. David's keen eye, disciplined through years of training, made special note of what appeared to be blood upon the young man's shirt, and dirt stains on the knees of his jeans. "Sheriff Froman," the young man managed, voice thin but hopeful, betraying both exhaustion and desperate urgency. "That's right," David replied, offering a gentle nod. He kept his tone quiet and steady, not wanting to spook the witness. "You're the one who called for me?" Shifting in his seat, the young man nodded, his gaze flicking anxiously toward the uniformed deputies across the lobby. "My name's Michael Caldwell. His voice faltered, but he forced himself onward. "I think I know what happened out there." He leaned in, lowering his voice and glancing over his shoulder, as if the shadows themselves might overhear. "Is there somewhere private we can talk?" David, reading the tension coiled in Michael's posture, nodded. "Come with me." He led the young man past the hum of busy desks and the quiet murmur of late-night radio, down a narrow corridor lined with faded "Have You Seen Me" flyers and battered bulletin boards. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, buzzing just out of sync with the pounding of David's heart. They reached the interrogation room, a small utilitarian space with cinder-block walls painted institutional gray. A single metal table stood at the center, its surface cold and reflective, flanked by two rigid chairs. The ceiling lamp threw a stark circle of light, illuminating the dust motes that hung in the still air. David opened the door, gestured for Michael to enter, and closed it behind them with a quiet click, shutting out the rest of the world. Inside, Michael hesitated, then took a seat. David sat across from him, folding his hands on the table and offering a moment for the young man to gather his thoughts. Silence settled, heavy with anticipation and the faint hum of the building's old heating pipes. Finally, David met Michael's eyes, his voice gentle, but with intent. "All right, Michael. You said you know something about what happened tonight. I'm listening." Michael's hands shook as he pressed his palms flat against the table, drawing a shaky breath before he began. "It's gonna sound crazy," the man said quietly, so quiet that David was not sure if he was talking to him or himself. As if to clear up this confusion, Michael repeated himself, voice louder this time. "It's gonna sound crazy," he said, maintaining eye contact with the sheriff. "Hell, I was there, and I think it's crazy. But I know what I saw." David, unsure if the young man was on drugs or just shit-scared out of his mind, held up both hands, palm up, gesturing for calm. "Just take it easy, son," he said softly but firmly. "Just tell me everything you know and don't worry about how it sounds." The younger man was quiet for a moment longer, and then took a deep breath and began. "I attend the university in Bridgeton. Myself and my friend Andrew, that is. I'm an engineering student, while Andrew was going for a degree in Western history. Classes let out in the beginning of May, so we applied for the summer program working at the old library here. You know, the move from the old building to the new one. We figured it would be a good chance to see this part of Virginia, and the older homes here were a bit of an interest of mine." Sheriff Froman nodded along as the kid began to talk. Some people might have been tempted to tell the young man to skip the backstory and get to the facts, but David had learned long ago that it was often best to let people talk at their own pace. He learned that quite often people revealed more and recollected more if you let them speak freely. Michael's breath steadied a little as he continued, his words filling the quiet of the interview room. "We'd barely ever left Bridgeton before, and Haven felt like stepping into another era. Like time slowed down as soon as we got to the summer home the university had set up for us. The town streets are so old, lined with maples and sycamores, and the houses have those wide porches and sagging roofs that seem to have stories of their own. Those first days, everything seemed a little unreal. The way the morning fog clung to the sidewalks, and the smell of bread from the bakery drifted over the square." He gave a small, nervous laugh. "We ended up spending our first couple days in that bakery chatting up Mrs. Weatherby. I'm sure you know her. She said she's lived in Haven her whole life. Her memory's a library all its own. She'd call us the boys from up north every time we came in and have a plate of blueberry muffins already on the tables. Andrew tried to get her to share the recipe, but she said it was a family secret, handed down from her grandmother." Michael glanced down as he described their first walk to the library. "The first time I saw the library, man, those columns that stand outside, and the weathered brickwork. The place almost looked abandoned from the outside, but the closer I got, the more I noticed. The intricate carvings above the door, the stained glass panels over the entryway that scatter colored light across the marble floor inside. And the smell. Old paper, leather bindings, a hint of dust. I swear, the floorboards talk when you walk over them." Sheriff Froman, who had lived in Haven all his life, minus the 4 years he had spent overseas, was very familiar with the old town library, but still found it interesting to hear it described by an outsider. He wanted the kid to hurry it along, but Michael was becoming more relaxed the more he talked, and David didn't want to push him. Michael laced his fingers together, voice growing softer. Denise Kosmecki, the librarian in charge, was waiting for us that first morning. She's tall, maybe in her late 30s, and always wears those long sweaters with pockets full of pens and scraps of paper. Her hair's silver, usually twisted up in a bun, and she's got a laugh that fills the whole reading room. Denise knows every book and every secret nook in that library. She welcomed us with coffee and a map of the building, hand-drawn, with notes in the margins about which shelves squeak the loudest and where you can find the best afternoon light. "Yeah, that's Denise," David interrupted for the first time. "Known her for going on 20 years. Michael looked slightly uncomfortable for a moment, a mild shift in the eyes. It was quick, but David noticed it. Yet he did not pursue. Not yet. Our first assignment was to start with the archives in the basement. Boxes of old town records, yellowed newspapers, ledgers from a century ago. Denise told us the library was more than just books. It was the town's memory. I remember Andrew grinning, saying he'd never seen so much history packed into one place. I was fascinated by the architecture. The winding iron staircase, the arched windows, the way the walls felt cool and solid even on the hottest afternoons. Michael paused, fingers tapping absently on the table. We spent those first days exploring every corner, learning the quirks of the place. Denise would pop in with stories about former librarians or legends about the building. She seemed grateful for the help, but also worried. She said the move was long overdue, but she hated leaving the old building behind. I understood how she felt. A week slipped by in that gentle, repetitive rhythm. Mornings at Mrs. Weatherby's bakery, afternoons lost in the dim glow of the archives, evenings hefting boxes or unshelving books deep into the creaking heart of the library. By the 7th night, Denise trusted us enough to hand over her jingling ring of keys and leave early. She was muttering about overdue reports and promising to return in the morning. Andrew and I were left alone, the hush broken only by the hum of the radiators and the occasional groan of ancient pipes. That evening felt like it lasted forever. The moving truck, our lifeline to the new building, sat idle behind the library with its hood propped open like a yawning mouth, a curl of greasy mechanic's rag hanging from the grill. With nothing to move except our own shadows, we stacked boxes by the back door, careful not to block the fire exit, then wandered the old marble corridors, listening to the clock in the reading room count quiet seconds. Boredom set in pretty quick. Andrew sat at the front desk with a paperback thriller and a bag of jelly beans, occasionally glancing up to comment on the odd patrons immortalized in the gallery of faded staff photos. I drifted over to Denise's desk, drawn to the pile of blueprints and brittle folders that always seemed to grow no matter how many we packed away. The plans, some rolled tight and others spread out like treasure maps, radiated a faint scent of glue and old ink. I began leafing through them absent-mindedly, tracing the careful, looping script of architects long gone, running my thumb over pencil marks and coffee stains. The library had been expanded and reshaped in fits and starts. A children's wing added in the 60s, a skylight wedged in during the 80s, the archives basement dug deeper to make space for more memories and secrets. It was like seeing the bones of a house you'd only ever known clothed in stories. But then, in the plans for the basement, I noticed a small, neatly labeled rectangle. Storage. Private. It was pressed against the far wall, just past the last row of metal shelving. I stared at it, frowning. We'd spend hours down there, hell, days, pushing aside ledgers brittle as autumn leaves. But I remembered only a blank wall, with a pair of rusting filing cabinets backed into a corner. I dug for a later set of plans. The same space, the same enigmatic label. I glanced over at Andrew, whose feet were now propped atop the circulation desk. "Hey, Andrew," I called, hearing my own voice echo off the ceiling. "Come check this out. Do you remember seeing a door or anything in the back corner downstairs?" He ambled over, squinting at the blueprints under the desk lamp's yellow glow. "Nah, just a bunch of old files and all that dust. Maybe it got walled up years ago. Or maybe the architect was just being optimistic." He said it lightly, but the hairs on my arms prickled. I kept staring at the plans, letting my gaze drift from the crisp black lines to the smudges of thumbprints left decades ago. There was a room on paper, a space we'd missed, or one meant to stay hidden. It was boredom, I later told myself, the kind that sits heavy in your stomach and makes almost anything sound like a good idea. The silence of the library, well, with the exception of that fucking clock, just became too much. I nudged Andrew with my elbow, trying to muster up a grin that was more bravado than cheer. "Why don't we try to find this private storage?" I suggested, waving the blueprints like a challenge. "It's not like we're short on time." At the moment, it felt harmless, like a game. Looking back, I wish I'd swallowed the words before they escaped. We fetched a flashlight from Denise's desk drawer, its beam weak but serviceable, and made our way to the basement. The concrete steps echoed beneath our feet, and the familiar scent of dust, old papers, and something metallic thickened as we descended. Shadows crowded the corners, and our footsteps scattered them like startled birds. We squeezed past the rusted filing cabinets. One drawer hung askew, and a nest of brittle folders threatening to spill. Andrew cracked jokes about secret societies and hidden treasures, but his voice was softer than usual, bouncing strangely off the cinder block walls. We pressed ourselves into the tightest corner where the plans had insisted a room must be. My fingers traced the uneven paint, feeling for a seam or an imperfection, until I found it, a hairline crack, almost invisible, running vertically along the wall. Next to it, nearly camouflaged by years of dust and grime, was a thick leather strap handle, the leather worn smooth and dark beneath the dust. "Here," I whispered. Andrew leaned in close as I curled my hand around the strap. The leather was surprisingly supple, almost yielding under my grip, and as I pulled, the wall shuddered and groaned on hidden hinges. Slowly, a narrow door swung inward, exhaling a breath of stale, slightly sweet air that had been trapped for decades. We stepped inside, barely daring to breathe. The secret room was lined with shelves, every inch crammed with battered volumes and yellowing papers. Some were tagged with notes and objections, spines creased, and titles nearly erased by time. On one shelf, a stack of slim novels bristled with paper slips, challenged, withdrawn, banned, scrawled in old librarians' hands. I recognized a few titles from high school reading lists. Others were only legends, stories long rumored but never seen. In the farthest, darkest corner, beneath a low-hanging bulb that barely glimmered, sat a massive tome. Its cover was light brown leather, strangely luminous in the half-light, the surface so finely textured it almost seemed to shimmer. I reached out, and as my fingers brushed the leather, a wave of discomfort prickled up my arm. It was oddly warm to the touch, soft as skin, and for a moment I recoiled, heart thumping in my throat. Andrew peered over my shoulder, eyes wide, the room's strange hush settling around us like a secret we'd been chosen to bear. Andrew edged past me, his shoulder brushing mine, and reached for the massive book with both hands. The leather cover shone dully in the weak light, dust swirling in the disturbed air as he lifted it. It was heavier than it looked, forcing him to lay it carefully on the battered table beneath the single flickering bulb. A faint creak escaped the hinges as he opened it, the musty scent of old parchment, and some indefinable sweetness rising up between us. He shot me a glance, half excitement, half challenge, then gingerly parted the pages. The paper was thick, almost velvety to the touch, and tinged a peculiar shade between cream and sepia. My gaze slid over his shoulder and landed on the strange script crowding the page. Not just unfamiliar, but impossibly intricate. The characters looping and spiking in ways that seemed to defy the rules of written language. Some lines glinted faintly, as if inked with something metallic that caught the light, while others seemed faded to ghostly outlines. Halfway down the page, my eyes snagged on an illustration, a mass of twisting, interlocking shapes that at first glance resembled a tangle of roots. But as I tried to focus, the image seemed to pulse and undulate, almost as if alive. Something about its geometry made my thoughts reel. Angles that didn't quite meet, curves that doubled back on themselves, a sense of wrongness so profound it made my head hurt. It was as if the picture pressed against some boundary in my own mind, and my stomach lurched in silent protest. I jerked my gaze away, swallowing hard, vision swimming with afterimages. Andrew, on the other hand, was utterly transfixed. He leaned closer, tracing the script with his finger, his lips moving in a silent attempt to sound out the text. Then, unable to contain himself, he burst out, "Michael, this is incredible. Look at these forms. They're like Sanskrit, but not. Older, maybe Proto-Sanskrit, or even something that predates all written language. Can you imagine what this could mean?" As the kid talked, Sheriff Froman became even more disturbed. People don't talk like this, he thought to himself. It was as if the kid had achieved some form of total clarity. But more disturbing than that, when describing what his friend had said, Michael's voice was changing. He was already flipping through more pages. Michael continued, voice rising with each discovery, a diagram of constellations with stars mapped in unfamiliar patterns, columns of numbers that spiraled around the margins, and on another page, a diagram of a figure with too many arms, its eyes blurred as if they were in perpetual motion. I warned him that maybe we should just leave the book where we found it. I don't know why I did this at the time. There was just something about that book that made my mind scream, "Stay away." But Andrew dismissed my concerns with a distracted wave. "We can't just walk away from this kind of find," he insisted, his hands trembling with excitement as he turned another page, his eyes shining with a feverish light. In the end, I couldn't convince him. He tucked the book under his arm, its weight seeming to draw his entire posture inward, and carried it with us as we left the secret room. Over the following couple of weeks, Andrew was inseparable from the tome. He pored over it at every opportunity. Mornings in the library, afternoons in the empty reading room, evenings at home by lamplight. His notes spreading in chaotic piles, his speech peppered with strange words and references he couldn't quite explain. Sometimes I'd find him staring at a single page for minutes on end, unblinking, lips parted in awe or confusion, as if the book were slowly rewriting the boundaries of his thoughts. And no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the sense that something from the depths of that secret room had followed us home. And then on a day 3 weeks ago, Andrew came to me, more excited than he had been.
"I've cracked it,"
he said almost breathlessly.
"There's a cipher, a way to decode the entire book."
While I didn't want to feed into his obsession, God help me, I was curious myself. Because although the book felt disturbing to the touch, and the one time I had looked at it gave me a sense of vertigo, I have to admit that I had been thinking about it too, while Andrew had been relentlessly trying to decipher the script. So instead of once again begging him to return the book to the room in the basement, I asked him, "What do you mean?" Andrew became even more excited by my apparent interest and led me over to his desk, where he had the book open to a page in the last third of the tome.
"Read this, right here," he implored.
I glanced down at the page that he indicated, my head beginning to swim once more as I did so. At first, the spiked handwriting made as little sense to me as the other words I had seen. But somehow, in a way I can't even begin to explain, the words seemed to shift, reform themselves, until I was looking at something that was close to English. I'm not sure if that's right, or if my mind only understood this singular phrase that I was looking at. What it said was this: "That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons, even death may die." I had no idea what it could possibly mean, but Andrew had been right. After reading this phrase, the rest of the book became legible. As Andrew's fingers turned more of the book's age-stained pages, an unnatural cold seemed to pool in the corners of the room. The symbols that once defied meaning now crawled across my mind like spiders, each word a venomous bite, each revelation tightening an invisible noose. The first passage I could decipher was a ritual, but its steps felt less like instructions and more like a trap baited to snare the soul. The book spoke of chalk and salt circles, but also of nightshade ash and candles whose flames flicker with a light that does not belong in our world. Diagrams spiraled across the yellowed paper, some linked in a red that looked horrifically organic, as though lifeblood had been pressed into service for some blasphemous purpose. Margins bubbled with notations that shimmered and blurred, the letters writhing if I tried to focus for too long. What followed were feverish, insane chronicles of entities that mocked the order of nature. My eyes met an illustration of a serpent coiling endlessly, its countless eyes fixed on the reader with predatory hunger. The notes beside it described a voice capable of unraveling sanity, a hiss that could slip between dreams and waking. Another entry described black-feathered birds whose silhouettes moved where the living dare not look, and a cephalopod monstrosity whose transparent flesh and fractal claws were said to command worship or terror on forgotten shores. The book did not merely describe these abominations, but promised, no, threatened, that they lingered at the margins of our reality, awaiting the proper rites to return. There were places cataloged where air was charged with energy, where the walls of existence was thin, and where the sky reflected constellations meant for some other, older world. With each line, the shadows pressed closer, My breath grew ragged as the air thickened with menace. Words began to pulse, their shapes distorting in a slow, hungry rhythm. I heard whispers, not imagined. I'm sure they weren't, but real, slithering between syllables, promising secrets that reeked of ruin. The vertigo struck me like a physical blow. Black motes swarmed at the edge of my vision, and for an instant the room felt impossibly vast, as if infinity itself was nearby. And all it would take for me to tumble into it and fall forever was a single misstep. I clawed myself away from the book's grasp. I staggered back. My heart was rattling in my chest. I was certain that I had not simply read the secrets of that cursed fucking book, but some part of it had read me as well. I'm sorry. I was violently ill for the rest of that night, praying to the porcelain god more than I care to remember. Andrew showed some concern, but it seemed forced, almost like a matter of friendly obligation. The days that followed were a sickness without fever for me. For nearly 2 weeks I existed in a suspended state, as if I was submerged in a fog. Each moment was colored by the residue of that night, the echo of those cryptic words, a chill that never quite left my bones. I went about daily routines, but the world seemed slightly off-kilter. Sleep became an ordeal. When exhaustion would finally claim me, it delivered only torment. Every night. I was visited by nightmares so vivid they felt more real than waking. I thrashed through tangled sheets, waking soaked in cold sweat, heart hammering, haunted by flickering images, twisting symbols, lidless eyes, voices that slithered under the skin. Sometimes I would awaken with foreign names in my mind: Carcosa, Glocky, Gatanathoa, Yog-Sothoth. Nonsense fucking words that meant nothing to me, yet they filled me with dread all the same. Even the day held no safety. Shadows pooled in the corners of rooms, and ordinary noises took on a sinister edge. Sometimes I'd catch my reflection blurred and wavering, as if the glass itself was recoiling from me. Andrew, on the other hand, seemed transformed by the book, as if it had awakened something in him that couldn't be returned to sleep. His old caution evaporated. He resigned from his position at the library, no warning, no courtesy, just a terse letter left on a cluttered desk. I watched as he retreated even deeper into obsession, spending every hour hunched in his room with the door closed against the world. He stopped shaving, eating irregularly, if at all. His face became gaunt, dark circles under his eyes. Occasionally I'd catch snatches of muttered words, the cadence unfamiliar and jarring, his fingers tracing unreadable diagrams in the air. It was the nighttime that unnerved me the most, though. The walls of our summer house, thin and old, betrayed his secret conversations. Andrew didn't seem to be talking to himself. His voice would rise and fall as though he were replying to something. The words he spoke were guttural, twisted, no language that I recognized. Sometimes he would pause for long stretches, apparently listening, and then respond, quieter, more urgent. I would lie awake, paralyzed, certain that if I ventured too close, I'd hear another voice answering from the darkness. On 2 separate occasions, I heard laughter, not Andrew's. I was sure of that. That laughter belonged to something else altogether. By morning, he'd emerge, eyes bloodshot, but alight with feverish energy, speaking only in cryptic fucking fragments about progress and breakthroughs that he never explained. Tonight, all pretense of normalcy just fucking collapsed, man. I sat alone in the kitchen, nursing a cup of coffee to assist in staving off sleep as long as I could. And then the phone rang. Andrew's voice spilled out as soon as I picked it up. He was frantic, breathless, the words tangled with a sense of urgency. "You gotta come. Come to the library right now. I found it. Michael, I finally found it. Everything makes sense. You gotta see it for yourself. Please, hurry." He hung up before I could answer. The drive was a blur of headlights and shadow. The world outside my window collapsing into indistinct smears of night. By the time I arrived, the library loomed ahead. A monolith squatting at the edge of town. Every lamp on the street seemed dim, their weak halos failing to illuminate more than a few feet of the old building's facade. The front doors groaned open beneath my hand, and I stepped into a darkness so complete it felt thick, almost congealed, pressing around me like it was a living thing. I fumbled for the light switch, but the fixtures overhead remained stubbornly dead. Only the faintest ambient glow leaked from the transom windows, turning the endless rows of bookshelves into jagged silhouettes. My own footsteps sounded muffled, as though the floor was swallowing the noise. As I crept deeper, the air grew colder, and it was tinged with something ancient. Mold, dust, and there was the faintest whiff of ozone. Shapes seemed to ripple at the periphery of my vision. Quick flickers, the impression of movement just past the edge of sight. For a moment, I thought I glimpsed a hand slip behind a shelf, or a hunched figure crouched between the stacks. Each time I spun toward the disturbance, my heart hammering, only to find empty shelves. The hush of the library was oppressive, broken only by erratic creaks and sighs of the old bones of the building. Then his voice found me. Andrew's. It was unmistakable, although I didn't see a single sign of him. It seemed to rise from the very walls, slithering along the baseboards, echoing from the rafters above. "Michael!" He hissed at me. The syllables were urgent, disembodied, impossibly close and impossibly far. "Down here. You have to see. In the basement. Please." I'm not ashamed to admit that a chill went down my spine. And I swear to you, the last thing I wanted to do was go into that basement. I don't think I would have if I hadn't seen the blood on the floor. Blood? Sheriff Froman interrupted again. The entire narrative sounded like utter insanity to him, and the way the kid's voice kept changing put him on edge. But this could be real. People were hurt at the library. People were killed at the library, Sheriff, Michael replied, shifting his eyes down for the first time as if he was ashamed. There was a trail of blood leading to the stairs that went down to the basement. I knew that's where Andrew was. He was in the room where we had found that goddamn book. My legs moved before my mind could object, compelled by dread and a perverse curiosity. The blood trail, thick, ruddy, impossible to mistake even to a fucking kid like me. It beckoned me down the narrow staircase, each step beneath my feet groaning like a warning. The darkness grew denser, swallowing up what little courage I pretended to possess. At the bottom, the familiar contours of the secret room took shape. Half remembered from the first night we'd found the book, the memory of its discovery now soured by what awaited me. In the room outside, there were 3 bodies. 2 were men that I didn't recognize. The third was Jerry, the guy who drove the truck. They had been disemboweled. Their entrails spread out around their bodies, seeming to form archaic symbols. There was writing on the floor, phrases in that strange language Andrew would speak in his sleep. The crimson of the words left no room to doubt what Andrew had used as ink. The door to that room was ajar. Beyond it, the air pulsed with energy, alive and hungry, charged with that same smell of ozone, but sharper now, almost metallic. Flickering candlelight revealed Andrew at the center of the room. He had dragged tables together, covered them with tattered cloth inscribed in chalk and blood, and arranged all manner of objects in a deliberate, feverish pattern. Broken mirrors, bones scavenged from who knows where. The ancient book itself opened wide at the heart of it all. And on the table below it, the one directly in front of Andrew, there was Denise. I wasn't sure if she was alive or dead. She didn't seem injured, and I thought I could see her breathing. But in truth, at the moment, I was so terrified that I didn't trust my own senses. Andrew did not look up at my arrival. His hands moved in practiced arcs, scattering powders and muttering phrases in a guttural cadence I didn't recognize. The candles gluttered and flared as if in response. The room felt smaller, like the walls were pressing in, the weight of 100 unread volumes overhead settling on my shoulders. My eyes darted to the periphery, sigils chalked in stone, stains that the mind recoiled from identifying. He looked changed. His eyes were wild, face slick with sweat, every muscle thrumming with something foreign. "Michael," he breathed, not a greeting, but a summons. "Do you see? It's all a lie. Everything we know. The book showed me the truth. What must be done? They're almost here." A light appeared, an eldritch blue glow that circled the altar that Andrew had made. And as it did, Andrew raised a hunting knife above the prone body of Denise. Everything happened fast after that. Without thinking, hell, I would have retreated if I had given myself time to think. I charged into the circle of blue light around the tables he had set up and knocked Andrew aside with my shoulder before he could bring the knife down on Denise. Andrew stumbled back, the knife clattering across the floor, slicing through the blue glow as it spun. For a moment, his eyes, wild and unseeing, met mine. He lunged, not with the awkwardness I would have suspected from someone who had never been in a fight in his life, to my knowledge, but with a desperate, unnatural strength, hands clawing for my throat. We crashed against one of the tables, candles toppled, wax spattering our arms, and the ancient book slid sideways, pages bending under our weight. He howled, something guttural and not entirely human, the syllables echoing off stone and bone alike. I grabbed his wrist and tried to pry him free, his nails digging crescent moons into my skin. We rolled, scattering memories and sigils, the room dancing in candlelight and shadow. I kicked him, I bit him, I struck out wildly, trying to create some distance between us. It was like fighting a fucking animal that only looked like a man. Finally, we rose back up to our feet, Andrew's hand seeking my throat again as I desperately tried to hold him at bay. I stomped on his foot hard and brought my knee up into his groin with all the strength I could muster. He cried out in a howl that froze my blood and flinched back. Taking advantage of the moment, I shoved Andrew in the chest hard, sending him backwards out of the circle of light where he landed sprawling on the floor. Andrew sat up quickly, and I prepared myself for another onslaught. But it never happened. Michael trailed off, his voice beginning to hitch. "He what, son?" Sheriff Froman pressed. "Is the niece okay? What happened?" The overhead light in the interrogation room seemed to glare down harshly, for a moment making the young man look like the boy he had once been as he collected himself and continued. "I saw his eyes," Michael said softly. "It was Andrew again. The mania that had been there before was gone, and he looked terrified. He reached out for me and tried to get up, but then his hand disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. Something I couldn't see bit it off, leaving a ragged, bloody stump just past where his wrist used to be. Andrew cried out in pain and fear, and all I could do was watch in shocked horror as large chunks of his body began to rip away, spraying blood from severed arteries, his screams becoming weak and garbled. Something was eating him alive, but I couldn't see what it was. His legs went next, and then, oh God, it looked like this unseen thing reached into his chest, grabbed his rib cage, and ripped him open. Oh God. Michael turned his head and explosively vomited onto the floor, his hand gripping the edge of the table so hard that his knuckles were white, his body trembling with every heave. In truth, David felt like vomiting a little himself. He wasn't sure how much of the story he actually believed, but he was sure that the kid believed it. Is he on drugs? David wondered. Or is he just crazy? Did he and his buddy murder people at the library, then have a falling out? Once Michael had collected himself, he sat back up, but hunched over, looking exhausted and old. "I'm sorry," he said weakly. "Never mind that," Sheriff Froman responded quickly. "I'll get someone to clean that shit up. Continue. Is Denise all right? What happened to the library? Why is it all sealed up?" Michael shook his head, his voice still trembling. I don't know what happened to the library," he said, his gaze fixed somewhere far beyond the face of the sheriff. After all that, there was this flash of light. I mean, not just bright. A light so blinding it burned my eyes shut. Denise, she was okay. She grabbed my arm, or maybe I grabbed hers. I'm not sure. I just remember the book. It was in my hand, and I hated it. Hated the way the leather felt, like it was alive under my fingers. He swallowed hard, knuckles paling as he pressed his fists against his knees. We ran through the stacks, past the tables. Screams were all around us, and laughter too. Like kids, but wrong, twisted. I didn't look back. I just ran, holding that awful book, and Denise was with me. She was right behind me. I swear to God she was. He drew a shaky breath. I reached the front doors and burst through, expecting her to be right behind me. But when I turned around, she was gone. There was just the door, warped and melted like someone had poured acid over it, then fused it shut. I pounded on it. I screamed for her, but nothing. Just the smell of burning wood, glass, and ozone. It was then that I noticed that I was in complete darkness, that all the lights from the library and the surrounding area were out. He looked up at the sheriff, eyes wide, lost, and haunted. I don't know where Denise is. I don't know what happened inside that place. But I thought it was over. I thought I had stopped whatever it was that Andrew was trying to do. I took that wretched book out into the woods. I dug a hole as deep as I could with my hands and shoved it in, covering it, burying it, hiding it from human eyes where it should be. I figured that I could come back in the morning with a shovel and maybe some sackcrete, bury it as deep as possible and encase it in concrete. The young man was nearly ranting now,
thick veins standing out on his forehead and neck. But when I was coming out of the woods, I saw the man lying frozen in the street, and 2 people in a car that had hit a tree. They were all dead, frozen, the smell of ozone wafting off their bodies like they had been hit by fucking lightning. And I realized that I didn't stop anything, that either Andrew had accomplished whatever he had been trying to do, or he had gone just far enough to prop a door open into our world. And then I looked up at the sky. Have you looked at the sky tonight, Sheriff? Have you seen the stars? Sheriff Froman did recall looking up earlier in the evening, but didn't know what the stars had to do with the price of coffee in South America and said so. What do the stars have to do with anything? He asked the young man. They're wrong, Michael breathed. You gotta believe me. Before I decided to become an engineer, astronomy was my passion. A junior high thing, sure, but god damn it, I was gonna be an astronaut. I used to gaze at the stars all the time. And the ones that are up there right now, they're not ours.
12:25 a.m. The young man had talked for a long time, and although Sheriff Froman was sure he had heard enough crazy to last him a lifetime, he was still going to ask Michael what he meant by the stars being wrong. Before Sheriff Froman could press Michael for more details, the heavy door creaked open, and Deputy Hernandez poked her head in, her face drawn and tight. "Sheriff, could I have a word?" she said, her tone careful but urgent. "I'm busy in here, Hernandez. Can it wait?" David responded more curtly than he intended. "No, sir, it can't," she replied, and when David looked at her, he noticed the apparent fear within her eyes. It was that look, not her words, that got him moving. With a final glance at Michael, Froman excused himself and stepped into the dimly lit hallway. The hush outside the interview room was almost absolute. The only sounds the distant hum of fluorescents and the soft shuffle of a couple of deputies who had stayed behind. Hernandez waited until the door clicked shut behind him before she spoke, her voice pitched low. "So far, we count 127 victims of whatever happened. We moved as many of them as we could to the morgue and then began working on the hospital basement. But when Wycliffe and I went back for more bags..." She hesitated, searching for the right words. "The place was a mess. Drawers pulled out, equipment scattered, and..." She swallowed. "And well, sir, the thing is..." She trailed off. "Out with it, Hernandez," Sheriff Froman barked, the stress headache beginning to return. "The bodies are gone, sir," she blurted out. "They're just gone." "What the fuck do you mean gone?" David asked, his mind reeling. "I mean they're gone, and Donner is dead, sir. He... She paused, swallowed again. David heard an audible click in her throat, and then she finished. "He was torn open, sir, like a goddamn bear attacked him." For a moment, Sheriff Froman could only stare at Hernandez, the weight of her news pressing down on him like a physical force. The world, already unstable, tilted further beneath his feet. He pinched the bridge of his nose again, trying to summon clarity through the rising tide of panic and exhaustion. "Okay, Hernandez, get someone to sit with him." He gestured towards Michael. "Don't let him out of your sight. He's a suspect in a possible 5 homicides at the library until I say otherwise. Understood?" She nodded, already pulling out her radio to call in backup, her own fear barely concealed beneath professional efficiency. Froman turned away, feeling the headache pulse behind his eyes, and made his way out of the station, the corridor echoing with every hurried footstep. The parking lot was shrouded in the uncertain glow of the station lights. He slid into his cruiser and sat for a moment, gripping the wheel, forcing himself to slow his breathing. The keys trembled in his hand as he started the engine and pulled away from the station, gravel crunching beneath the tires. As he reached Main Street, the familiar neon and sodium streetlights flickered overhead, then one by one, died, as if a great invisible hand had snuffed the world's candle. The entire town fell into a thick, unnatural darkness. The only light was the sweep of his headlights, carving out a narrow corridor through empty roads and silent storefronts. 12:45 a.m. Upon reaching the morgue, Sheriff Froman looked up before entering. He was not an astronomer, and he did not want to believe a word of Michael's story, yet even to his casual stargazer's eye, he reluctantly saw what the kid was talking about. David quickly looked away, his mind not prepared to know what his instincts were telling it, and he stepped through the door of the morgue. Inside, the air was colder than it should have been, each exhale a pale ghost drifting before his lips. David pulled his flashlight from his belt and clicked it on, the beam slicing through the gloom in jittery arcs across the tile floor and the banks of stainless steel drawers. Immediately, he caught sight of Donner, the mortician. Hernandez's assessment had been accurate. The man looked like he had been mauled by a bear. His torso was torn open, revealing exposed bone and glistening insides. His lower jaw was missing, his tongue hanging out obscenely, briefly making Sheriff Froman's tired mind think of a perverse grandfather's clock. Upon the tiled floor of the morgue, David saw the distinct impression of bloody footprints, leading to the door at the back of the room, where the bodies were usually brought in from. He knelt, letting the light linger. At first they appeared mundane, the outline of a bare human heel, the spread of toes, painted in blood, and something darker, something viscous and black. But as he followed them further, leading to the back door, a cold unease tightened in his chest. With every few steps, the prints subtly shifted. The arch grew exaggerated, then the toes elongated, fanning apart as if pulled by invisible threads. Another step, here the ball of the foot was impossibly wide. The toes had merged, then split again, forming shapes that defied anatomy. David's hand shook as he swept the beam onward. The last of the prints looked nothing like those he had first found. The marks had lost all resemblance to humanity. Sprawled, splayed claws gouged into the tiles, as if whatever left them had slithered or scrabbled forward on limbs not meant for walking. His radio came to life, causing his heart to knock painfully within his chest. He couldn't identify the voice.
Sheriff, Hernandez, does anyone copy? Anyone? We're at the hospital. The bodies we brought in, the corpses, they're... Oh shit, Greg, look out!
The radio abruptly went silent. Thumbing the talk button, Sheriff Froman shouted into his own radio.
Come back on that. This Sheriff Froman. I can hear you. Repeat, what's going on at the hospital?
There was no reply. Glancing again at the footprints upon the floor, Sheriff David Froman ran back to the front door, climbed behind the wheel of his cruiser, and left 12 feet of rubber in the morgue's parking lot as he began to drive towards the hospital, radioing for any available backup as he did so. As he drove through the darkened streets, the night hungrily devouring his taillights as he did so, and the strange stars in the sky staring coldly down, one of the last things Michael had said resurfaced within his mind. I realized that I didn't stop anything. That either Andrew had accomplished whatever he had been trying to do, or he had gone just far enough to prop a door open into our world. Unknown to Sheriff Froman, as he drove through the dark, things moved throughout the town around him. They lurched, they crawled, they shambled, and above all else, they hungered. 1:25 a.m. Carl Yeager was a diligent and personable insurance salesman, easily recognized by his crisp attire and easygoing smile. Well respected in the community, Carl is admired not only for his professionalism, but also for his generous spirit. He's a regular contributor to local charities, supporting initiatives ranging from food banks to youth programs. Neighbors often notice his presence at community fundraisers and charity auctions, where his warmth and commitment shine. Outside of his career and volunteer work, Carl is a devoted mini-golf enthusiast. Whether perfecting his putting technique or joining weekend tournaments at the local course, he delights in both the friendly competition and the camaraderie that the sport brings. It is not uncommon to spot him coaching young players, sharing strategies with a patient hand and a wry sense of humor. A believer in balance and well-being, Carl maintains a steady exercise routine, hitting the gym 3 times a week, no matter how busy his schedule becomes. This dedication to fitness is matched by his love for the outdoors. He can often be found jogging through the park at sunrise or cycling along the river trails. Through his actions and everyday choices, Carl has always demonstrated a thoughtful, disciplined approach to life, all while remaining approachable and good-natured to those around him. All of that was true until 9:12 p.m. on June 27th, when a bright flash of light that was a shade of blue that he had never seen before knocked him out of his life as clean as wind blowing out a lit match, destroying the life force that animated his body, leaving only a shell for something else to call its home. The thing that crawls through a window that sits open to combat the summer heat on Mere Avenue vaguely resembles the man who once inhabited this vessel. His body has undergone some alterations, every part of it being twisted and reforged to serve one purpose: to feed. His once lean and tanned frame is now something different altogether, and he moves with an alien, segmented grace. Elongated and impossibly flexible, glistening faintly beneath the strange starlight coming through the opened window, each vertebra has unfurled into a series of overlapping chitinous plates that ripple from neck to heel. Limbs have multiplied. Instead of 2 arms and 2 legs, a multitude of thin, articulated appendages sprout from his sides, ribs having been repurposed, jointed and tapering, ending in hooked, dexterous claws that scrabble silently against the floorboards. His skin, mottled and pale, bears the sheen and subtle ridging of an exoskeleton, while what was once his back now arches higher with each undulating movement, allowing him to slither and scuttle with unnatural speed. The face, still a wet echo of Carl's former self, shows vestigial traces of a smile, warped by the intrusion of those massive mandibles, glistening with saliva, which part and click with feverish anticipation.
Eyelids have receded, leaving wide, lidless orbs that catch the light with a cold, compound shimmer. Where once there were worries about mortgage payments, anticipation for the game on Sunday morning, love for community and friends, there now only burns one imperative: meat. That's what brought the thing that was once Carl Jaeger into this structure that it no longer fully recognizes. There's a scent, unfamiliar, but the same deep down. Meat. The creature silently glides through the kitchen, a horror that stretches the length of 6 feet and runs low to the ground, driven forward by the scent of meat. Up the stairs, going into a small room where the meat smell is faint but still delicious all the same. The other smells, though, cloying, acidic, smells of ammonia, cause the creature to back out of the small room, its senses offended. But the meat smell is close. Down the hall, slipping through the cracked open door, the smell of meat growing stronger. Not one, but 2, gliding across the floor of the room as silent as death itself. The creature scuttles underneath the bed. Emerging from the other side, it uses the last foot of its body and the strong legs that sprout from where Carl's calves used to be to grip the underside of the bed, anchoring itself. The 5 feet of abominable horror that is its upper body falls upon the 2 sleeping figures in the bed. There are screams. Oh yes, there are screams. But then there is a flash of red, the crunch of bones, and then meat. 1:30 a.m. The house at the end of Barlow Lane was steeped in darkness, as the sudden blackout had left no home or structure built by human hands untouched. Bob Arliss, grumbling under his breath, fumbled for his slippers. It wasn't the first time the breaker had tripped. His bungalow was as tired as he was, wires older than most of the cars he fixed. He padded down the hallway, one hand on the wall to guide him, the other clutching a flashlight whose batteries had seen better decades. The kitchen was a study in shadow. The refrigerator dark, the sound of the branches from the dead tree he kept meaning to cut down scraping against the window above the kitchen sink, seeming louder than normal with the usual hum of the kitchen silenced. Bob's eyes adjusted, picking out the familiar shapes: table, counter, his father's battered toolbox on the chair where he'd left it. At the basement door, he hesitated. The air was tinged with something sharp, acrid. Bob wrinkled his nose. Maybe a dead mouse. He'd found his fair share, and worse, over the years. Still, it rankled, setting his teeth on edge. He muttered a curse and descended the stairs. At the bottom landing, the world seemed to be constricted. Bob's flashlight flickered, a weak cone of yellow. He swept it across the cinder block walls, the tangle of old pipes, the ancient fuse box. Something moved. Swift, almost liquid, a blur at the edges of the light. Bob's heart stuttered. He blinked, trying to clear the haze from his vision. He swept the room again until he settled on a corner at the far end. It was there. A figure hunched in the corner. Too thin. Limbs wrong. Elongated. The head, oh Christ, the head seemed almost human. But the eyes shimmered glassy and black, and the long needled proboscis twitched, questing at the air. Bob froze. His mind scrambled, searching for sense, for anything that belonged to the world he knew. The creature crawled forward, joints bending backwards, a grotesque parody of a person.
It was dressed in tatters that might once have been clothing. Its skin was gray, mottled with shadows, and the stench, sweet, rotting, chemical, clung to every breath.
"What the fuck?"
Bob whispered, voice shaking. He fumbled for a wrench on the workbench, cold metal slick in his hand. The creature regarded him, head cocked, and for a moment Bob thought he saw something, someone, behind those eyes. But then the mouth parts flexed, glistening, and the creature lunged. Closing the distance between them in seconds, Bob swung with the wrench, but there never really was a chance. His blow bounced off the carapace of the creature's side, and when the proboscis, a tube perhaps 3 inches in diameter, pierced through his sternum and into his chest, only a whoosh of air escaped his mouth rather than a scream. The wrench clattered uselessly on the floor as the sucking sounds of the creature who had once been one of his neighbors filled the darkened basement. As the proboscis drained blood, it also secreted a fluid that liquefied the organs and muscle of its prey. Fortunately for Bob Arliss, the initial shock of his sternum being broken and the destruction of the heart that lay behind it brought about unconsciousness and then death rather quickly. He did not feel his organs melting into a fluid and then being forcibly pulled out as the creature fed. By the time it was finished, the thing that had once been a man discarded the empty sack of skin and bones that had once been Bob Arliss. 1:35 a.m. Denise's eyes snapped open to the cold humming silence of the library lobby. For several seconds her mind floated in formless confusion. Memory and sensation adrift like leaves in a black current. The lights overhead were out, replaced by a strange blue light that seemed to have no clear origin, shifting in hues that were unfamiliar to her mind. The vast desk and the neat ranks of book returns that were as known to her as her own living room were gone, replaced by bulges and humps that were alien. She was lying on what was left of the faded rug, cheek pressed to the rough weave, and her body ached as if she had run a marathon in her sleep. Anthony, Michael, fear, rescue, running? Fragments. Anthony's hand tight around her wrist, Michael's desperate voice, a smell like burning copper, rippled through her, but none of it made sense, as if she'd awakened from a dream that had been happening to someone else. She pushed herself upright, every muscle trembling, palms stinging from contact with the cold floor. The library was empty, but didn't feel abandoned. A sense of recent violence clung to the air, as tangible as the residue of smoke. She staggered to her feet, blinking away the last shadows of unconsciousness. The massive front doors loomed ahead, latticed with Art Deco glass panes and iron fretwork. Denise's steps were uneven, but she crossed the lobby, drawn to the doors by the prickling certainty that something was terribly wrong. She stopped short, heart pounding. The front doors were sealed shut, the strange light brightening as she approached as if to mock her. A thick, pulsing layer of something organic had crept over the glass and iron, veining itself into ropes of pale, glistening tissue. At first, Denise thought it might be a strange trick of the alien light, but then the mass seemed to quiver in response to her approach, as if it could sense her, like a sea anemone recoiling from a shadow. She reached out, drawn by morbid curiosity, and the substance retracted slightly, revealing only more layers beneath. She jerked her hand back, bile rising in her throat. Panic threatened to overwhelm her, but it was a hollow, slow-spreading sensation, as if her own emotions had to wade through syrup. Every instinct screamed at her to escape, but there was no apparent exit. The windows along the lobby were opaque with the same strange growth, their frames bulging and warped. For a moment, Denise stood paralyzed, heart hammering against the inside of her ribs. Everywhere she looked, the library was mutated, the familiar geometry of walls and shelves subtly warped, as if the building itself were breathing, exhaling a chill that brushed against her skin in shivering waves. The air was thick, electric, tinged with the smell of ozone and something rank, like fresh earth from a grave. She forced herself to move, each step a wrenching act of will. Her footsteps sounded hollow, out of sync with the rhythm of her own pulse. The stacks, once neat and reassuring, were now a maze of shifting shadows and half-seen corridors, their boundaries wavering at the edge of her vision. As she passed between them, Denise became aware of shapes drifting through the gloom, tall and loping, some hunched and shuddering, others gliding with impossible grace. They hovered at the periphery, so faint they seemed to be nothing more than tricks of the constantly shifting light. Yet when she tried to focus, their outlines sharpened for a heartbeat, and her blood ran cold. They were nearly translucent, flickering in and out of existence like images on a faulty screen. Some had faces, blank, featureless ovals stretched too long to belong to anything human. Others seemed draped in vaporous rags or tethered to the broken shelves by sinews of mist. They moved without sound, their motions eerily synchronized as if they obeyed a logic she couldn't see. As Denise kept walking, the sensation deepened. She was glimpsing things that weren't really there, yet at the same time, they were. It was like looking at a double-exposed piece of film, only she got the sense that she was seeing something older than what she knew, older than memory itself. And with every blink, she felt less certain again. The line between what was real and what merely pressed against the inside of her mind grew thin and indistinct. Once a shape drifted close enough that she caught the faintest brush of icy air against her cheek, and she recoiled, her breath fogging before her lips. She moved deeper into the twisted interior, compelled and repelled in equal measures. The architecture grew stranger. Corridors spiraled where there had once been none. Doorways stood open to rooms she'd never seen in all her years in the library. The lights flickered faster, casting strobe-like shadows that made the shapes jitter and jerk, as though they were struggling to break free of whatever boundary held them. At the heart of it all, Denise sensed a presence, vast, watching, and hungry, its awareness brushing against hers like the edge of a nightmare that she could not wake from. She staggered on, her thoughts unraveling, desperate for a way out, even as the sense of enclosure pressed tighter. And with every faltering step, the conviction grew that she was not merely seeing these things, she was being seen in return. 1:48 a.m. Sheriff Froman eased his cruiser to a stop at the emergency access ramp of the hospital parking lot, the headlights carving a brief path through the thick, unyielding darkness. After a moment of hesitation, he exited his vehicle, leaving the door open behind him for a reason that was not quite clear within his mind. "Always make sure you have an exit plan." A voice floated up from the depths of his consciousness. Whose voice was it? Was it his? No. It sounded like Brewster, the humorless drill sergeant who had taken the 18-year-old kid that Froman had been and turned him into a soldier. "Not that I got a lot to work with," Brewster had said upon the first day of basic training. "If this is the best that the hills of West Virginia have to offer the United States military, then you should have just stayed at home plucking your banjo, boy." When David had reminded the squat but thickly built sergeant that he was in fact from Virginia and not West Virginia, the sergeant had complimented him on his knowledge of geography, and then ordered him to demonstrate his math skills by dropping and giving the sergeant 50 push-ups, followed by a few laps ran around the base. Brewster had been barking at him the whole time. "You're from where I say you're from till you've earned the right for me to remember your fucking name. Now do you understand me, Banjo Boy?" "Yes, sir," David had replied each time. "Always keep an exit open," the voice spoke again. "When entering hostile territory in an unknown situation, always keep an exit open at your back. Beating a retreat ain't cowardice, you banjo-plucking hillbilly. It's always better to pull back, regroup, and try a different angle, rather than die trying to force a losing situation. Although I expect you won't even make it off the plane once you're over there. Nah, I expect you'll be crying for your mama's moonshine before that bird even lands. Won't you, West Virginia?" And while David had missed his mother the entire time he was gone, he had in fact made it off the plane. His reward for doing so had been 4 years in hell. Why was he thinking about Brewster? About anything from that time? "Because this is a war zone," his mind whispered. "And you know it. You can feel it. You might not know who the enemy is, but you know that there is one." The parking lot stretched out behind him, eerie and devoid of sound. Without the usual halo of lampposts, the hospital itself became a hulking shadow, its windows blank and black, the familiar red emergency sign extinguished. He listened, waiting for the shudder of an automatic door, the click of a cigarette lighter from a nurse on a break, any scrap of routine life. Instead, the night pressed in tightly. Even the crickets seemed to have retreated, leaving the air so silent that the faint ticking of the cruiser's engine echoed. Froman squinted, trying to pierce the gloom. Not a single figure crossed the lot. No clusters of anxious visitors, no ambulances idling, no wheelchairs left at the curb. He clicked on his flashlight and stepped out, boots crunching grit, the beam slicing through the void. The automatic doors ahead were stilled, glass smeared with mist, their motionless panes warning of the blackout's reach. He scanned the horizon, storefronts, street corners, distant homes, all swallowed by the same thick veil. Not a glimmer of life. How far did this blackout stretch? Was the whole of Haven, Virginia, in the dark? He checked the radio at his belt, its silence a weight in his palm, and let his other hand rest on his sidearm, his pulse a steady thrum in his wrist. The only sounds as he moved toward the emergency entrance were the hollow echo of his own footsteps, and the low, restless murmur of the wind rustling through empty branches. Each step in the darkness made him more alert, heart thrumming with the certainty that something was here. Something was waiting just beyond the reach of his light. Sheriff Froman's flashlight picked out the faint outline of the door leading to the emergency access ramp. Opening it hesitantly, he stepped through. Water beaded on the metal handrails, slick with condensation. Each step downward was accompanied by the slow squeal of his boots on wet concrete. He briefly wondered where this moisture had come from, as it had not rained in at least a few days and the air was not humid. At the ramp's foot, the basement entrance yawned open, its battered double doors wedged by a cinder block that the deputies bringing the bodies in from their sweep must have used for convenience. Darkness pooled within so thick that the generous beam of his mag light flattened and dissolved at the edges. He paused at the threshold, counting his breaths. The silence was absolute, broken only by the faint drip of water somewhere in the gloom. The air was cooler inside, and dense with the scent of chemical cleaners and something underneath. Rot, old blood, the peculiar sweetness that clings to places of death. The narrow corridor led him to a battered sign, Morgue, its painted letters chipped and peeling, flecks of rust spattering the surface. The walls here were tiled, the grout darkened by years of use, and the floor was sticky underfoot. Inside, the cold thickened, biting through his uniform. The flashlight circle swept the room, revealing vinyl body bags stacked haphazardly along one wall, their outlines slack and shrunken, pale tags fluttering like flags at their zippers. Every one of the body bags had been torn open from the inside, the ragged holes gaping, echoing the ones he'd seen at the mortuary earlier, a grim symmetry he couldn't ignore. He angled his light downward, catching partial footprints, smears of something dark, leading off in all directions, out the door he had just come through, towards the stairs leading into the hospital's main level, and some going deeper into the basement. His heart thudded against his vest as he took another step, the sound echoing in the close, windowless space. Glancing up, he saw the outline of a gurney tipped on its side, sheets tangled and stained. Drawers gaped open along the far wall, the interiors empty but stained at the seams. A single latex glove lay discarded at his feet, fingers curled inward like a dying spider. He crept forward, tension thrumming in his veins, each step carrying him deeper into the oppressive gloom. Past the upended gurney, the darkness thickened, swallowing the beam of his flashlight until it seemed only a feeble glow fighting against the void. A few steps farther in, and he first saw the bodies. 4 forms were sprawled in grotesque disarray, the familiar uniforms of his deputies twisted and bloodied, badges catching the light like warning eyes. Limbs jutted at unnatural angles, faces waxy and blank, eyes glassy with the final terror they had witnessed. They were men and women he had grown to think of as brothers and sisters, even surrogate sons and daughters, in some cases. And now here they lay, looking the same as Donner had at the mortuary, as if they had been mauled by bears or hyenas. David reversed his grip on the maglite and drew his sidearm, laying his right wrist over his left and preparing to continue onward. A cold ache began spreading beneath his ribs. In the silence that pressed in from all sides, his heartbeat sounded impossibly loud. Then, slicing through the hush, David heard a voice. A thin, desperate thread from farther down the hall, just beyond the next corner. It was more a rasp than a call, as if forced through shattered teeth. "Please, help me." He froze, every instinct alight with warning. Still, unable to turn away, he tightened his grip on the flashlight and edged past the fallen deputies, careful not to disturb their twisted forms. The voice came again, raw and pleading. "Please, someone, oh God, please, help. Taking a deep breath in an attempt to steady himself, David stepped as quietly as he could around the next corner. The sight that greeted him was nothing short of pure madness. The first thing he saw was the deputy. At a glance, he was pretty sure that it was Rollins, being held aloft in the air by something that should not exist. The thing stood roughly the same height as an average-sized man, but was far broader across the middle. David assumed that this increased width was required to accommodate the large mouth that began just below where the creature's nose should be and ended right around where one would normally find a belly button. What appeared to be broken ribs formed jagged teeth, although there were far too many. A gaping red hole oozing a strange black fluid lay beyond those malformed teeth, a hole that Rollins' leg was disappearing into bit by bit, as if the thing were attempting to swallow him whole. Bony protuberances stuck out of the thing's sides, seeming to serve as makeshift limbs formed from segmented bone. These limbs had punctured Rollins' sides, along with one of his legs, and were holding the 218-pound man in the air as if he weighed nothing. The side of the deputy's face that David could see looked like raw hamburger. The eye on the left side popped and was lying on the ruined cheek in a formless mass. Soft chewing sounds could be heard over the deputy's weakening cries for help. It was these sounds that spurred David into action. Utter revulsion filled him at the thought of this man being eaten alive by this thing.
"Help me, please, help,"
came the last quiet pleas for help, and then mercifully, Deputy Hank Rollins either passed out from shock or died from blood loss. The quiet chewing was the only sound within the basement for the next few moments, but then it was drowned out by the roar of gunfire. 5 of the 6 rounds from Sheriff Froman's .357 struck the creature, the first shot going wild as David was trying to avoid hitting Rollins, whether the man was dead or alive. The lumpy mass that might have served as the creature's head turned to face the sheriff, eyes that were nothing more than slits locking with his. The odd limbs that had pierced Rollins' body withdrew, dropping the man's mangled form to the floor with a wet thump, and began advancing towards David. Getting a full view of the creature provided more detail than David's mind wanted as he began walking backwards and reaching for his speed loader. The creature was a grotesque fusion of nightmare and anatomy gone awry. Its head was not distinct, but instead appeared as a lumpen, malformed mass perched atop its hunched shoulders, giving the unsettling impression that its face might be anywhere, or nowhere at all. Instead of recognizable features, the head is little more than a bulge, its surface uneven and shifting, with slits that suggest eyes peering from the folds. Its skin is stretched and leathery, the color reminiscent of old parchment left to dry in the sun, mottled with bruised purples, yellows, and sickly grays. The skin appears almost armor-like in its resilience, but is cracked and pulled tight across its frame, hinting at the unnatural strength of the being. The bony limbs probe the air endlessly and senselessly, reaching out towards the ceiling, the walls, the sheriff, causing David to wonder if perhaps its eyesight was impaired. The mouth is a gaping maw, blood-flecked jagged teeth, and a long, obscene tongue. An odd mewling noise came from the horror as it advanced towards the retreating sheriff. Having reloaded, David raised his sidearm and opened fire again, this time squeezing off all 6 rounds and aiming for center mass. All 6 struck home, breaking a couple of the creature's teeth, one tearing into the soft tissue of its mouth, the other 2 rounds striking the left side of what could be considered its chest. But still, the horror kept advancing. Opening the cylinder again, David quickly reloaded his weapon with the last of his ammunition. Again, he squeezed off all 6 rounds. 5 of them found their mark. The 3rd shot went wild as David nearly tripped over the legs of one of the mangled deputies. But the barrage finally took its toll. As David's gun struck dry, the creature faltered, shuddering as if uncertain whether to advance or retreat. For a moment it loomed in the flickering shadows, its grotesque form wavering beneath the harsh beam of the flashlight. Then a tremor ran through its body. It took an ungainly step backwards, its bony limbs scraping across the stained linoleum. With a guttural hiss, chillingly human in its timbre, it collapsed forward, folding those unnatural appendages beneath its torso. Now hunched low, the creature propelled itself in a crab-like scuttle, the twisted limbs acting as makeshift legs. It kept its faceless bulge turned toward David, slits glinting with something otherworldly. Another hiss issued, this one straining with malice and something that sounded uncannily like a plea. Before David could tell if he had injured the thing or merely confused it, the creature retreated, scrabbling backwards at spine-crawling speed, vanishing into the darkness that yawned at the far end of the hospital's basement. The echo of its passage lingered, half animal, half desperate warning, leaving David alone but for the silence and the bodies of his fallen comrades. David let out a shaky breath, his heart hammering so hard inside of his chest that it hurt. I shot that motherfucker at least 15 times. His mind yammered. How is it not dead? What the hell even is it? But Sheriff Froman thought he knew part of the answer to his second question, just as he thought he knew why the hospital had been so quiet when he approached, why there hadn't been any orderlies, nurses, visitors, or even patients standing outside when he had arrived, and why he had not encountered any other horrors as he had made his way through the darkened basement. How many dead in the main building? He asked himself, and the answer came to him at once. All of them. Or at least those who couldn't hide or get out when everything happened. He looked back down at the mangled bodies of the deputies, his men and women, and he thought about the one in the room further beyond. A pang of grief cut through Sheriff Froman, sharp as the cold metal of his badge. Deputy Rollins. The old bastard had joined the department alongside him, back when the nights were quieter and the worst thing anyone faced was a bar fight or a busted taillight. Rollins could have worn the star, could have run the whole outfit if he'd wanted to, and everyone knew it. But he'd shrugged off the office with a wry grin, content to let Froman take the heat and the late-night calls, commenting to him once, "Hell, Dave, if the shit ever hits the fan, I'd feel better following a soldier into battle." But when the battle finally came, David had not been here. It didn't matter to him that his presence likely would not have changed anything. He felt he had failed them. He had failed Rollins and their families. And now he would have to leave them behind for the time being, as he had no way of knowing where that thing had gone, or how many others might be hiding within the shadows. "But you know how many of them there are in total, don't you, good buddy?" David's mind spoke. And yes, he did. "I'll come back for you, Hank," David said in a voice that was barely above a whisper. "I'll come back for all of you." Reluctantly, David turned away, forcing himself to move, each step feeling like a betrayal. He kept his shoulders squared, jaw set, and retraced his path through the wounded corridors of the basement, the hush broken only by the echo of his boots on blood-slick linoleum. He holstered his weapon as he did so, seeing as it was little more than a club without ammunition. He was nearly to the ramp, the faint, cold light from the headlights of his cruiser filtering in from outside, a promise of escape, when a sound cracked through the stillness. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Sharp and arrhythmic, echoing like hailstones against a window pane. He felt before he saw that crawling dread, a certainty that the thing had returned. David spun, mag light trembling in his grip, and the beam sliced through the shadows. Out from the ruined gloom at the far end of the hallway, something moved, quick and precise, legs clicking against the floor, glossy and white, impossibly jointed. The creature burst into the circle of light, its body and angles all wrong, all hunger, all hate. There was no time to think. Instinct roared through him. He pivoted, heart jackhammering, and sprinted for the ramp. The cold night suddenly not nearly cold enough for the terror pounding through his blood. Behind him, the tapping accelerated, a staccato death march closing in. Sheriff Froman ran like he had not run in years, pouring it on as heavy as he could. Yet still he could sense that the thing was closing on him. As he reached the ramp, he could see red and blue lights bouncing off the walls of the access area. His radio coming to life confirmed what his eyes had already told him.
Sheriff, we're at the hospital,
Hernandez's voice said.
I'm standing by your cruiser. Where are you?
Pulling his radio from his belt without missing a step, David depressed the talk button.
Hernandez, I'm coming up the access ramp with the heat coming right behind me,
he said, his voice clear and concise despite his hammering heart and confused mind.
When I get clear, I need you and whoever is out there with you to open fire, regardless of what you see coming out of this fucking basement behind me. I repeat, open fire once I'm clear. That's an order. Copy,
was the deputy's only reply. David put what little he had left into his run, pushing his body as hard as he could. He could hear the tapping of those horrific legs getting louder, and could sense that the creature was nearly within striking distance. Busting through the doorway at the top of the access ramp, Sheriff Froman felt the cold night slap against his face, a sensation sharper than adrenaline itself. The parking lot was a blur of siren-lit chaos, with officers standing behind their cruisers, their weapons raised. Without slowing, he pivoted hard to the right, boots scraping on the concrete, and hurled himself down, rolling beneath the sweep of headlights.
Get ready,
David bellowed.
And don't stop till that fucking thing stops moving. It killed 5 of your brothers and sisters.
He didn't know if the thing that had killed Rollins had been responsible for the others, but in the moment it didn't matter. It also didn't matter that he had no rational explanation of how something like the horror that he had encountered could exist, and that the only reason he wasn't lying in the fetal position drooling on the ground is because the situation had developed too fast. All Sheriff David Froman knew was that he wanted that fucking thing dead. A split second later, the basement door shuddered as the creature shot through the opening with a hideous clatter, all jagged limbs and impossible speed. The deputies, eyes wild with terror but hands steady, unleashed a barrage of gunfire, muzzle flashes strobing in the swirling red and blue, the sound shattering the relative quiet of the night air. David pressed himself flat to the asphalt, heart thundering in his ears, every muscle tensed in anticipation of a screech, a scream, or the sickening sound of bullets meeting flesh or chitin. He began to crawl, low to the ground, pulling himself along with his forearms, getting clear of the battle, as at the moment he was about as useful as a 36-hour clock. After moving away from the immediate danger, David lay on his back, chest heaving as he dragged in cold, metallic-tasting breaths. The world around him was a chaos of staccato bursts of violence, the sound of gunfire, and the acrid scent of gunpowder mixed with a deep, earthy rot that seemed to emanate from the creature itself. He blinked sweat and grit out of his eyes as intermittent bursts of light, red, blue, white-hot muzzle flashes, carved wild shadows across the parking lot, briefly illuminating the monstrous silhouette at the center of it all. Gradually, the haze receded from David's vision. The chaotic dance of light steadied, the ringing in his ears faded, and through the haze of cordite and terror, he saw the impossible. The thing was down. Its grotesque frame, all angles and distorted flesh, jerked and spasmed on the unforgiving asphalt, riddled by the deputy's relentless hail. Chunks of leathery flesh were shattered, torn away to reveal something viscous and dark beneath. Several of the bone legs had been broken, all oozing a reddish-black fluid. The air thrummed with the residual energy of violence, but the creature itself had fallen. 2 more shotgun blasts from one of the deputies, David thought it was Hernandez, and the misshapen, lumpy mass that David took to be the creature's head disappeared in a reddish-black mist. And then it lay still.
"You gonna get up, or you gonna lie there on your ass, West Virginia?"
Brewster's voice again, coming into Sheriff Froman's mind as clearly as if the man were no more than a foot away from him.
"The way I see it, you got 2 options here,"
the voice continued.
"Option number 1 is that you lie there on the ground until that thing's buddies come running due to the noise. How much ammo do you think your men have left? Option number 2 is that you screw your nuts back on, get up, and lead your men. There are a couple women over there, too,"
David replied to the voice in his head.
"Speak only when I ask you a question, West Virginia,"
Brewster barked at him.
"Now, as I was saying, your men and women over there are scared and confused. They don't know what the fuck that thing was any more than you do. But what you do know now is that it's not invincible, meaning its buddies probably aren't either. But you're gonna need some higher calibers, and a lot of them. So option number 2 is the only way you and your deputies have a chance of getting out of this alive. Or you're gonna lose our bet this late in the game. You can always have a nervous breakdown once this situation is seen to. Until then, you have a responsibility to those people who just saved your worthless ass."
The voice went quiet again, leaving David alone with his thoughts. Why was he hearing Brewster again after all these years? And the bet. He'd forgotten all about their bet, even though Brewster was a permanent fixture in his memory. He had hated that man, hated his drills, his insults, how hard he had pushed all of them. Hated him until the day he was shipping out. Brewster had approached him, looking like a goddamn recliner suddenly got the inclination to get up and walk. The sun had been shining, the late July weather scorchingly hot, and David's heart had sunk when he had seen the drill sergeant approach.
"Now we find out if it was all worth it,"
Brewster had said, giving David a measured look.
"You don't like me much, do you, West Virginia?"
the sergeant had asked. David had kept quiet.
"You can speak freely, Private,"
Brewster had offered.
"No, sir, I don't,"
David had replied. Brewster had smiled at that, transforming his face into something that was almost friendly. That's okay, West Virginia. To be honest, I don't like you much either. Big farm-bred Virginia boy, walking in here like you thought you was something. But you learned what real strength is during your time here, didn't you? David had thought about that for a moment, and found that he had. Yes, sir, it did, he had replied. You gotta understand my position, West Virginia, Brewster had continued. You see, we ran out of men, so now we're sending boys over there to fight this war. There are field sergeants over there no older than 21. I have to be hard on the lot of you, because I want you to survive. Whether I like you or not, you're a soldier in the United States military, and I want every one of you to come back alive and with all your limbs intact. If you think I was hard on you, the time you spent with me was nothing. The real hell is waiting for you on the other side of the ocean. Brewster had then given David an appraising look. You got steel in you, West Virginia, but I still only give you a 50-50 chance of coming back. You gonna prove me wrong? David had met the sergeant's eyes. You're goddamn right I will, he had replied. And I'll be the first person to buy you a beer, Brewster had said, smiling again. He had then given David a salute. Be safe over there, Private Froman, he had said. In David's recollection, it was the first time Brewster had used his name. And look after your brothers over there. They're your family. Not born by blood, but forged by trial. You be safe and come home, Private. That's an order. David had returned the salute, but kept quiet. He had not trusted his voice to stay steady in that moment. But he believed that he finally understood Brewster a little, and the sadness and fear in the sergeant's eyes told him the rest. Sheriff Froman rose to his feet, gave one last glance at the creature, which was lying still, although parts of its body continued to pulse and writhe, and then turned to his deputies. Thank you, he said with a tip of the hat that he was not currently wearing. Sheriff, Hernandez asked, her voice quavering despite her obvious efforts to try and control it. Sheriff, what the fuck was that thing? Not here, Froman answered. We need to get back to the station, resupply on ammo, and I need to speak to that kid again. We need to get moving before the rest of them react to the gunfire. Rest of them? Deputy Pinkman asked. Jesus Christ, Sheriff. There's more of these things? At least 126 more, David had answered. How do you know? Hernandez began, but then Froman could see the penny dropping within her eyes. He nodded. The victims of whatever happened earlier, he confirmed, and then gestured back to the deformed lump of flesh. I'm pretty sure that was one of them. I'll explain the rest when we get back to the station, David said as the sounds of screams and gunfire began from the surrounding areas. We need to move if we want to protect the people, Hernandez, David finished. And we need more guns and a hell of a lot more ammunition to do that. So let's get moving. 1:52 a.m. Michael sat within the darkness of the interrogation room, his only light coming from a Coleman lantern. The world narrowed to the chipped mug of lukewarm coffee trembling between his hands. The distant rattle of radios and the muted thud of boots filtered in from the hall, but inside the air was static with things unsaid. A deputy leaned against the doorframe outside, arms folded, looking in on Michael with the cool detachment of someone who had seen plenty of folks being left to ponder over their life choices. He raised the mug, let the bitter liquid touch against his tongue, and tried not to think about the blood on his shirt. The shadows at the far edge of the room thickened, as if the light itself were recoiling. Michael blinked once, twice, and almost spilled his coffee as the shape materialized. Tall, familiar, composed of memory and grief. Andrew stood before him, eyes too bright, his smile too gentle for a night like this.
"You look awful,"
Andrew whispered, voice threading through the room like a draft. Michael set his mug down, knuckles white. "You're not here." Andrew crouched, his form flickering at the edges, and reached a hand across the scarred tabletop.
"Does it matter? Listen, you know what you have to do."
"Stop," Michael breathed, glancing at the deputy outside. But the man showed no sign of turning around, either oblivious or deciding that the kid on ice wasn't going anywhere. Andrew's gaze sharpened, the warmth fading.
"The book, Michael. You gotta get it back. Finish what I started. Or all of this,"
he gestured, encompassing the chaos beyond the walls. The screams that, unknown to Michael, were beginning to fill the world outside.
"gets worse."
Michael shook his head, heart pounding. But Andrew pressed on, insistent, his presence growing colder, more urgent with every word. Andrew leaned in, his voice a silvery thread binding the space between them.
"You think you ruined it? You can still be forgiven, Michael. It wasn't your fault. Not all of it. You just didn't know any better. If you finish the ritual, if you bring the book back, they'll forgive you. I will too. There's a reward waiting for you at the end of this."
Michael's breath hitched, a dozen questions crowding the tip of his tongue. But Andrew's gaze pinned him in place. Shadows spilled from the corners, curling at Andrew's feet.
"You're not alone, you know. Not really. Denise."
The name struck like a match in the darkness, and Michael's grip tightened on the mug.
"She's alive. I saw her. She's trapped. The library. She's still in there. Lost in the dark."
A tremor passed through Michael, hope and terror mingling. "You're lying," he whispered. But Andrew only shook his head, the sorrow in his eyes folding into something darker.
"Whatever you believe, go to the library. Go get the book. Finish what I started. If you do,"
he added, softer now, almost gentle,
"all of this will be over. People will still die, and that's a foregone conclusion, but their end will be quick and relatively painless, rather than, bloody and savage."
Michael's fingers trembled on the mug as he swallowed, forcing his gaze into Andrew's eyes, those familiar, impossible eyes. "You're not really here," he said, voice thin. "And you're not Andrew." A strange calm flickered over Andrew's borrowed face. The edges of his form glimmered, unmoored from solidity, and he nodded, not denying, not defending.
"You're right,"
he said quietly.
"I'm not. I'm what's left, Michael. The part of you that brushed against the book's heart. The memory it left behind. The fracture where truth leaks in."
Michael stared, terror unraveling into a cold, bleak clarity. Andrew's voice softened, echoing slightly now, as if the words came from inside Michael's skull.
"You know the rules have changed, right? You know this world doesn't fit the old shape. I'm the piece of you that remembers that. The piece that can't look away from what I set in motion. I'm not here to haunt you, Michael. I'm here because some part of you still wants to finish it. Still wants to dive deeper into the truth."
He leaned closer, the illusion of warmth gone, replaced with a pallid shimmer.
"You want the truth? You already have it. I'm just the echo reminding you. Go to the library.
Get the book. There's still time, but not much. You don't need to believe me. Just go see for yourself."
For a moment, Michael's mind was a churning sea, and then beneath the surface, a blunt certainty. What stood across from him was not a ghost, but the scar the book had burned into his own soul. Truth wearing Andrew's face. Michael recoiled, bracing himself against the brittle edge of the table, clinging to the fading solidity of his surroundings. "You're lying," he said again, more to himself than to the apparition before him, clutching the denial like a shield against the impossible. But the veneer of the interrogation room, with its institutional gray walls lit only by lamplight, began to ripple, the colors bleeding out, the walls warping as if reality itself were an old photograph left too long in the sun. Andrew's shape grew indistinct, the lines of his face unraveling, eyes becoming bottomless wells. The world shuddered. Michael's pulse thundered in his ears as the floor dissolved beneath him, tiles giving way to a horizonless void, geometry collapsing, right angles curving into spirals of ink and static. The room was gone. In its place, a landscape of shifting fragments, shattered bookshelves wheeling through starlit emptiness, words tumbling from open pages, each letter a living thing. Sounds twisted, stretching into silence, then breaking into a chorus of whispers. His name, Denise's, snatches of memories torn and rearranged. The Andrew thing hovered at the center, a focal point in this storm of chaos, flickering with the afterimage of a friend, now nothing but a vessel for Michael's guilt. Michael pushed himself backwards, his body weightless, his mind awash in dread and wonder. He reached for something solid, but his hands met only smoke and memory. The truth pressed in, overwhelming. All the boundaries he'd trusted had come unmoored, every rule rewritten in the wake of what had been unleashed.
"You see?"
The not Andrew intoned, voice layered with static.
"This is the shape beneath the surface. The world you remember is only the shadow. Here, in the heart of the fracture, there's nothing left to hide behind. Only the chaos that lies on the other side."
Michael clapped his hands over his mouth, desperate to cage the scream clawing its way up his throat. The symphony of chaos came to a crescendo, shrill and unrelenting, as if the world itself was tearing along hidden seams. He squeezed his eyes shut, just long enough for the torrent to crest, break, and recede. And then silence. The air was still cool and dense against his skin. Michael opened his eyes to find himself once more in the interrogation room, the lamplight steady, the table firm beneath his trembling fingers, the walls, flat, institutional, unmoving, held no trace of their earlier distortion. Across from him, the chair was empty. Andrew, whatever that presence had been, was gone. Yet something lingered, insistent and inescapable. The words pulsed in his mind, bright as afterimages. Get the book. The echo of them was so clear he almost expected to see them hovering in the air, spectral yet undeniable. He lowered his hands, heart hammering, sweat cooling on his brow. Reality had returned, but it was thinner now, stretched taut over the memory of what he'd seen. The familiar room seemed to hold its breath, waiting. All that remained was the imperative, etched across the raw places in his mind. Get the book. 1:58 a.m. Deputy Frazier guided his cruiser along the narrow, dark ribbon of road that led out of Haven, headlights tunneling through the dense blackness left in the wake of the power outage. The familiar landscape, usually banal in its repetition, barbed wire leaning mailboxes, the hint of fields beyond, was rendered alien beneath the twin weights of silence and shadow. The world seemed to have shrunk to the space inside the vehicle. Engine purring, radio quiet, only the steady thump of his pulse for company. Sheriff Froman had asked him to head out of town while he was checking on the mortuary and something that Hernandez had reported. He was to contact the state police and request their aid during the current situation, even though it was clear that no one knew what that situation actually was. He drove with his window cracked, half hoping for a distant glimmer of light, any sign that the blackout hadn't swallowed the entire region. The air was cool, carrying the metallic tang of ozone and a faint underlying scent he couldn't quite name. Something resinous and sharp, like sap weeping from a wounded tree. The town limits marker flashed by, and Frazier pressed the accelerator, urgency mounting. State police would have backup generators, more manpower, and more help for the people of Haven. He rehearsed what he'd say when he reached them, how he'd explain the blackout, the missing people, the nervous edge in everyone's eyes. Then, as the cruiser rounded a gentle bend and the last of Haven faded behind him, his lights caught something impossible. The road simply ended, or rather it ran flush against a wall, vast, seamless, and looking almost alive. He braked hard, gravel skittering beneath the tires. The high beams washed over a surface that shimmered with a subtle pulsing motion, as if it breathed. The wall arced overhead, 40, maybe 50 feet high, although it was hard for him to tell in the near total darkness. What he could see was that it was blocking the road, the ditches, the fields beyond. It wasn't stone, not metal or wood, but something altogether other. Fibrous, ridged, the color of old wax and bruised fruit, slick with a faint sheen as though exuding a thin film of moisture. Aaron stepped out, leaving the engine running, his radio sitting within its cradle. The air outside vibrated with a hush so deep it pressed against his eardrums. He approached, boots crunching on the verge, hand instinctively dropping to the butt of his sidearm. Not that a weapon would matter against something like this. Up close the wall seemed to pulse, slow, tidal, as if answering to some heartbeat buried deep within the earth. Tendrils the width of his arm curled and retracted along its base, weaving in and out of the surface, leaving puckered scars behind. He extended a tentative hand, fingers outstretched, but before he could touch it, the barrier rippled, drawing back as though it had sensed his nearness. A low moan issued from within, the sound not quite organic, but almost mechanical, a resonance that seemed to speak directly to his bones. He staggered back, breath catching in his throat. The scent was stronger here, cloying and primal, shot through with the underlying mineral reek of something ancient and freshly unearthed. He called out, voice cracking, sound swallowed instantly by the wall's presence. There was no way around it. The barrier curved out of sight in both directions, disappearing into the tree line, as if the whole town had been wrapped in the stuff, sealed off from the world. On impulse, Aaron flung a rock at it. The stone struck and was absorbed with a wet, sucking sound, leaving only a faint ripple in the mass. He returned to his cruiser, hands shaking, mind reeling. Haven was isolated, not by the blackout, not by distance, but by this living wall. In the darkness, the only certainty was that nothing would be getting in or out of town tonight, or any time soon. Through the windshield, Fraser's gaze cut the night in shards of trembling light. At first he thought it was only the wind stirring the roadside brush, but the movement was too deliberate, too sinuous. Shadows flitted across the beams, slick bodies slithering in and out of the field of vision, quicksilver on the periphery. Some were low and serpentine, others skittered upright, limbs too many, and they were jointed all wrong. Their silhouettes suggested nothing Fraser could name, but their intent was clear. They were converging. A sharp crack splintered the hush, the unmistakable snap of distant gunfire, punctuated by shouts that rose and fell, muffled by the enclosing wall. Panic flared in Fraser's chest. He fumbled for the radio, hands slippery with sweat, and lifted the mic, thumb pressing the button so hard it hurt. 2:25 a.m. Inside the walls of the sheriff's department, the dispatch room glowed with the soft light of lanterns, casting frantic shadows. The battered dispatch console was strewn with half-drunk coffee cups, spilled reports, and a growing tangle of wires that seemed intent on strangling what little order remained. Sheriff Froman's voice was steady, measured, but his eyes darted between the pale faces of the deputies, betraying a deep unease. Hernandez, usually unflappable, drummed her fingers on the chipped tabletop, the rhythm sharp against the hush, and the others clustered close, drawn together like castaways on a sinking raft. The call from Fraser still echoed in the silence between their words. The town was sealed in by something no one could name or even comprehend. The world outside had been reduced to static, to the distant stutter of gunfire, to the threat of what slithered just beyond the reach of their meager lights. The memory of the sounds the creature at the hospital had made as it charged out of the basement, slick, wet, alive, and screams that were all too human clung to their thoughts, infecting every conversation with the possibility that every shadow held something watching. Froman recounted what Michael had told him in the trembling, halting way of someone afraid to look too closely at the truth. He whispered about the old book, its leather binding cracked and stained, its pages cramped with twisted script that sometimes seemed to shimmer or crawl when the young man had looked at it. He described the ritual in the library as Michael had told it to him. Of his friend Andrew's frantic breathing, the circle of alien blue light, the words that fell from his tongue in a guttural cadence, almost as if the language resisted being spoken aloud. He finished with how Michael had described Andrew being eaten alive by something unseen after he had knocked him out of the circle of light. How David had believed the kid was crazy until he went to the mortuary, and most definitely after the hospital. Hernandez ran a hand over her face, the lamplight drawing out the pallor beneath her skin, sweat beading on her narrowed brow. So this, well, whatever it is, it's tied to that ritual? Her voice fractured, barely more than a whisper, as if uttering it too loudly might draw something's attention. Froman nodded, voice thick with the weight of memory. He recalled the way Michael's hands had shaken, the way his eyes kept flicking to the door as though expecting something to surge through it at any moment. Michael said Andrew was trying to call something forth, something that I suppose lives just outside of our natural world. But he interrupted the ritual before it was completed. He thought he had stopped it, but the words hung in the air, heavy as lead. He glanced at the window, where the dark pressed hard against the glass. The deputies exchanged glances, fear threading itself into the room and binding them together. The radio crackled, a sudden shrill burst that made everyone flinch, before dissolving into a thin filament of hope in the suffocating quiet.
Hello? Hello, is anyone there?
Hernandez's voice, laced with barely contained panic, was answered by static and the faint echo of someone praying. Inside, the only certainty was that whatever had been summoned, or awakened, was not done with Haven yet. Each heartbeat seemed to tighten the grip of the unseen presence, and the deputies waited, breathless, for any sign that their world had not yet completely collapsed into a nightmare. The door to the dispatch room opened, breaking the fragile quiet with the clatter of hurried footsteps and the faint scent of cheap perfume that clung to Holly's jacket. Her hair was disheveled, lips pressed thin, and the pale glow of the lamps turned her face spectral as she scanned the tense cluster of deputies. Her voice was soft, but carried the snap of urgency, slicing through the tension.
Sheriff, Michael, that kid, he's been asking for you,
Holly announced, her eyes locking on David's.
He says it's important and that he won't talk to anyone else.
Every conversation in the room withered. David's hand hesitated on the back of a chair, knuckles white. He felt the collective hope and dread in the air, as if Haven itself was holding its breath.
Where's he at?
David's voice was rough with exhaustion.
Still in the interrogation room. It didn't feel quite right putting him in a cell. He's been pacing for the last 20 minutes. Looks like he's talking to himself.
David nodded, jaw clenched. He left the dispatch room, the door whispering shut behind him, the muffled radio static and anxious voices fading as he walked down the narrow, echoing hallway. Michael paced back and forth in the interrogation room, hands wringing together as if he could drive out the memory of what he'd seen this night. The lantern on the table cast restless shadows across his face. He looked up as David entered, his eyes wide and hollowed by fear and sleeplessness.
You said you wanted to see me,
David prompted, pitching his tone as gentle as the moment allowed.
In truth, I was mean to talk to you all the same. I thought you were just crazy,
Froman admitted.
But now I think different. So whatever you got to say, I'm all ears.
Michael swallowed, glancing toward the blank gray wall as if making sure that it was still there.
Sheriff, I think I can undo what Andrew did.
David stepped closer, boots scraping on tile.
How?
The question hung heavy, surrounded by the distant thud of gunfire as the situation beyond the department was escalating. Michael shook his head, voice trembling but determined.
To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. But I know I'll need the book. The one Andrew used. The one I buried. I need to see those words, the old language, to figure out what ritual he tried. If it's like a spell book, then there might be a way to reverse it, you know?
A silence stretched between them, thick with dread and fragile hope. David watched Michael's hands, raw from worry, and saw in the young man's eyes a desperate, brittle resolve that echoed his own.
Well, as far as plans go, that one sounds pretty vague. But we'll get you the book,
David said quietly, the words a vow heavy with the weight of unknown dangers.
You just tell me where you buried it, and we'll get it for you, whatever it takes.
Michael opened his mouth, determination flashing through the anxious lines of his face. I should come. I can take you right to it. I can... Froman raised a hand. The sheriff's authority settled over the cramped, lamp-lit room like a gathering thundercloud.
No,
he said, his voice ironclad but not unkind.
You're a civilian, Michael. It's my job to keep you safe. We don't know what else might be out there. If things get heated...
He paused, letting the unsaid dangers linger in the air, sharp as broken glass.
You stay here. You've done enough for now. Just tell me where it's buried.
Michael's protest hovered unspoken before he sagged, defeated, and nodded. He described the clearing behind the old mill road in painstaking detail, about half a mile from the library, the way the tree line curved away from the main path, the half-fallen birch tree with its pale bark flaking like old paint, its roots curling above the earth like the fingers of a buried hand. I buried it just past that, Michael said, voice barely above a whisper. Under the rocks by the creek bend. You'll see where the moss is torn up, fresh but already starting to grow back. There's a patch of bluebells just a little ways off. If you find those, you're close. Froman absorbed every word, mentally mapping the route through the tangled woods and muddy bank. The sheriff's eyes flickered to Michael's trembling hands, and he nodded a thank you to the young man. He left the interrogation room, the metallic click of the door echoing behind him. In the dispatch office, the air was dense with tension. Radios sputtering bursts of static and frantic code, deputies engaged in quiet, nervous conversation. Froman's silhouette cut through the commotion like the brow of a ship. He called out the names of 8 deputies, people he trusted for their discipline and grit, their faces drawn but resolute.
We're going out,
he announced, his voice low but carrying.
Full kit. Vests, flashlights, sidearms, shotguns, extra ammunition, and radios on an open channel. This isn't a routine call, you know that. We're retrieving something dangerous from the woods, and we do it by the book. No heroics.
The deputies exchanged quick, loaded glances as they strapped on their gear. Holmes checking his sidearm, Hernandez loading extra batteries into her flashlight, Connor rubbing a thumb over the St. Christopher medal at his neck. They moved with the silent efficiency of a crew that knows the shape of fear, but not its flavor. Yet. As the team assembled, Froman flicked the switch on his radio and shared the coordinates Michael had described.
Clearing behind the old mill, half-fallen birch, rocks by the creek bend. Look for torn moss and bluebells. Eye up for anything out of place. We don't know what else might be out there.
Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the windows and carrying distant echoes of unrest from the center of town. Froman stepped out into the restless night, Hernandez at his side, the heavy door swinging shut behind them. The air was thick and electric, charged with the threat of an oncoming storm, although the sky was still clear. Every sound was amplified. The brittle snap of twigs beneath their boots, the metallic click as Hernandez adjusted her vest, the distant clatter of shutters in the wind. They moved toward the waiting convoy of patrol vehicles, brown and white hulks crouched on the gravel, headlights off but radios blinking with eerie persistence. In the near distance, the deputies waited in a tense cluster, glancing often into the darkness. Froman raised a hand, halting Hernandez mid-step. His attention was caught by the horizon beyond the yard, where the world seemed subtly but unmistakably changed. The unfamiliar constellations over the treetops were broken, devoured by a new shadow. It was vast and seamless, a mass of darkness deeper than night itself, swelling over the pines like a tidal wave paused in the moment before collapse. Though the shape lacked any clear outline, no form that could clearly be perceived, its presence was unmistakably animate. The air around it shimmered, slightly warped, as though this darkness were not merely absence, but a living form pressing against the membrane of their world. Against the slightly off colors of the stars, they could see faint movement along its edges, ripples like breath, or the slow undulations of some enormous beast just beneath the surface. Froman's heartbeat thudded in his chest, every muscle tensed for a threat he could not name. Hernandez, pale beneath the rim of her cap, followed his gaze. Her grip on her flashlight had turned her knuckles bone white. She whispered something, maybe a prayer, maybe a curse, before raising her radio, but no words came. Behind them, the static of the dispatch office was suddenly drowned by a hush so deep it pressed against their ears. Every instinct screamed at Froman to look away, but he forced himself to study the thing, this anomaly, seeking any clue to its purpose or origin. It felt ancient, patient, a presence that did not belong, yet seemed inevitable. As the foreboding shadow shimmered out of existence, revealing the rest of the alien sky, David shared a quick glance with Hernandez. He steadied his voice for his team, projecting a calm he did not feel, as he was all but certain they had not seen the shadow. "Stay sharp, we're not alone out there." The words hung in the wind. Each carried a faint, impossible sound, like the distant rush of wings, or the murmur of something vast stirring just beyond the horizon, waiting to slip through. Quietly, he said to Hernandez, "We need to find that fucking book, and fast." As they headed down the stairs into the front of the line for David's cruiser, the alien sky looked down upon them with cold indifference. 2:52 a.m. During the trip over to the Old Mill Road, David and his deputies began to see signs that the infection that had taken hold in some of the citizens of Haven had begun to spread to the town itself. The cruiser's headlights swept across Main Street, illuminating scenes that defied reason even in the fractured hours before dawn. The road itself writhed beneath the tires, slick black tar swelling and pulsing as if some vast thing beneath the surface was flexing its limbs. Tendrils, thick as tree limbs and glistening with viscous dew, curled out from storm drains and between cracks in the pavement, snaking lazily across the street before retracting at the touch of light. Froman's grip tightened on the steering wheel as the cruiser lurched over a rising seam in the asphalts. "Are you seeing this?" he asked, his voice a notch above a whisper. Hernandez, squinting into the shifting gloom, nodded. "It's like the town's alive, or being overwritten." On either side, houses twisted against the sky, porches stretching and sagging, shingles fluttering like scales along the backs of hunched unnatural silhouettes. Streetlights bent over the roadway, their poles elongated and drooping,
casting sickly, swaying shadows that never seemed to touch the ground. Storefronts on the square folded inward, their glass fronts rippling as if some unseen tide pressed against the walls from within. A shrill static burst from the radio, then fizzled into strained silence. In the rear view, Deputy Ross's car kept its distance, the beams of his headlights wavering as if refracted through water. An alleyway yawned open, wrong-angled and impossibly deep, lined by the tentacular shapes that now infested Haven's underbelly. Froman kept his eyes on the undulating road ahead, knuckles pale against the wheel. "A book did this?" Hernandez inquired, half in disbelief, half in accusation. "How the hell does ink and paper rewrite a town?" Hernandez's gaze lingered on a porch that had sprouted new angles while they watched, the boards twisting in a pattern that seemed to echo the swirl of words in an unseen page. "I don't think it's the book that did this. I think that book's just the facilitator," Froman said. "Maybe it's more than just ink and paper. Maybe it's like..." He paused, searching for language that fit the moment. "A blueprint for reality." Hernandez glanced at him, eyes perplexed. "So someone reads some words and this all starts? The streets change, the houses fold up, those people turn into God knows what?" "The way I've been thinking about it's like this," Froman began. "What's 3 plus 4? He asked the deputy. 7, Hernandez answered promptly. "Now, if I replace that plus sign with a minus sign, what do you get?" he asked next. "-1, Hernandez responded. And then, "Dave, what's your point?" "My point is, by just changing one thing in that equation, you end up with completely different results. Maybe whatever Michael's friend did is kind of like that. He read something in that book that changed something fundamental about our reality, and that change let something slip through. Michael said he thought it was like a door being propped open. Something is on the other side trying to enter our world. Maybe the things we've seen so far are what little bit of it was able to make the trip." A storefront shuddered as they passed, the window panes sliding over one another like stacked glass cards. "You're thinking of that thing we saw on the horizon?" Hernandez asked. "You think that's what's trying to get in?" "I don't know," David said thoughtfully. "Maybe. I don't think it was a hallucination because we both saw it. But I don't think it was really there at the same time. If something like that was here, I don't think we'd be having this conversation." Static hissed again on the radio, a stuttering pulse that almost formed words. Froman slowed as the cruiser neared the town square. "So if we find the book, we shut this down?" Hernandez asked. Sheriff Froman nodded, though there was no certainty in the gesture. The shapes in the alley seemed to pulse with dark anticipation, as if the town itself were listening. "Michael thinks he can reverse whatever Andrew did. I think that's a long shot, but seeing as I don't have any other ideas about how to deal with this situation, I figure it's worth a try. Otherwise, I think we might be looking at the first chapter as something none of us can finish." Hernandez exhaled, fogging the windshield. "Let's just hope he can do something with the damn thing." They pushed forward, headlights slicing through the restless dark, searching for the object that had become the axis of Haven's unraveling world. The cruiser's headlights faltered as they turned onto Old Mill Road, the gravel beneath the tires grinding like teeth. The town's distortion seemed to fade at the edge of the woods, replaced by a deeper and more deliberate darkness. The trees crowded close, their trunks warped and slick with something that shimmered in the beam of the headlights, neither bark nor lichen, but a pattern, as if an alien language had grown roots here too. Froman killed the engine.
Silence crashed down, broken only by the distant, deliberate snap of a branch. No one spoke as they stepped out of their vehicles. Boots sank into deep loam, and the night was heavy with the breath of unseen things. Hernandez scanned the tree line, her flashlight trembling in her grip, almost in anticipation, as if the forest itself might inhale and speak their names. Somewhere ahead, the wind blew through the trees, creating a slow, creaking sigh, followed by the unmistakable thud of something massive shifting among the trunks. Branches rattled in a rhythm that mimicked heartbeats, slow and expectant. Froman felt each step drag at him, as if the ground wanted to hold him back. Collins fell in behind them, the crunch of twigs underfoot too quick, too loud. "It's just the wind," they whispered. But even the lie tasted hollow. Every shadow seemed to watch, every leaf to shudder with willful intent. The path narrowed, the dark on either side pulsing with the half-glimpsed movement of things too large to belong in any ordinary forest. Shapes that lumbered without grace, waiting. Somewhere ahead a lantern bobbed, no, swayed, caught in the crook of a low branch, casting sickly gold across the undergrowth. The trees here leaned together, their branches tangled in a lattice that closed behind them, erasing any hope of turning back. Froman tightened his grip on the flashlight and drew his sidearm, jaw set. "Let's go," he breathed, voice barely rising above the night's uneasy chorus. "We stick to the plan. We find that book." But Haven's woods had their own stories now, and as the party pressed forward, the sound of unseen things following grew louder. Slow, deliberate, inexorable. The forest was listening, and the next page was waiting to be written. 3:15 a.m. Michael sat hunched on the unforgiving bench of the sheriff's department lobby, an old lantern humming on the table next to him, casting everything in a shade too pale to be comforting. His fingers worked restlessly at the bottom of his shirt, and he tried fruitlessly to banish the unwelcome vision that had joined him. But Andrew was there, again, not in the flesh, but conjured fresh from memory or madness, perched with insolent grace on the opposite chair. Shadows bunched beneath Andrew's eyes, and his smile flashed too wide, too knowing.
"So this is how you wait it out?"
The vision mused, voice silk smooth and tinged with mockery.
"You really think the sheriff will be back? That any of them will? They're not the only ones hanging out in those woods, you know."
Michael's jaw clenched. He looked away, but Andrew's gaze pressed against his thoughts, insistent as a storm building beneath his skull.
"What if they do come back?"
Andrew continued, legs crossed, spectral and serene.
"What if they actually find the book and bring it to you? Their loyal advisor, the man with all the answers. Will you finish it, Michael? Will you complete the ritual? Or are you still pretending you can stop this? Pretending that you're not already in too deep?"
Michael swallowed, pulse quickening. The hum of the police scanner on the counter stuttered, and for a moment he thought he saw the lights flicker, the world drawing breath in anticipation. Andrew leaned forward, elbows on knees, eyes glinting with feverish amusement.
"You know how this ends, even if you're too much of a coward to admit it. They're all gonna die, eventually, and so will you if you don't play ball. Which one will you choose when the pages are handed to you? Life or death? Reward or punishment?"
Outside, the dawn was still more of an idea than a promise, and Michael was left with nothing but the folding silence of the waiting room and the constant sound of Andrew's taunting voice, threading through his thoughts like a refrain he could not unhear. Michael said nothing. His silence was a brittle shield, brittle as frost, and Andrew's shape, flickering, impossibly vivid, leaned closer, the air around him shimmering with accusation. "You let me die, you traitorous fuck," Andrew whispered, voice sharp as the edge of memory. "You pushed me out of my circle of protection. You stood there and watched, and you did nothing. Tell yourself it was the right thing to do, that you had no choice. Whatever makes the story easier to swallow." He smiled, teeth a slash of white in the manufactured gloom. "But that's what you do, isn't it? You hide. You cower. And what did you accomplish by killing me? Not a goddamn thing, that's what. What's happening now is far worse than what would have resulted if you'd have let me finish. But you didn't. You killed me. You goddamn fucking murderer, you killed me." Michael's fists curled tighter, knuckles shining. Still, he would not look at Andrew, would not meet those haunted, hollow eyes. Andrew's tone softened, almost sympathetic. "You think you can do anything if you get that book? There are things out there, Michael. Hungry things. Patient things. They know your name now. They know the taste of your fear." A slow, deliberate pause. Michael could feel the world narrowing, a pressure building in the air as if the walls yearned to entomb around him. The scrape of a chair startled Michael, fracturing the suffocating pressure that pressed in from all sides. Holly the dispatcher approached, her soft footfalls a gentle counterpoint to the electric hush. She balanced a tepid cup of coffee in one hand, her badge glinting beneath the flicker of the lantern light. She paused at the edge of the waiting room, surveying Michael with practiced concern, the look of someone who's seen too many people unravel in the dead hours before dawn. "Hey." Her voice was low, soothing, carrying the weight of a dozen similar conversations spun out across midnight shifts. She set the cup down just within Michael's reach, leaning on the counter as if to anchor herself, and him, to the moment. "You think if Froman brings you that book, you'll be able to stop all this?" The question was asked lightly, but her gaze searched his face for fissures, for answers. Michael's eyes darted to her, and then away, to the shadowed corners, to the battered chair where Andrew's ghost sat, legs crossed, amusement flickering across spectral features. Andrew's smirk tugged at the edges of Michael's vision, silent but insistent, a reminder of everything unresolved. Michael rubbed a trembling hand across his mouth, the taste of old coffee and fear familiar on his tongue. The word trembled, almost disappearing beneath the persistent hum of the police scanner. He drew in a shaky breath, forcing his shoulders to loosen. "I honestly don't know," he admitted, the words falling heavy and unguarded. "It feels like maybe, if I had the book, I could do something. Close the door, lock whatever's out there away. But every time I try to see how it ends..." His gaze flickered back to Andrew, who mouthed the word liar, lips curling in soundless mockery. "It just gets harder to tell what's real and what's not. Like the story's already been written and I'm just catching up." Holly followed his line of sight, her brows knitting as if she could sense the chill Andrew brought with him. She lingered, letting the silence settle before offering a half-smile, a small token of reassurance. "You don't have to figure it out alone," she said, her hand resting lightly on the counter.
Whatever's happening out there, we can face it together, okay? And that's what we're here for.
Michael lowered his head, gripping the cup of coffee in both hands, letting its slight warmth seep into his bones. But even as he forced himself to focus on Holly, the comforting cadence of her voice, the solid promise in her words, Andrew began laughing, soft and merciless, curling beneath the surface of Michael's thoughts, promising that the worst was yet to come. Finally, Michael met the dispatcher's eyes and slightly shook his head. His eyes were tired, Holly saw, bloodshot, and ringed with darkness and a weariness that a man so young should not feel. "That's the thing," he said softly. "I think I'm going to have to do it alone." 3:25 a.m. Denise's feet shuffled numbly over the warped wooden floors, each board groaning under her weight, as if the library resented her presence. The walls around her seemed to contract and breathe, their faded wallpaper peeling in ribbons, revealing veins of old plaster underneath. The air hung heavy and damp, thick with the earthy scent of mold and the acrid tang of dust, coating her tongue and burning her nostrils with every hesitant breath. Book spines leered from their shelves, their titles smeared by time, letters swimming and twisting in the gloom. The corridors betrayed her with every turn, doubling back in impossible ways, shelves crowding in so tightly she sometimes had to squeeze sideways, hands trembling as she braced herself against splintered oak, the wood biting into her palms. She had lost all sense of time. The old grandfather clock at the end of the main hallway had stopped at 9:12 p.m., its pendulum motionless, its tick-tock lost to the silence that swallowed the once familiar structure. Her legs ached with fatigue, and her mind teetered on the edge of panic and exhaustion, a persistent, bone-deep tremor that radiated from her knees and spread upward, making every step uncertain. Shadows clung to the ceiling and danced along the walls, chasing her footsteps, whispering with voices not her own, a cacophony of splintered memories and warnings, their words half familiar and always wrong. Every so often she caught the echo of laughter, brittle and sharp, ricocheting from alcove to alcove, mingling with the creaks and sighs of old timber.
"Lost,"
creaked a voice from nowhere, a sound that was ageless and inhuman.
"Wandering, wandering, always wandering, until something finds you."
A shape moved in the dark. Denise could not say when she first noticed it, only that a pressure began to build at her temples, as if the very air thickened and quivered around her like a living thing. The shadows pressed closer, coalescing at the edges of her vision, and then she saw it. Impossibly, it was a hand, stretching out from the gloom. Its outline was blurred, the skin mottled and faintly luminescent, as if reality itself rebelled against its form. The fingers splayed, unnaturally long, pushing at nothing, their tips flattening against an invisible wall of air that shimmered like glass in the dim light. Denise stumbled backward, her mouth opened in a silent gasp, one heel catching on a loose floorboard. The pressure built, and the hand forced its way deeper into the room, distorting the space around it, warping the strange blue light and casting a darkness so dense that the shadows appeared to reach for her, curling around her feet. The hand dissolved, its shape unraveling into something more monstrous, a contour emerging, then pressing against the invisible barrier, bending the air with its impossible presence. Denise's breath snagged in her throat as the shadows thickened and a face appeared, bulbous and featureless, draped in shifting colors that flickered and pulsed, shades Denise could not name. It was a face only in the sense that it was not anything else. There was a suggestion of eyes, too many and arranged in spirals, a mouth, glistening and cavernous, rimmed with pale, translucent flesh, not built for speech or smile, but for some other alien purpose. From deep within the library, the sound of cracked laughter, accompanied by screams both human and inhuman. The face that was no face at all yawned towards her, filling her senses with the insatiable need to feed, to feast upon flesh, to bathe itself in the blood of its victims, to rend, to tear, to feed. Meat. Meat. The smell of rotting meat and the taste of blood upon her tongue. A desire so intense, pressure building within her body. The need to kill, the need to feast, to rip and tear flesh with her teeth, to bask in the screams of her victims, to feed. As the pressure built until she felt upon the verge of exploding, the face leered ever closer. Denise screamed in protest and denial, in understanding and madness. And then, thankfully, the edges of her vision grayed. Her own screams followed her into unconsciousness. 3:37 a.m. At first, the trek through the woods went well for Sheriff Froman and his deputies. The strange new stars were bright and heavy above the trees, casting spectral shadows over the undergrowth as the group moved in single file, boots crunching through dew-slicked leaves that glistened faintly with the residue of an odd liquid. Their radios were turned off except David's for the time being, but for a while nothing stirred save the nervous rhythm of their breaths and the distant chorus of frogs echoing from a nearby stream. Every few steps, Sheriff Froman scanned the forest with a practiced eye, searching for any sign, an upturned branch, a dark stain on the bark, a footprint pressed into the soft earth. Deputy Mason, flashlight angled ahead, tried to peer through a tangle of brambles that snagged at his uniform and left scratches on his skin. The air felt cold and was thick with the scent of moss and decay. It was as if the woods were slowly rotting as they traipsed through them. Then there was a faint rustle, too deliberate to be mere wind, that set everyone on edge. Mason froze, his fingers tightening around his sidearm, while the others cautiously raised their weapons. The silence stretched out, expectant, until from the shadows above a black, glistening mass erupted downward. With a wet, hissing shriek, the spider-like creature dropped onto Mason's back. Its claws, long and hooked, sank through the fabric of his uniform and into his flesh, pinning him in place. The woods erupted in chaos. Mason's cries tore through the night air, echoing against the trunks, mingling with the shrill, inhuman screeches of the creature. The deputy fell to the ground, a black shape scrabbling upon his back. There were confused yells, cries to help him, that there wasn't a clear shot, a few desperate screams of revulsion. The shape dug at the deputy, attacking with the manic energy of an insect. In the starlit night, the creature was nearly impossible to see. Then there was a sickening wet crack as the mandibles on the malformed horror bit through the back of Mason's head. These disruptions to the quiet of the woods were closely followed by a chilling chorus. The sounds of other things that must be responding to the noise of the struggle were converging upon them. Branches snapped beneath unseen weight, dry leaves rustled in frantic waves, guttural grunts and wet slithers reverberated from every direction. The starlight seemed to shrink away, retreating from these landlocked wretches, as more shapes began to move in the gloom, delineated only by the gleam of pale eyes and the slow, relentless click of claws pressing into the earth. Sheriff Froman barked orders, voice trembling, as his deputies pivoted, weapons raised, hearts drumming in their ears. The forest itself felt as if it had awakened, hungry, and the line between hunter and hunted blurred in the suffocating dark. Flashlight beams swept through trees, revealing nothing more than vague impressions of their enemy. Mason had stopped screaming. The sound of his body being drug away through the dead leaves seemed to be a premonition of what awaited the rest of them. David wiped sweat from his eyes, trying to gain sight of a target, of where the threat was coming from.
"It's coming from everywhere, you fucking hillbilly,"
Brewster barked within his mind.
"Now what I need you to do, soldier, is quit looking around wildly, calm your goddamn breathing, and use your fucking ears. How many hostiles are there?"
I don't know," David thought frantically.
"I can't tell. Shit, I don't even know how many legs these goddamn things might have."
"Calm your mind, West Virginia," Brewster ordered.
"This ain't the first time you've been in a fight in the woods, so calm your mind, or you and your people are gonna die."
David did as he was commanded. He slowed his breathing and closed his eyes slightly, focusing all of his attention to his ears.
"How many, Private?"
Brewster again.
3, maybe 4 on my left,"
David answered.
"Sounds like something big on my right. Multiple steps, but moving in unison. So we'll say 5 to 7 hostiles."
Brewster spoke calmly.
"And considering what you've already seen from these motherfuckers, I think that's more than you and your group can handle. Especially here. You gotta get moving, West Virginia."
"But Mason," David began, yet Brewster didn't let him finish.
"Mason is dead, soldier,"
he said sternly but not unkindly.
"And you know that. And I don't think he would want you and the rest of his friends to die while hesitating. I think he'd want you to finish the mission. The way forward sounds clear. And better yet, the kid said that the book was buried in a clearing, far more conducive to fighting. But even if we make it there, what do we do?" "God damn it, West Virginia, I taught you all of this,"
Brewster barked so loudly that David almost flinched.
"You circle up, shoulder to shoulder, and shoot at anything that moves until nothing's moving. Remember the one in the basement?"
the drill sergeant continued.
"You stunned it, or confused it. Hell, maybe you even scared it for a moment. In any case, it fucked off. Maybe these bastards will do the same. I don't think these motherfuckers are all that smart. Now lead your man, West Virginia," Brewster ordered, "or you all die right here."
Froman raised his voice to be heard over the confused chatter and ominous noises from the dark and bellowed.
"On me! Form up and run! Make for the clearing! Let's move!"
A frantic scramble ensued. Boots thudded against the loam as the deputies tore through the undergrowth, branches whipping their faces, breath hitching in sharp gasps. The thick bramble clawed at their uniforms, snatching at sleeves and belts, trying to hold them back. Behind them, the cacophony of pursuit grew louder. Crashing limbs, guttural snarls, the sickening slap and scrape of claws against bark and stone. Shadows surged between the trunks, monstrous shapes glimpsed only in flashes of starlight or the wild swing of a flashlight beam. Sheriff Froman yelled for them to keep moving, his words ragged, desperate. Every heartbeat was a countdown, every stride a frantic gamble, the woods folding deeper and darker around them, the path twisting beneath their feet. Something slapped at David's arm, almost knocking him off balance. Then there was the roar of the shotgun that Hernandez was carrying, followed by a howl of pain and fury so alien that David believed he would hear it within his mind until his dying day. Another deputy stumbled, nearly falling as a claw grazed their boot, sending up a spray of damp leaves. The forest seemed to funnel them onward, narrowing to a claustrophobic corridor of tangled roots and spectral silver beams. The deputy's world shrank to tunnel vision, running, breathing, the slap of their pulse in their ears. Somewhere ahead, the stream called with its chorus of frogs, a promise of open space and a chance to see their attackers. But the creatures were relentless and many. And the woods themselves felt complicit, each tree and shadow conspiring to swallow them whole. Fear was a living thing, driving them on as the predator behind gave chase, ever nearer, with every breath and every step threatening to be their last. They crashed forward, desperation eclipsing exhaustion, driven by the memory of Michael's urgent directions, the clearing, the book, salvation or damnation pressed into the dirt not far ahead. The forest closed in, funneling them like prey, and the nightmare behind them grew louder, hungrier. Someone cried out, a sudden curt yelp swallowed by the rushing dark. David twisted, glimpsing Deputy Richards being yanked down by a mass of bristling limbs and hunger, their form vanishing almost instantly beneath a writhing heap of shadow and teeth. The running stuttered, faltered, but Froman's voice, hoarse but unyielding, cracked like a whip. "Don't you fucking stop! Keep moving!" They did, stumbling through a thicket that tore at their skin, hearts hammering, lungs burning, each stride a wager against oblivion. The bramble thinned, alien starlight teased through the branches, and the chorus of frogs ahead grew louder, the promise of water and open ground close enough to taste. Suddenly the woods spilled open. The surviving deputies broke into the clearing, breathless and wild-eyed, staggering into the pale silver space where the earth had been freshly disturbed. Michael's mark, a ragged mound beneath the roots of a half-fallen birch. For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. The creatures crashed against the tree line, held back by some primal reluctance or the shimmer of starlight on open ground. Froman fell to his knees beside the mound, frantically clawing at the dirt, his fingers numb and clumsy. Collins and Hernandez stood guard, shotguns trembling, eyes darting between the black wall of the trees and the pale promise of the book. Somewhere behind them, the forest seethed, restless. They had reached the clearing. They had reached their destination, battered and broken, but alive for now. Sheriff Froman's fingers scrabbled through the damp, disturbed earth, finally closing around the battered spine of the book. He almost recoiled once his hands made contact with it. The book felt warm, despite the cold earth it had been buried in, and it felt alive somehow. The cover, smeared with mud and streaked by his bloody grip, shone faintly with a strange silvery sheen beneath the stars. He hefted it from the grave-like hollow,
staggering upright, breath ragged, the copper tang of blood mingling with the scent of churned soil. The creatures pressed into the clearing now, their forms shifting and grotesque, spined bodies hunched low, claws gouging furrows into the moss and loam, eyes burning with a sickly light. Yet for all their hunger, they hesitated at the edge, circling but unwilling to approach the spot where Froman stood. Each time one inched closer, it recoiled, as if struck by an invisible force. The book pulsed faintly in his hands, warmth radiating through the torn skin of his palms, its presence both beacon and barrier. Collins and Hernandez shifted uneasily, sweat glistening along their brows as they maintained a tight grip on their shotguns. The wind stilled, and the frog's chorus faded, replaced by the uneasy rustle of brambles and the low, rasping growls of the beasts. The clearing itself felt changed, a place set apart, starlight shimmering on the upturned roots, the disturbed mound like a wound in the earth. Froman's eyes darted from the monsters to the book, then to his battered companions. The deputies held their ground, backs to each other, forming a fragile circle of resolve to ward off the encroaching dark. And there, at the center of it all, Sheriff Froman clung to the book, knuckles white, blood running in rivulets down to the grass. Around him the night pressed close, yet held at bay for now by the whispering promise bound within the book's pages, the line no creature dared cross. "What the fuck are they doing, Sheriff?" Hernandez asked in a whisper. "I don't know," David answered, although he thought that he did. From the edge of the clearing, a shape disentangled itself from the clutch of lesser creatures, a silhouette that dwarfed the others. Rising on jointed limbs, its skin mottled with black chitin and the faint shimmer of something unearthly. It moved with a deliberate, measured grace, as though gravity meant little to it, each step sinking deeper into the moss until the ground itself seemed to recoil from its presence. Froman stared, transfixed, as the thing drew near. It was a grotesque amalgam, the twisted torso and arms of a man, fused with the arching tail and armored carapace of a monstrous scorpion. Its hands ended in hooked pincers, and its eyes were too many and too bright. A long, segmented tail dripped luminous venom onto the grass. Yet it was not the body that held Froman's gaze, nor the impossible proportions, but the way the air seemed to warp around it, bending the minuscule light and swallowing sound. Something shifted in the confused, fatigued brain of Sheriff Froman, a slow, inexorable opening, as if a door had been forced ajar inside his mind. For a single, shattering moment, he saw past the mask of flesh and carapace to the truth that stood before him, something so alien to his perceptions that language failed. It was not a beast or a man, not even a nightmare from some lost folklore. It was a presence, a hunger beneath the surface of reality, clothed in borrowed bones and borrowed dreams. Froman's grip on the book tightened, his breathing slowed, and the clearing seemed to tilt nauseatingly. He felt the thing's gaze settle upon him, not through its eyes, but through some deeper sense,
A pressure, an awareness, a silent question. The world trembled, colors bled at the edges, and for an instant, Froman knew the depth of what lurked in the spaces between the world he knew and what lay beyond. Quietly, a voice spoke within his mind.
Yes, see me. You may join the boy at my altar if you wish. Finish the ritual. Bring me forth. Live as my subject, or die screaming as my meal.
The vision passed, leaving him gasping, the taste of cold metal thick on his tongue. But the memory of it lingered, a warning, a promise, a secret written in the marrow of his bones. The creature moved no closer, held at bay by the book's malign radiance. David took a tentative step forward. The creatures that had encircled them took a hesitant step back. David turned to his 6 remaining deputies. "Everyone, stay close to me. We're walking out of here," David said in a far calmer voice than he would have believed he could manage. "But Sheriff, what if they—" Collins began. "They won't," David interjected. He didn't know how he knew this. He just did. "It's like they're afraid of the book," the sheriff thought to himself. "Or maybe it's that they won't risk harming it. Maybe they want us to have it. Or more likely, they want Michael to have it." But what did that mean exactly? Did it mean that Michael was untrustworthy? Was there a double cross that David wasn't seeing? "It's not like you got a lot of options, West Virginia," Brewster said. "Unless you want to try reading that thing yourself. But if it fucks you up the way the kid said it fucked him up, I'd venture there won't be much left of Haven by the time you get your shit together." This reasoning was solid, David surmised, and when it came down to it, he wanted to trust Michael. In the end, that might be a mistake, but David reasoned that if it turned out to be a bad idea, he likely wouldn't live long enough to regret it. Sheriff Froman's grip around the ancient book tightened, resisting the urge to drop it as it grew warmer and seemed to writhe against his battered hands. He gave the signal to move. The deputies clustered around him, forming a protective wedge, their uniforms scraped and muddied from the night's chaos. Flashlights flickered in trembling hands, beams slicing nervous arcs through the thick undergrowth. Their breaths came in shallow clouds, mingling with the damp, earthy scent that clung to the forest floor. Behind and all around, the shadowy creatures maintained a careful distance, an uneven ring of twisted forms with too many limbs and glimmering pupilless eyes. Their presence was palpable, humming in the air like static before a storm. The weight of unseen stares contested each step forward, and the deputies' nerves were drawn tight as piano wire. As the group pressed deeper into the woods, every footfall sounded thunderous in the hush, and the forest held its breath again. Twigs snapped, brittle and sharp, while unseen things rustled in the brambles. McDaniel's usual bravado had dissolved, his jaw clenched so tight it trembled. Collins muttered a prayer under his breath, voice thin with dread, while Hernandez kept glancing back, eyes wide and wild. The journey felt endless, time measured in cold sweat and the aching burn of muscles locked in tension. An owl called once, mournful and distant, and somewhere far off a branch cracked loudly enough to make the whole group flinch. Eventually, the oppressive darkness began to lift. The tangled woods receded, and the landscape opened into the slight clearing where they had abandoned their vehicles, starlight washing over dew-soaked grass. Their cruiser stood waiting just beyond a scrub of alder, a sight so familiar and solid it nearly brought tears of relief. The deputies quickened their pace, boots squelching in the wet earth, the tension ebbing just slightly as the patrol car's reflective decals shone like beacons of normalcy. On the edge of the trees, the creatures lingered, their forms half hidden in shadow, eyes catching the faint light with an unearthly glint. They watched in utter silence, neither advancing nor retreating, as if bound by rules that the humans could not hope to understand. The moment hung, fragile and electric, until David, heart-pounding, led his people to the safety of the cruisers, the strange book heavy in his hands, and the mystery of Michael's role hanging between them like mist in the night. On the way back to the department, Sheriff Froman noticed even more changes that had taken hold within Haven. Strange, fleshy mounds grew out of the streets. Some of the buildings they drove by were covered by things that looked like black vines and gave the impression that they were slithering over the structures, looking for access to the inside. Within the sky, there was what appeared to be a blasted and dead star, which loomed as large as the moon normally would. He wondered how the people of Haven were faring. He hoped that they were hiding in their basements. He hoped that fire and rescue and the deputies he had sent out to go door to door had warned people of the danger, and that those men and women had found safety themselves in the ever-changing landscape. Above all, he ruminated on how powerless he felt in the present situation. This must be how a field mouse feels when he sees the plow coming, David thought bitterly. He can see his destruction moving towards him, but he can't do a goddamn thing about it. By the time they finally arrived back at the sheriff's department, it was 4:35 a.m. David cast his eye to the horizon as he pulled his cruiser into its parking spot, and he was wholly unsurprised that he did not see the soft light of morning. 4:45 a.m. Now back within the relative safety and familiarity of the station, Sheriff Froman took stock of his deputies. They were all huddled together within the dispatch office and the lobby, looking as hollow-eyed as he imagined the survivors of a nuclear war might look. He wished that he could let them rest, give them a chance to gather their bearings, but he knew that the night's work was not yet done. "Gear up," he said, his voice low but resolute, each word cutting through the tense silence. "Resupply on ammunition and stay sharp. No one moves out until I give the word." The group dispersed, boots echoing in the hallway, their steps heavy with fatigue and the grim anticipation of what awaited outside. The lantern lights continued to sputter, casting jittery patterns on the cracked linoleum. Froman caught Michael's eye and beckoned him with a tilt of his head. The two retreated into the sheriff's cramped office, cluttered with faded maps and half-spent radio batteries. David's hand trembled slightly as he handed over possession of the book to Michael, the book that was responsible for this seemingly never-ending nightmare. Its odd leather cover was warped and mottled by years of damp, the pages marked with cryptic glyphs and stains that resembled dried blood. As it left his hand, David was both relieved to be free of its weight and filled with the desire to take it back out of some strange self-destructive impulse. The air seemed to grow colder as he pressed it into Michael's hands, the significance of the moment settling between them like a thunderclap. I lost 2 good men retrieving this for you, Froman whispered, his eyes ringed with sleeplessness and the unmistakable edge of dread. Don't let him die in vain. A part of me didn't even want to hand this to you, David admitted. Partly because I'm not sure I can trust you, and partly because it gets a hold on you, doesn't it? Michael nodded but said nothing. You said you thought we could reverse what your friend Andrew did if you had this, Froman continued. How do we do that? Outside, the wind rattled the windows, and shadows from the dead star stretched long across the glass, trembling with every distant siren. Michael finally broke the silence, his voice low and measured, as if afraid the words themselves were a curse. I can't do anything here, he said, his fingers tightening around the book. I have to go back to the library. That's where it started, and that's the only place I think I have a chance to end it. There's power there. Whatever Andrew set up, whatever he started, it's still there. David recoiled, the dim light casting fractured shadows across his face, a stark reflection of the turmoil that churned within him. Are you out of your mind? Going back there is suicide. I know you have a basic understanding of what's going on outside, but let me tell you, kid, you don't know the half of it. It's a fucking war zone out there. Michael's gaze was unblinking, the book held close to his chest as though it anchored him against the chill creeping into the room. I know what I'm asking, but the ritual, the one Andrew started, the one that's warped this town, everything started at the library, Michael replied. It's all bound to that place, he continued. Even the little bit I glimpsed before made it very clear that the rites contained within this book have to be performed under very specific circumstances. If I'm to reverse what Andrew did, I need to take it back, and I need to do it there. I need to go back to that room in the basement. I think that's the only chance. But the library's sealed up, David argued. Michael dropped his eyes for a moment, and then returned them to meet Froman's. It'll open for me. Or it'll open for the book. Michael's eyes pleaded for understanding from the sheriff, but Froman merely stared at the book, as if it might sprout teeth or whisper forbidden secrets. The memory of the last expedition was etched in the lines around his eyes, the flickering flashlights, the shadows that had surrounded and pursued them, the screams of the 2 men he had lost. You're sure? David pressed, desperation scraping at the edges of his voice. I'm sure, Michael said quietly. If there's any hope, it lies in returning to the origin. The room was quiet for a few moments as Froman seemed to consider their limited options. With a gruff sigh, he nodded. Okay, we'll go back, he said in a heavy voice. Not we, Michael corrected. Whatever entity wants me to have this book will kill anyone who comes with me. I don't know how I know that, I just know. It won't want anyone else to influence me. I have to do this alone. Fuck that, David said promptly with a dismissive wave of his hand. No way, Michael. Like I said, you're a civilian, and it's my job to protect you. Nothing will bother me on my way to the library as long as I have the book, Michael said. But you already know that, don't you? Looking as if he was going to protest again, David instead remained silent and only nodded his head. Besides, Michael pressed, you have the other people of Haven to think of. There's got to be some way to help them. David clenched his fists, frustration flickering in his eyes. I just don't know what to do for him, Michael. I try to think of something, anything, but every idea just feels useless. His voice was now raw, stripped of confidence. Michael studied him for a moment, then cradled the book against his chest, almost protectively. "I wish I had an answer for that, Sheriff," he said, "but maybe this'll help. Ever since I first looked at this book, it's been leaving impressions on me. Images, feelings, flashes that don't belong to me. While I've been here at the station, a couple of times, I've seen Haven as if I'm standing outside of myself, and I've sensed those things stalking through the streets." He hesitated, searching for words that might make sense of the nightmare. "The creatures, they don't think like we do. There's no plan, no malice. They're driven by one thing alone: hunger. Just an endless, gnawing need to feed. I can feel it. It's like they're empty inside, all their thoughts eaten away. There's no empathy, no memory, no purpose except to consume. It's almost as if whatever existed in them before was erased, replaced by this terrible craving. They're like living voids. In a way, I think they're just pieces of whatever it is that Andrew tried to summon into our world. Like they're just bits of energy that slipped through a crack." David listened, silent and haunted, absorbing the weight of Michael's words, remembering the impression that he got when he was looking at the scorpion thing in the clearing, and how for a moment he could see what lay behind it. Michael continued, voice dropping nearly to a whisper. "While I don't think that fighting them head-on is the answer, and obviously reason won't reach them, but maybe you can distract them. Buy me and the people of Haven some time." A tense quiet settled over the room, broken only by the distant sound of Haven's uneasy night. Finally, Sheriff Froman seemed to make up his mind about something, and nodded to Michael. 5:10 a.m. Outside, the world remained suspended in an uneasy twilight, the promise of dawn seemingly still far away. The sun had not yet stirred on the horizon, and the entire town of Haven lay enveloped in the heavy, featureless dark, thick as velvet and cold as stone. Through desolate passageways, the creatures continued their relentless patrol. They drifted between alleyways and broken fences, moving with a hunger that seemed both aimless and inexhaustible. Their shapes, sometimes glimpsed in the periphery, sometimes revealed beneath the erratic gleam of alien stars, were indistinct, unmoored from any natural anatomy. Each was a silhouette of absence, a suggestion of teeth and limbs and eyeless faces that never quite resolved, vague forms that only hinted at the monstrosity beneath. They left behind a silence so complete it swallowed the echoes of their passage. Above it all, the sky was full of foreign stars and galaxies. In that darkness, the alien star, the one that was blasted and dead, yet impossibly present, hung lower than before, almost grazing the rooftops with its unwholesome pallor. It gave off no warmth, no light to rival even the weakest moon. Instead, it throbbed in the heavens like a bruise, vast and unmoving, emitting a gravity that pressed down on the town, on the windows and doors, on every breath the survivors dared take. Its color defied understanding, not black nor violet, nor any hue known to earthly skies, but something corrosive and foreign that gnawed at the edges of vision. The inhabitants of Haven, those who were still alive and aware, felt the dead star's presence like a thought at the back of their minds, an intrusion, a warning, a memory of a world that was never theirs. At times the star appeared closer, impossibly close, as if it might fall upon the town and erase it in a single silent moment. Within the houses and behind locked doors, every heartbeat was measured against the unnatural quiet outside. The creatures, hungry and insatiable, continued to drift, seeking nothing but to consume. Haven itself held its breath, waiting for the distant golden promise of the sun, a promise that the alien star threatened to swallow whole. 5:15 a.m. Inside the lobby, the mellow lanterns buzzed, casting pale shadows that danced across the weary faces of Sheriff Froman and his deputies. The room smelled faintly of stale coffee and sweat. The fatigue of all gathered was so strong it was nearly a physical presence among them. Every eye in the room was bloodshot, reflecting sleepless hours, stress, and the fear that this night had brought. Outside, the silence was heavy, a suffocating hush that pressed against the windows and crawled beneath the doors, broken only by the distant hollow scrape of something gliding along the gravel, a reminder of the threat that lingered just beyond their fragile sanctuary. Froman, boots planted firmly on the old tile, drew his deputies into a tight circle. His voice was steady, but beneath the surface a tremor betrayed the monumental weight of responsibility he carried. "Listen up," he began, scanning each face. Deputy Lee clutching a flashlight so tightly his knuckles were white. Deputy Collins perpetually glancing at the window, jaw clenched. And Deputy Samuels, fingers tracing the seams of a battered radio, searching for comfort in routine. "I know what we're up against out there looks like nightmares, but I don't believe these things are some kind of demon or invincible monster. They're animals, meaner than wolves, sure, but animals all the same. And like any animal, they're drawn to what they can sense. They're drawn to noise and movement." He shifted his weight, boots creaking in the silence as an uneasy energy rippled through the group. The deputies exchanged nervous glances, hands subconsciously checking holsters and radios, each of them acutely aware of just how thin the line between safety and disaster had become. Deputy Lee, voice barely above a whisper, broke the silence. "So what's the plan, Sheriff?" Froman turned to the map taped haphazardly to the wall. It was riddled with notations, routes marked with blue ink, safe houses circled in green, and ominous red circles bleeding across neighborhoods where the creatures had already struck. "We're splitting up," he said, his words threading through the tense air. 4 convoys, 3 squad cars each. I'll take lead in the first convoy. Wyclef, Johnner, you're with me. Hernandez, you're the lead of convoy number 2. Christofferson, Daniels, go with her. Collins, you'll lead Graham and Moody. And Peterson, you're with Marin and Simmons. We'll head out in different directions within a 10-block radius surrounding the old quarter. The only place we know for certain is free of civilians. And light up the sirens. Also, the lead car in each convoy will use the PA to repeat the message that Haven is under lockdown, and all civilians are to remain inside their homes. We want everything out there to chase us, not the people hiding in their homes, not the ones we're trying to protect. We're going to use their mindless hunger against them and bring those bastards right down on top of us." He traced patrol routes with a battered finger, describing sharp turns and alleyways that offered fleeting escape. "You drive hard, you keep 'em on your tail. When the time comes, you lose 'em. Turn off the noise, double back, regroup, and start over. This is about making them hunt us, not the town. We draw them out, make 'em chase us, confuse them, and then start over. I don't think these fucking things are all that smart, just instinct and teeth. We buy Michael time. He's heading to the library to hopefully put an end to this." The deputies leaned in, absorbing every instruction, each scenario playing out in their minds. The sudden roar of the siren, the screech of tires, the frantic pounding of their own hearts. A gritty determination settled over the group. Some deputies swallowed hard, faces shadowed with doubt. Others braced themselves for the sprint through the waiting dark, hands tightening on the cold steel of their sidearms. The plan was reckless, a desperate gamble, but in the weight of the Dead Star's gaze, it felt like the only hope left. Froman let the gravity of the moment settle, meeting each deputy's eyes as if willing courage to take root within them. Turning to Michael, Sheriff Froman extended his hand. "Good luck, young man," David said. Accepting the handshake, Michael offered the sheriff a weary smile that looked far older than the face it was attached to. "And to you, Sheriff," Michael replied. And then, with the sense that he would never see this man again, he added, "You're a good man, Sheriff Froman." Without waiting for a reply, Michael disengaged and headed out through the double doors and into the restless night. Turning his attention back to his deputies, David addressed them again. "Get ready," he said, voice hoarse but resolute. "On my mark, we go. And remember, make as much noise as you can, be as elusive as you can, and maintain constant radio communication. But understand one thing. Eventually, we might have to dig in our heels, stand our ground, and fight." The silence stretched for a heartbeat longer, and then the deputies began to disperse, gathering radios and flashlights, loading as much ammunition into their cruisers as they could, steeling themselves for the chaos that was yet to come. 5:35 a.m. As he slowly led his convoy down the darkened streets of Haven to begin their run, the memory of another dawn flickered through David's mind. It was the memory of the first morning of his life in a war zone, when at just 18 he'd stepped from the belly of an olive-drab transport plane onto the cracked tarmac of Long Bin Post. The air in Vietnam was suffocating, a thick, unyielding wall that pressed on his chest with every breath. Humidity had clung to his skin, beating sweat on his brow before he'd even moved. The scent of damp earth and aviation fuel mingling with the faint odor of mildew from his new kit. The sky above had been blistering and colorless, a blazing dome that promised no shade and little mercy. In the distance, the jungle shimmered, its emerald haze warped and restless, alive with the ceaseless chatter of insects and the throaty calls of unseen birds. The ground had squelched beneath his boots, half mud, half dust, churned by the endless traffic of trucks and boots. Even the air had felt alive, pulsing with a low electric tension that seeped into the bones. David's heart beat a staccato rhythm as he shouldered his duffel, eyes wide with the terror of the unknown. All around him, soldiers from every corner of America stumbled forward, blinking, their faces slack from the overnight flight and the sheer sensory overload. The sun had barely risen, yet already heat radiated from every surface, transforming fatigue into something else, something that was almost tangible. War, until that instant, had been just a word, a story on the evening news, grainy footage of helicopters and rice paddies, a distant rumble in a far-off land. Now it was everywhere. The metallic tang of rifles, the shouts of officers corralling new arrivals, the rumble of armored jeeps, and the endless damp embrace of the air. Fear snagged at him, sharp and persistent, as he moved with the flow of green uniforms toward the orderly chaos of the reception area. In David's memory, this was the first time he had heard Brewster speak within his mind. As years went on, Froman recognized this voice as just being his own, speaking in the tones of the man who had taught him more than he had realized at the time. "You in the shit now, West Virginia," the voice had said. "I know you're scared, but you remember what I taught you and trust your new brothers. You do that, and you'll be just fine. Just try not to embarrass me." He glimpsed the hardened faces of men returning from patrol, boots caked with red mud, eyes shadowed and hollow. Some moved with purpose, others with a haunted detachment, but all seemed to carry a gravity that David felt acutely. The reality of it, the possibility of violence behind the tangled tree line, the knowledge that each sunrise might be his last, settled uneasily on his shoulders. In that first moment at Long Bend, David Froman knew, with a certainty that would never leave him, that war was not an abstraction, but a living, relentless presence. It was the heat, the mud, the shouts, and the silence between them. And as the sun climbed, burning away the last cool breath of dawn, he understood he was truly, irrevocably, at war. He had arrived on Vietnamese soil a few months after the Tet Offensive's thunder had faded from headlines and the battered landscape. The official line was that the momentum had shifted. Commanders spoke of renewed hope and steady progress. The promise of an approaching victory carried on the crackling frequencies of armed forces radio and in the polished words of visiting dignitaries. For a while, it seemed as if the tide was truly turning, and the war might finally bend towards resolution. Yet beneath the surface, the realities were harsh and unyielding. By the close of 1968, the cost was staggering. More than 16,000 American lives lost in that year alone, nearly 30% of the total fallen in Vietnam. The numbers were more than headlines. They were the reason for empty bunks and silent mess halls, for the haunted expressions on veterans returning from patrol, for the letters home that sometimes never made it past a folded flag. Every day, David saw the war's toll etched in the faces of his brothers, and felt it in the quiet moments between orders, when the enormity of it all pressed in from every side. The war, no matter its shifting fortunes, was never just a matter of strategy or statistics. It was a living reckoning, and David carried that knowledge with him as surely as his rifle, through every sunrise and every long, uncertain night. When David finally made his way back to Haven, Virginia in 1972, the transition was quiet but absolute. A return not to innocence, but to a different kind of battlefield. The familiar storefronts, shaded porches, and winding lanes of his hometown seemed unchanged. Yet each sight and sound struck him as both comforting and strangely foreign. The rhythms of civilian life, lawnmowers humming, radios drifting from open windows, children's laughter echoing up the street, felt gentle yet oddly distant, as if observed through glass. Almost as soon as his boots touched home soil, David had applied to the sheriff's department. He was drawn by the prospect of order and camaraderie, the steady rhythm of duty that echoed the structure he'd known in the Army. The application process itself felt like a rite of passage. Interviews in paneled rooms, handshakes with old-timers who remembered him as a boy, and the uniform fitting, which somehow felt as solemn as donning fatigues for the first time. The badge became another kind of armor, a symbol of responsibility, of belonging to something greater than himself. The Brotherhood of Deputies, with its code and quiet kinship, offered him a way to channel the vigilance and discipline the war had sharpened in him. The small rituals of the job, morning briefings in the station house, the weight of the radio at his hip, the snap of the cruiser's door, became his new routine. At first, the streets of Haven appeared peaceful, a haven in more than just name. But David soon understood that the echoes of Vietnam lingered, sometimes in the sharp crack of a distant thunderstorm, sometimes in the wary glance exchanged with a fellow veteran in the grocery line. He carried himself with the caution learned on patrol, scanning every doorway with practiced eyes, listening for the subtle shift in tension that might signal trouble. Late at night, when the town was hushed and only the cicadas sang, he'd find himself listening for distant mortar fire, the sound replaced now by the bark of a dog or a car passing on gravel. His colleagues had seen in David a steadiness and resolve that set him apart. He became known for his calm under pressure, his ability to read a situation before it unfolded, qualities that had been forged under Southeast Asian skies. He handled tense traffic stops and late-night calls with a measured composure, earning the respect of veterans and rookies alike. Yet beneath the pressed uniform and quiet authority, he was still learning how to reconcile the man he had become with the life he'd left behind, seeking solace in routine and meaning in each small act of service. Sometimes when the station house emptied and he sat alone at his desk, he'd catch the scent of rain on hot pavement and be transported for a moment to the jungles of Vietnam. For David, the sheriff's department quickly became both a refuge and a proving ground. The work offered him a sense of purpose, a renewed connection to community, and the quiet reassurance that among the familiar rhythms of a small American town, he might at last find a measure of peace. Yet he knew the past would never fully loosen its grip. It lived with him, as persistent as dawn, and just as certain. And now, as he maneuvered his cruiser onto Bailey Avenue, and heard the low sounds of alien howls and the distant noise of sporadic gunfire, David set his jaw, tightened his grip on the wheel, and prepared to go to war again. 5:45 a.m. The library, once a sanctuary of battered paper and soft scholarly hush, had become a labyrinth of shadow and restless whispering. Denise moved within these twisting corridors, a pale wraith beneath the flickering sodium bulbs, her steps erratic, her eyes wild and unfocused, pupils dilated as if searching for shapes in the gloom. She clutched the knife, still inexplicably warm from Andrew's grasp, its blade reflecting warped images from her twisted surroundings. The force that gripped her, alien and electric, pulsed in her veins and danced along her skin. It rewrote her thoughts into a symphony of chaos, the ancient voice of the other humming at the edge of hearing. Sometimes it spoke with the sibilance of turning parchment, other times with thunderous echoes that pressed against her skull, as if the library itself had become a living entity. Words spilled out in languages she had never heard, inscribed in the air like spectral runes, echoes of unremembered eras, blueprints to impossible architectures, and the promise of secret doors behind stacks of forgotten lore.
Wait.
It commanded, its tone both patient and inexorable.
Wait for the one. The book will come.
Denise wandered, her senses unraveling and reweaving, her mind a kaleidoscope of fevered images. Each shelf and spiral staircase pulsed with hidden meaning, every dust-laden tome a vessel for forbidden knowledge. She ran her fingers across gilt-lettered spines as if reading Braille in the dark, and the voice murmured truths that twisted her heart, formulas for summoning light from shadow, instructions for unmaking the familiar world and remaking it anew. She laughed sometimes, a quiet and shattered sound. Sometimes she wept, silent and inconsolable, longing for the person she once was, before the hunger of the unknown claimed her. The library responded to her presence. Books shuddered as she passed, their pages fluttering open in sudden bursts. Floorboards creaked in patterns that seemed to mimic ancient rhythms, and the stale air grew heavy with expectation. Denise traced glyphs in the dust atop a marble reading table, symbols she could now decipher, though she could not recall ever learning them. The knife pulsed in her grip, growing heavier as the voice grew louder, its will aligning with the throbbing chaos within her. In the dim alcove near the rare manuscripts, the world outside remained within the dark grip of the other. Muffled roars and cries echoed far away, and a sound like distant thunder rolled somewhere beyond the walls. But inside, time folded and refolded, the ticking clock in the main lobby remaining dead, the hands frozen at the time of the other's partial arrival. Denise waited, as instructed, a sentinel amidst the ruins of reason. The other spoke of the book, of its coming, of the shape of destiny that would arrive with silent footfalls and trembling hands. She saw, in feverish vision, the face of the one who would bring it, a face she recognized, but one that no longer held meaning for her. When the moment came, Denise would not hesitate. The will of the other would flow through her, a current older than memory itself, and in the hush between two heartbeats, in the place where madness and revelation were indistinguishable, she would ensure its purpose was fulfilled. Until then, she wandered, lost and found, clutching the knife, listening to the voice, awaiting the arrival that would turn prophecy into reality. Shelves loomed overhead. The card catalog downstairs stood half open, its contents spilling secrets onto the floor. The air carried the scent of old leather, mildew, and something sharp, the scent of blood, and the acrid tang of ozone. 5:50 a.m. Outside, the persistent darkness pressed against the library's ancient stone facade, the silence fissured by the slow crunch of tires over shattered glass and fallen branches as Michael brought the battered cruiser to a halt under the dead remnants of a street lamp. He hesitated for a heartbeat, the borrowed keys, still bearing a tattered Sheriff Froman tag, digging cold crescents into his palm. Mist clung to Haven streets behind him, and in its shifting folds, Michael saw the skittering shadows, the things that once masqueraded as townsfolk, now hunched and misshapen, slipping between burned-out vehicles and walls scorched with cryptic spiraling marks. Andrew's apparition materialized beside him, sallow and translucent, eyes hollowed by grief and something crueler. The ghostly voice scratched at Michael's eardrums, threading through his own thoughts as easily as smoke through a keyhole.
"You're too late. None of this can be undone,"
Andrew sneered, fingers tapping a rhythm of accusation on the glove box.
"Even you can feel it. The world's unmaking itself."
He stepped from the battered cruiser, shoes crunching shards of glass scattered like brittle bones across the pavement. The library's silhouette loomed before him, transformed by a malign force, its once dignified facade now bulging and warping, stone veins pulsing in unnatural rhythms. Ancient masonry had split and fused, arches collapsing inward, windows stretched into elongated spirals that seemed to wriggle as Michael approached. In the gloom, slivers of sickly light bled from warped panes, writhing across the ground in patterns that mocked memory and geometry. The air pressed tight against his chest, thick with an electric tang that prickled his skin and seemed to whisper at the edges of his thoughts. The mist behind him twisted and coiled, occasionally revealing the hunched shadows that prowled, their limbs too long, faces a grotesque echo of the people they had once been. The book, which he held tightly under his right arm, the book that had started this nightmare, the book that he was hoping could somehow fix things, now felt small and useless against the enormity of what stood before him. As Michael drew nearer, he saw the main doors that had become something else entirely. Wood, glass, and metal fused by forces that had no regard for earthly craftsmanship. The grain of the mahogany seethed with the shimmer of bent steel and fractured glass. Hinges drooped like melted wax, and the doorknobs bulged, splitting into jagged teeth. The doors pulsed, flexing inward and outward in slow, deliberate waves, as if the building itself was learning how to breathe. A deep, resonant vibration ran through the soles of his feet. Then, as if in response to his presence, the fused doors began to realign, their components groaning and sliding, scraping across one another with a sound halfway between a sigh and a growl. The transformation was monstrous. The doorway expanded, yawning wide, and for a moment Michael glimpsed the suggestion of a gullet lined with catalog cards, their edges sharp as razors. A slick, lacquered tongue of warped wood slid back to reveal the darkness beyond. The energy radiating from the library was palpable now, a current that seemed to tug at his bones, filling the air with the scent of ozone, scorched parchment, and old blood. The very mortar between the stones glimmered faintly with glyphs, shifting just outside the reach of comprehension. Above, the gables appeared to flex in time with the rumble of distant thunder, as if the library's very structure was attuned to something ancient and ravenous. With a final breath to steady his nerves, Michael ascended the steps, each one groaning under his weight. He gripped the book even tighter and forced himself to enter the monster's mouth. He stepped into the living labyrinth, knowing that inside the ritual waited to be fulfilled, and the unmaking Andrew Shade had promised was already underway. Inside, darkness clung like cobwebs, swallowing the last meager light offered by the alien stars. The library's air was thick, each breath tasting of scorched parchment, and the faintest hint of something animal, something rabid. Floorboards groaned under his weight, echoing in patterns that twisted through his memory, and almost sounded like a voice trying to speak to him. The main lobby unfolded before him. Card catalog drawers hung half open, their yellowed cards dribbling to the floor in sigils and somber warnings. Among the scattered papers, Michael caught the faint glimmer of something wet, trails of crimson like breadcrumbs leading deeper. Beyond what he vaguely recognized as the lobby, the building seemed to have redesigned itself. Michael's heart sank as he saw the twisting corridors leading off in several directions, the high ceilings that defied imagination, and the instant impression that the building was larger on the inside than it had appeared from the street. He began to wonder how he would ever find the stairs leading to the basement, and if he could manage that, how would he find the secret room where the ritual had begun? He did not get long to ruminate upon this, however. Denise's silhouette emerged, knife glinting in the gloom, hair wild about her face. Around her, the dust swirled in unnatural eddies, glyphs glowing faintly wherever her fingers had passed. The air between them throbbed, alive with expectation, with the ancient voice that hummed at the edge of hearing, promising ruin. Michael stopped, heart pounding hard enough he could hear its echo join the distant sounds of sudden sirens outside. The moment stretched out, the two of them only staring at each other.
"Oh shit! Plot twist,"
Andrew said in a mocking tone of voice.
"Looks like you got some competition."
Denise took a shaky step forward, her form still mostly concealed in darkness. Michael gripped the book even tighter and took a tentative step backward. And then, with a scream filled with madness and murder, the dark, shambling form of Denise charged forward with malicious intent. 6 a.m. Outside, as the blasted star loomed like a tumor within the foreign sky, Sheriff Froman's voice came sharp across the radio inside each cruiser, slicing through the tension that clung to every deputy like a second skin. Each officer, pulse quickened by fear and duty, replied in turn, their sirens flaring to life, shattering the stillness of the night. At Froman's signal, the convoys rolled out in perfect harmony. Tires moved with deliberate slowness over cracked roads, headlights sweeping across warped storefronts and ruined gardens. Every route had been mapped with surgical care, an elaborate choreography designed so that none of the four convoys would intersect or block one another. The radios buzzed with clipped updates as the cars crept along at exactly 20 miles per hour, a speed meant to tantalize, hopefully being enough to draw the creatures out, to lure them into the open without turning the streets into a slaughter. For a moment, Sheriff Froman caught his own reflection in the rearview mirror, jaw clenched, eyes shadowed with the weight of consequence. Doubt flickered. Maybe he should have packed more deputies into each car, risked overwhelming force instead of this measured lure. But the thought passed as quickly as it came. 4 cars held back at the town hall, bristled with backup, his contingency plan if things veered sideways. It was a gamble, but not a reckless one. Insurance against the unpredictable. Their reserve rank silent and ready, waiting for the signal that things had gone wrong. The contingency was simple. If things were to turn on them, they would all head to the town hall, where 12 deputies would be waiting to lay down cover fire if needed. They would then circle the wagons, as David had called it, forming a makeshift barrier out of their cruisers where they would make their last stand. For several blocks, nothing happened. The deputies braced themselves, hands tight on their steering wheels, eyes flitting from mirrors to the crawling shadows beyond the glass. Store signs sat dead, and strange vines crept through gutters. The odd tentacular shapes moved within the shadows. All were symptoms of what had happened on this long and troubled night. Then, as they passed the skeletal shell of an abandoned church, the first of the creatures stirred. Hulking, distorted shapes that swayed on 2 long limbs, their skin mottled and wrong, emerging from doorways and alley mouths like nightmares granted flesh. Their eyes, if they could be called that, glimmered with a cold curiosity, tracking the movement of the slow-moving vehicles. Tension soared as more of them appeared, moving in that uncanny, jerking way that seemed both insectoid and entirely alien. Deputies could feel their gazes even through the glass. Radios crackled with hurried whispers, each convoy leader reporting the creatures' movements, the erratic way they swarmed behind and beside the cars, but never quite making contact. For a time, the creatures did not attack. Instead, they drifted behind the cruisers in a strange, silent procession, weaving through the detritus of the streets with an eerie deliberation. Their twisted bodies loamed in the wavering glow of headlights, heads cocked at odd angles as if trying to puzzle out the source of the wailing sirens. Some paused mid-step, their odd bone-like feelers twitching, their attention locked onto the flashing lights and the noise that pulsed and bounced against the empty facades. David watched with mounting dread as the procession grew. Each time he glanced in the rearview mirror, more figures emerged from alleyways and ruined buildings, drawn not by hunger, it seemed, but by a kind of bewildered curiosity. The sirens held them in thrall, and for a moment the night became a grotesque parade. The deputies driving at their steady, tantalizing speed, while the creatures followed just out of reach. The air was thick with nervous anticipation. Radios crackled with tense updates, and David could feel every muscle in his body wound tight. It was as if the monsters were waiting for something, their movements hesitant yet persistent, each step bringing more of their misshapen kin into the open. Their procession trailed the convoys, never quite closing the gap, and the streets behind began to fill with a writhing mass, an audience that studied the vehicles with alien wonder, drawn onward by the cacophony of sirens and the glint of artificial light. "Get ready," David said over the radio. "One of them is going to make a move pretty soon, and once that happens, the rest are going to follow." The convoys pressed forward, their paths winding through streets now unrecognizable, warped by the night's terrors and claimed by creeping tangles of vine and shadow. Behind, the creatures lurked in growing numbers, their grotesque silhouettes trailing the cruisers with unsettling intent. Every block seemed to stretch and distort, as if the world itself was bending under the weight of the unnatural procession. The deputies drove on in tense formation, destination fixed yet dread mounting, the night alive with the silent chase of malformed watchers. The tension snapped, loud as a whip crack, when a guttural growl rolled through the night, a sound too primal for language, yet filled with an unmistakable need. The deputies flinched, each heartbeat thundering in their ears as the creature's assault began. Shadows broke with sudden violent motion. Sinewed forms unfurled and surged from alleys and shattered doorways, hissing through rows of ruined storefronts. Their mouths, jagged, wet, peeled open in a chorus of sound that drowned out the sirens, for a moment filling the world with their lunatic chorus. Sheriff Froman barked an order, voice cutting through the storm of panic on the radio. The convoys accelerated in unison, tires screeching as the cruisers barreled down the street. The creatures closed the distance in monstrous lopes, limbs spidering across broken pavement. Deputies fired flares and shone spotlights, beams slicing through the chaos, but the monsters didn't take the bait. They only shrieked louder, emboldened by the chase. Glass rattled as claws scraped against doors, metallic shrieks echoing in the narrow spaces between cars. Each convoy felt the collective weight of terror, adrenaline boiling as the deputies began to put the rest of the plan in motion. Sheriff Froman gripped the wheel, knuckles pale, as he urged his cruiser to greater speeds. The siren's wail became a distant echo behind the thunder of the engine, and every twist of the steering wheel felt like a desperate gambit against the unnatural tide surging through the darkness. He shouted clipped orders into the radio, voice tight but in control, directing the deputies to follow his lead as he peeled into a narrow alleyway, gravel spitting beneath tires. The convoy lurched after him, headlights slicing through heaps of debris and abandoned vehicles. Froman's breath came in short, burning gasps, each turn a calculated risk, embracing the chaos of vacant streets and labyrinthine corridors to throw off the gathering horde. Yet with every dart into shadowed passageways, he caught glimpses of movement at the periphery, shapes too grotesque, too unbound by the laws of nature, sliding between the folds of night. Sweat traced cold rivers down his brow, his thoughts tangled in dread and disbelief as the world outside the glass twisted further from sanity. Shadows fractured and reformed, giving birth to things he could scarcely comprehend. Limbs that bent backwards, eyes flickering with predatory intent, mouths bristling with teeth that seemed cut from nightmares. Each time he glimpsed them in the rearview mirror, his mind recoiled, refusing to accept what logic insisted must be true. These were creatures that should not exist upon this earth. The deputies followed, convoy strung out in fragile formation, their own faces tense and white with terror. Froman led them through hairpin turns, skirting piles of rubble and darting beneath sagging fire escapes, the cruisers weaving through the city's bones like sparks dancing over kindling. Behind, the monsters pressed on, driven by hunger that was endless, maintaining a pursuit that promised no mercy and no rest. 6:15 a.m. Michael pressed his back to a cold wall, chest heaving as he tried to slow his breath, listening for Denise's echo. The corridor behind him sprawled in tangled uncertainty, its cracked tiles and crumbling walls bearing witness to 100 unseen stories. All around him, a strange blue light flickered endlessly, casting sickly slices of illumination across the floor, never quite dispelling the gloom. Each sound was amplified. The distant groan of pipes, the scuttling of something small behind the paneling, the muffled thunder of his own pulse. He remembered Denise's shriek, a jagged, splitting sound that cleaved through the halls, twisting with a ferocity that bordered on the unearthly. During the chase, her silhouette had flickered in the half-light, sometimes hunched and feral, her wild eyes catching the glow from the unnatural light. Words had poured from her lips, warped and mingled with guttural noises, sometimes a curse, sometimes mad gibbering that made Michael doubt she was even speaking in language, her voice dissolving into pure animal panic. His escape had been a blind rush, feet pounding down cracked wooden floors, weaving through a maze of branching corridors that seemed to rearrange themselves with every frantic glance over his shoulder. Denise's pursuit had been relentless. Every time he thought he'd lost her, the echo of her breath or a ragged fragment of her call sent him careening down another unfamiliar passage. The building itself seemed complicit, warping and multiplying its geometry, corners sharp as razors, stairwells coiling impossibly, doors where there should be none. He had ducked into a narrow alcove, barely a slit in the wall behind a stack of abandoned filing cabinets. The space was thick with dust and the scent of old paper. A hiding place that felt both claustrophobic and oddly safe. It was there, with trembling hands pressed against peeling plaster, that he discovered the stairs. Steps crusted with grime, spiraling upward so tightly that his shoulders brushed the walls. Each tread felt as if it might collapse beneath him, yet he climbed, his breath echoing, every footfall a challenge against the silence. The landing he reached was unlike anything he could recall. The ceiling arched overhead, sagging beneath the weight of forgotten years. The air tasted of metal, old ink, and a sweetness that Michael couldn't place. Now, as he allowed himself a brief moment of rest, he pressed trembling fingers to the edge of a cracked banister, feeling splinters bite into his skin. Denise's voice was gone, swallowed by the labyrinth. For now he was unseen, hidden in the folds of a place that felt sentient, the architecture appearing to be a living thing, bending to shield him from the chaos below. Hallways stretched out in every direction, some ending abruptly in brick, others fading into impossible shadow. Michael listened, straining for any hint of Denise's reemergence, but only the night's hush answered. The city's madness seemed to recede, its violence muffled by distance and fatigue. For this trembling heartbeat, Michael was safe, if only because the building, in its twisted benevolence, had granted him a moment of reprieve. Yet he knew, just beneath the surface, that the chase was far from over. The nightmare lingered, ready to bloom again with the next echoing footstep in a place that should not exist. A shudder passed through Michael. Not from cold, but from the sudden intrusion of another presence in his mind, oily and insistent.
Hey, he's over here!
A familiar voice shouted.
I said he's over here, you loopy bitch!
Andrew's vision materialized before him with spectral clarity. Not the real Andrew, but the phantom conjured in the depths of exhaustion and terror. He saw Andrew as he had last remembered, eyes smudged with sleeplessness, mouth twisted in a rictus of something halfway between a warning and a demand. Words slithered out, not spoken but imposed, threading into the marrow of Michael's thoughts.
You think she heard me?
He asked mockingly.
Attack her,
the vision hissed, each syllable a venomous echo. Michael recoiled, hands trembling, the pressure behind his eyes blooming with white-hot static. He pressed his palms to his temples, but Andrew's likeness only grew sharper, blooming in the blue-lit gloom, a hollow imitation of his friend.
You must obey,
Andrew insisted, voice thick with authority that felt ancient, borrowed from the mad logic of the other.
Finish the ritual. Denise is still the sacrifice. You know this, Michael. Only now, the other has severely cut down your options. Either you kill her and finish the ritual, or she most certainly is gonna kill you. She's fucking lost it, my man. Not that I blame her. Being trapped in here with a god for what must have felt like years, that'll probably do that to a person.
Andrew's words seemed to drip from the walls themselves, pooling at his feet, seeping out from every crack of the ruined building like poison. Michael squeezed his eyes shut, attempting to banish Andrew's specter with a ragged breath. He could not, would not, be dragged by phantom hands into this theater of violence. The blue light, ever present, cast strange, flickering shadows that danced along the peeling wallpaper and exposed beams, somehow bright enough for reading, yet cold as the abyss. He staggered to his knees, the ancient book heavy in his arms, its leather cover cracked and mottled from centuries of anxious hands. His fingers, still raw from splinters, trembled as he pried it open, pages whispering secrets as they turned beneath the unnatural glow. Glyphs and sigils crawled across the parchment, some half familiar, others impossibly foreign, words written in a language that pulsed with hidden menace. Michael forced himself to ignore Andrew's lingering snarl, the phantom's presence thinning and thickening with each page. Instead, he focused on the desperate rhythm of his search, the way the symbols seemed to rearrange themselves beneath his gaze, as if the book resisted his intrusion. Sweat pricked at his brow as he traced trembling lines of text, looking for something that could reverse the ritual which had started in the basement, looking for an escape. His pulse thundered in his ears, nearly drowning out the distant clatter. Denise, or something worse, was moving through the halls below. He dared not think about the basement, about the room that waited like a sealed tomb. A passage caught his eye, etched in blue ink that shimmered in the ghostly light. A ritual that promised power to those who were willing to feed the ageless hunger. Michael's breath hitched as he leaned closer, deciphering the jagged script Andrew's hands must have traced in another desperate hour. The lines spoke of sacrifice, of broken boundaries, of doors opened that should have remained shut. He read and read again, searching for loopholes, for riddles tucked between the extravagant promises and dire warnings. The parchment pulsed beneath his fingertips, exuding a faint heat, and it seemed for a moment that the blue ink bled into the white, writhing with each beat of his heart. The final incantation lingered on his tongue, strange syllables curling in his mind like smoke. Michael felt the old building shudder around him, as if the ritual itself pressed against the walls, eager for completion. He closed the book slowly, careful not to disturb the silence that had settled over everything, a hush so fragile it seemed at risk of shattering with a single breath. He sagged against the wall, letting his weight sink into the cool plaster, feeling the roughness against his back. The ancient book rested in his lap, an oppressive relic, and he clutched it as if afraid to let go. Michael listened to the distant footfalls echoing through the empty halls and tried to steady his thoughts, daring himself to believe in escape, however slim. The ritual was nearly complete, at least in Andrew's hands. But somewhere in its tangled instruction, amidst the threat and the promise, Michael had hoped he would glimpse an alternative, a subtle fissure in the script where fate might be rewritten. But there was nothing. Andrew gazed down at him with an expression that seemed to contain both scorn and pity.
Did you really think there would be a way to stop this? That's not a fucking spell book, Michael. It's a book of knowledge, of shortcuts through reality. You don't summon the things it describes. You don't command them. You invoke them. And if you're lucky, you may serve them. You unlock the door and you let them come in. That book doesn't give you power over shit. I told you, you dumb fuck. There's no stopping this.
6:45 a.m. At first, the convoys worked well, despite the creatures giving rabid chase. But then they changed tactics. Some of the creatures began to back off, then came at the convoys from different directions. Sheriff Froman began to realize that his own convoy was becoming boxed in, and imagined the same was happening to the rest. The endless dark continued, and the warped streets rushed by through the dust-fogged windows as Froman gripped the steering wheel even tighter. The road behind was a trail of torn asphalt and twisted shadows. His convoy strung out in nervous sequence, each vehicle navigating the unpredictable terrain with equal parts caution and haste. At the outset, their progress had been steady, a writhing mass of howling creatures pursuing them, but never quite being able to close the gap. Now something had shifted. The creatures, once relentless, began to veer away from their straight pursuit, melting into the gloom at the edges of vision. Froman squinted at the map spread across his dash, tracing possible escape routes, but each seemed to fray and curl, as if erased by some unseen hand. He radioed Wyclef, who was behind him, voice low and tight.
They're not chasing us anymore. They're circling. Stay sharp and don't split off.
The first proof of his assumption came quickly. From the left flank, a sudden burst of movement as several beasts darted into view, their midnight shapes flickering between abandoned storefronts. The convoy lurched, tires screaming on the torn pavement. In the rear view, Froman caught glimpses of others, fast, coordinated, coming from angles that were not exposed before. He felt doom closing in on them with each passing second. They were becoming boxed in. That was the only way he could think of it in his mind, cold and final. He imagined the rest of the convoys, the ones he couldn't see, couldn't warn in time, finding their own paths pressed shut by the same cunning horde, panic blooming as routes sealed one by one. Desperation rose. Every option seemed to collapse in upon itself. Froman's breath fogged the inside of the windshield as he scanned for the next opening, knowing that if they didn't break the pattern soon, there would be no way out. Not for him, not for anyone. The creatures had learned, and now the hunt was coming to a close. The radio crackled, sharp, frantic, pulling Froman's gaze from the shifting shadows. It was Hernandez, her words clipped by static and breathless urgency.
Sheriff, the rear car. It's gone off the road. Storefront on 6th. Smashed through. They tried to reverse, but...
Her voice trembled, haunted by what she'd witnessed.
The creature swarm, sir. They're gone. I saw...
But she couldn't finish. For a moment, only the hum of the engine and the distant guttural howls filled the silence. Froman closed his eyes, the reality sinking in. Another route sealed, another one of his brothers torn away. He forced his voice steady, pressing the transmitter close.
Hold position, Hernandez. Stick to the plan. Don't split yet. We keep moving. Keep your eyes up.
He stared at the gray-lit street ahead, feeling the hunt tighten. The creatures weren't just chasing, they were breaking them down, one by one. The next transmission tightened the coil that had begun to form within the pit of David's stomach. Collins, sounding shaken, was nearly shouting into the mic.
Sheriff, something... I don't know what the hell I just saw. It looked like a person, but...
His breath stuttered, words tumbling out in a rush.
Long arms, too many legs, like a centipede, but huge. It had a human face. It leaped through the driver's side window of the cruiser behind me. I saw it, Sheriff. It just went right in, smashed the glass, the car slewed sideways, hit the curb, then it flipped.
Froman gripped the mic, heart hammering. Through the radio came distant sounds, metal twisting, panicked voices, the endless cry of sirens. Colin's breath was ragged, fear thick in every syllable.
I'm still moving, but the cruiser's on its roof. I can't see Graham. I think she's gone, sir. The thing, it's in there. God, it's in the car with her, sir.
Outside, the creatures pressed closer, darkness creeping into every gap between vehicles. Froman took a deep breath and replied.
Collins, keep your eyes ahead. Don't stop. Stay with us. I need you to get your shit together. We can't start coming apart now.
But as the convoy limped onward, the image burned behind every eyelid. Something that wasn't supposed to exist, warped by nightmare logic, stalking them in the dawn's failed promise. The creatures, it seemed, were far more clever than he had given them credit for, and the convoy's hope grew thinner with every circuit they made. A cold, insistent whisper threaded its way through Froman's thoughts, the voice of Brewster, heavy with the weight of old warnings and hard-earned wisdom.
You see it now, don't you?
It murmured, not mocking, but instructive.
They're not just chasing you, West Virginia, they're hurting you. They've put a net around you,
circling you till they're all in place. Now they're tightening that net till there's nowhere to go. Froman's palm whacked the wheel in frustration as the realization came to him. An old memory of his father surfaced within David's mind. His father explaining how a pack operates, telling the young David stories of wolves and coyotes that tested a herd's edges before striking.
Pack hunters never waste energy. They drive you right where they want you to go. Blind, desperate, exhausted. When the road splits, they make sure every turn's a dead end.
He felt the truth settle, cold and implacable beneath his ribs. Every frantic maneuver, every last-minute escape, it was all part of the pattern. The creatures weren't simply attacking. They were learning, adapting, working together, their movements orchestrated by some primal collective will. Brewster's imagined voice pressed on.
You need to lead them, Froman. Your people trust you to find daylight. But the way ahead is a cage. Those things, they're the wolves, and you're the elk at the center of the stampede. They're pushing you,
closing a net made out of teeth and shadows. You feel it, don't you? You've got to make a break, son. Drive through the motherfuckers if you have to. Get your people to your fallback position, or these bastards are gonna pick you off one by one. Froman's mouth was dry, his pulse thundering in his ears. He looked at the huddled shapes moving just beyond the reach of his headlights, at the glimmers of terror reflected in each passing pane of glass. He could almost sense the creature's satisfaction. Patient, ruthless. They didn't need to rush. Their prey was already running itself to ground. A surge of guilt rose, sharp and unyielding. He'd made the calls, chosen the routes, tried to outmaneuver the unknown. Now, with every option evaporating and every deputy's life hanging in the balance, he realized that he had underestimated his enemy. But there was no time to dwell. The pack was coming, the hunt nearly done. "It's time, Private Froman," Brewster said, his voice fading and being replaced by David's own. "It's time to stand our ground and fight," David finished. He reached the radio, only having a moment of doubt before giving the order. "All cars, make for the parking lot at Town Hall. Rowland, you got the welcome party ready?"
Yes, sir. Fireworks are ready to greet our guests.
7 a.m. Michael's footsteps echoed with a stubborn rhythm, defying the suffocating hush that had settled over the twisted library. The shelves loomed above him like ancient sentinels, their dust-laden spines forming winding corridors that seemed to shift with each step. He pressed onward, weaving between towering stacks of books. The certainty that Andrew's actions could not be undone weighed heavily on his mind, a wound that throbbed with each memory of the moment before. There was no key to turn back time, no secret door to the world as it had been, a fact that settled over him like a great weight. Days seemed to blur by indistinguishably, marked only by the dim pulse and slow throb of the unnatural blue light. Michael lived on the edge of exhaustion, feeling as though he had been wandering these darkened halls for weeks. He kept his movements careful, hugging the walls and listening for the soft shuffle that marked Denise's passage through the maze. Sometimes he glimpsed her shadow, flitting between the stacks. Their paths had not crossed directly, yet the tension in the air made him certain that their next encounter would be decisive. As he moved, another idea began to gnaw at his thoughts. The other, as Andrew had called it. For all its menace, its power to warp the library's corridors, to twist the familiar into the uncanny. What was it really? He'd seen its handiwork, felt its presence in the chill that seeped into the bindings and the darkness that covered the entire town. Yet, as he considered its nature, he began to sense its limits. Was the other truly omnipotent, or was it nothing more than hunger given shape, a force that needed to consume, desperate but dependent upon its prey? He had glimpsed other beings within the faded pages of the old book. He had seen things that could tear reality apart as if it were paper, things that could come forth if one only spoke their name. They required no ritual, no sacrifice. They did not speak to lesser beings. They did not offer worship or servitude. Hunger, he realized, while powerful and dangerous, was not invincible. He began to get the sense that in the order of alien deities contained within the book, this other was relatively minor league. An idea began to form within his mind. Resolutely, Michael pressed deeper into the labyrinth. He kept Denise's presence in mind, attuned to the smallest shift in the air, every creak and whisper of the stacks. As he ventured further, the unfamiliar geometry of the bookshelves gave way to architecture that was far less comforting. One moment the stacks pressed around him in twisted but recognizable order. The next their outlines blurred and sagged, dissolving into walls that glistened with a mucilaginous sheen. The air soured, thickening with a stench that conjured images of rot and old secrets. Pages slewed off the warped bindings and pooled underfoot, dissolving into the slick substance that now formed the very halls themselves. Michael hesitated, letting his hand hover above the wall. Even the faintest touch left a residue, cold and clinging. The pulse of blue light thinned, replaced by a ghoulish ember glow leaking from unseen fissures. The voices arrived in fragments. First a familiar cadence, Andrew's voice, brittle yet urgent, threading through the oppressive gloom.
Michael, just stop. You can't win. You're trying to fight a god.
Andrew's words splintered, cracked by static and swallowed by a deeper resonance. Another voice followed, one that seemed to bleed from the walls themselves, low and ravenous, trembling the marrow in his bones.
Michael, your fear, so ripe. Come closer.
The other's syllables slithered around him, echoing from every angle, impossible to pin down. Michael pressed on, shoes sliding over uncertain ground, his mind wavering between progress and surrender. Shadows bulged from the corners, and the maze twisted unpredictably, as if alive and intent on reshaping itself with every breath he took. Andrew's voice surged again, sharper now, as if fighting through layers of static.
It'll let you live, Michael. All you need to do is submit. Remember what you saw in the book. Remember how thin and fragile this world is.
The other laughed, a wet, rumbling noise.
Listen to your friend, boy. I am older than the stars you gaze upon at night. So many names, so much hunger. And you.
The voice fractured, breaking into dozens of overlapping whispers.
I can make your pain last for centuries.
Michael steadied himself, recalling what he had seen in the pages of the fated book and the hierarchy of terrors it described. He forced his thoughts beyond fear, beyond the gnawing dread, and moved forward, determined that if this maze had been built to consume him, he would find its heart before it devoured his courage. The voices shrieked and murmured as he vanished deeper into the labyrinth, swallowed by the oily walls and relentless dark. He soon found himself halted at a crossroads, 4 narrow hallways radiating from a shadow-drenched junction. A malformed arm jutted from the ground, its hand and fingers warped and elongated, the slickness of the walls casting everything in a fevered shimmer. Michael paused, closing his eyes to listen, trying to sense the faint pulse of the basement, some gravitational pull that might guide him through the shifting geometry. It was then that the air behind him contracted, a cold pressure blooming against his back. He spun, heart thundering, just as Denise emerged from the gloom. Her silhouette was distorted, the edges of her form leaking into the oily haze. Her eyes gleamed with a coppery light, and her movements were jagged, puppet-like. "Denise?" The word barely left his lips before she closed the distance, a glint of sharpness in her hand, Andrew's knife, blackened and slick. Her face, once familiar, writhed with something other, a mask of grief and madness. She lunged, and Michael staggered backward, the crossroads constricting around them with every motion. Denise's strike grazed his arm, cold fire flooding the wound. Another strike hit his shoulder, deeper, blinding pain searing up and down his arm. Blood flew from the wound and seemed to float in the air around them, swirling and twisting as she advanced again, relentless, her voice emerging in broken fragments.
"You left me behind, you fucking coward!"
Her words dissolved into guttural sounds, echoing the ambient hunger of the maze. Michael jerked aside as Denise lunged again, the gleaming length of the knife flashing past his ribs. He scooped his hand across one of the slick walls, gathering up some of the viscous fluid, and then threw it into her face, momentarily blinding her. The maze writhed in sympathy, walls pulsing with a silent scream. Denise clawed at her face, wiping the vile muck away, but Michael was already moving, adrenaline sharpening his senses. She pivoted, her voice cutting through the gloom. Michael dodged another wild swipe, feeling the cold sting of the wounds in his arm. He stumbled into one of the shadowy corridors, Denise close behind, her weapon slicing through the air. Michael used the book as a makeshift shield, holding it out in front of him and deflecting her assault as best he could as Denise advanced with fury. They collided, blood and steel sparks flying in the stifling dark, each strike echoing the desperate need for survival and the labyrinth's restless hunger. For a breathless moment they grappled, hands, memories, and agony entangled, before Denise hurled Michael to the ground, nearly losing his grip on the book as she struck him. The maze tightened around him like a fist. Her shadow loomed, but he rolled away, forcing himself to his feet, the twisted geometry of the crossroads promising no escape. Michael sprang towards the nearest hallway, the writhing book clutched in aching hands. The maze seemed to sense his intent, the walls rippling and contorting, narrowing in protest, but desperation lent him speed. He lunged into the wavering gloom, shoes slipping on fever-slick stone, heart pounding like a summoning drum. Behind him, Denise's scream split the air, a sound flayed by insanity and hunger. Her silhouette crashed after him, movement splintered and fierce, the copper gleam in her eyes now molten with accusation. She slashed at the darkness with her weapon, scattering pages, spattering shadows. The labyrinth responded to her fury, passages warping and converging, the oily walls breathing in anguish. Yet Michael pressed on, survival burning in his veins. He rounded a sharp corner, ducking beneath a drooping arch of splintered beams, and collided with a wall that shivered beneath his touch. Cold fire pulsed from his wounds, blood running down his arm, threatening delirium. Yet he forced himself onward, following a thread of intuition through the twisted complexity. Denise's footsteps hammered behind him, relentless, echoing through the corridors as if the maze itself was propelling her. For a moment, Michael glimpsed a passage lit by a sickly, flickering glow. He flung himself toward it, his shoulder scraping the jagged masonry, the book raised defensively. Denise surged in pursuit, her voice a storm of syllables. She hurled herself after him, weapon flashing, the distance between them collapsing with every heartbeat. The maze bent itself around their struggle, merging corridors, shifting thresholds. Michael leapt over a churning fissure in the floor, pages swirling at his heels, the air thick with the scent of old secrets and burning ink. He darted through the flickering light. Denise's rage drove her ever closer. Somewhere ahead, the basement loomed. Michael could sense the power that emanated from there, and he raced towards it. Denise surged on in pursuit, her voice a storm of broken syllables, echoing the shattering of old glass. She hurled herself after him, weapon swinging, her bare feet beating an erratic war drum against the stones, the distance between them collapsing with every breath like the closing jaws of a trap. Michael stumbled deeper into the labyrinth, every ragged gasp clawing at his throat, the walls pressed close, slick with condensation and secrets. Denise's voice tracked him, unrelenting, sharp as broken stone, raw, electric, and unyielding. Her scream ricocheted through the passageways, the words fracturing and reforming, chasing him like a curse.
You left me here. Do you have any idea what I've seen?
She howled, her voice burning with a mix of rage and devastation, the sound echoing with inhuman force.
The other showed me everything. The cracks in reality like rotting walls in an old house, and the things that dwell within them.
Her words skittered along the walls, each one a spark setting the maze alight. Michael staggered forward, the ground shifting beneath his feet, almost as if an attempt to trip him up, as Denise hurled accusations and truths. Her memories spilled out in a torrent, thick and suffocating, her voice clawing through the dark.
I saw how you did nothing to stop Andrew. You knew he was sick. You knew you had seen the fucking book for yourself, but you did nothing. All of this is your fault. But if I finish it, the other will give me my mind back. Will make me forget what I've seen. Will make the screaming stop. You owe me that, you fucking coward. You owe me, god damn you.
Denise raved. Each word felt like a stone hurled at his spine. Her presence pressed closer, the air vibrating with the edges of her words, sharp, fevered with knowledge not meant to be spoken aloud.
I've seen the birth of stars and the death of galaxies. The other showed me the sacred mother, offering her milk to the faithful, endlessly giving birth and devouring her own young.
The ground trembled with each revelation, and Michael's vision wavered. Michael's resolve faltered. The syllables Denise hurled at him ignited a fever beneath his skin, guilt burning like acid. The passage constricted, the walls slick with whispered revelations that crawled into his bones.
You can't escape, Michael.
Denise spat, her words slicing through the gloom.
But you can submit. The other will grant you mercy.
Shadows twisted around them, the air charged with Denise's bitter litany, visions and truths he could not deny, each one a snare tightening around his flight. As he barreled onward, chased by her madness and revelations the other had gifted her, Michael felt the labyrinth bend beneath the weight of truth. On the verge of surrendering to despair, Michael's gaze caught on a staircase etched into the gloom, a narrow descent spiraling down, half eclipsed by the writhing shadows. He hesitated for the briefest of moments, heart pounding in his throat, then hurled himself towards the steps. The geometry of the maze shifted, much like the front door. The maze seemed to bend to the will of the book. Denise's shriek of rage echoed after him, a banshee wail splintering the air.
You can't win! There's nothing down there for you but failure!
Her voice chased him, scraping the skin from his resolve, but Michael did not look back. He plunged downward, each footfall a drumbeat in the hollow dark, the air thickening with every step. The basement exhaled a grave cold chill, and the tremors of Denise's fury followed him down, amplified by the narrow staircase. At the bottom, the corridor yawned open, slick with condensation and stung with the scent of old earth and burning wax. At its heart, a door, half-rotted, inscribed with glyphs that ached in his mind, stood ajar. Michael crossed the threshold and found himself in a circular and low-ceilinged room, the walls scrawled with sigils that pulsed faintly, as if breathing. In the center, a perfect circle of light hung suspended above the ground, luminous and utterly still, casting no shadow. Although altered along with the rest of the building, Michael recognized this as the secret room where he and Andrew had first found the book, in what now felt like years ago. He staggered forward, the circle seeming to draw the marrow from his bones. Behind him, Denise's howls twisted into inarticulate suffering, louder now, as if she was no more than a few steps behind him. Michael hesitated only a moment before stepping into the light, the hush of it swallowing the clamor of his guilt and terror. For a beat, everything stopped, a single breath suspended. Within the circle, the world sharpened, the air was clear, time distilled, and the riddle of the maze receded. Yet Denise's rage, her chaotic fury pressed up against the threshold, her presence a storm at the edges of the chamber. She hurled herself after Michael, fingers outstretched, madness flaring in her eyes. But as her foot grazed the circle's rim, the light flared, a silent, blinding wall. Denise recoiled as if struck, terror and fury twinning across her face. The glyphs on the walls throbbed in response to her anguish, their radiance growing brighter, singing in a language only the trapped could hear. Denise screamed, but the sound unraveled, sucked into the hush that cocooned Michael. It was as though the circle repelled her, a boundary she could not cross. Her form flickered on the edge, blurred by the force of the light, unable to break the sanctity of that luminous enclave. Michael watched, trembling, as Denise battered herself against the invisible wall, her cries growing ragged, despairing. She was so close that he could see the frenzy in her eyes, but for the first time since the pursuit began, she could not reach him. In the chamber's cold clarity, Michael felt the exhaustion in his limbs, and the possibility, fragile but real, of escape. The other's presence shivered along the perimeter of the light, neither advancing nor departing, its intent unreadable. Denise collapsed to her knees, her rage spent, and she began wailing in mad frustration, her silhouette shivering in the half-light. With the circle between them, Michael was beyond her grasp, at least for now, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. The circle of light was not of the other's making. 7:30 a.m. A distance away from the library's spectral hush, outside the battered silhouette of Town Hall, Sheriff Froman guided the convoy of deputies into what would serve as the site for their last stand. Their engines rumbled to a stop, headlights slicing through the gloom of the persistent night. One by one, the deputies slid from their vehicles, each choosing the passenger side exit, a maneuver honed by tense nights and hard-earned caution. The air outside was thick with the scent of gasoline and anticipation, the growl of night creatures faint but persistent beyond the perimeter. Deputy Rowling, his jaw set and eyes narrowed with resolve, stepped forward and aimed with a flare gun. The deputies watched as a red flare burst from the barrel, arced high above, and dropped into the wide circle of gasoline they'd meticulously poured before the sheriff's arrival. Instantly, the fuel ignited with a sharp hiss. The flames raced along the perimeter, drawing a luminous boundary between the law and the encroaching shadows. The fire flared high, briefly illuminating the town hall's time-worn facade and casting wild leaping shadows across the asphalt and up the brick walls. Creatures that lurked at the edge of vision, a blur of slick limbs and hungry eyes, recoiled as the inferno took hold. Their advance faltered, and some skittered back into the deeper darkness, repelled by the savage living curtain of light. The blaze sizzled and spat, the heat palpable even from within the deputy's defensive ring, and for a suspended moment, it was as if time itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next move. Within their burning cordon, the deputies exchanged glances, their faces drawn, hands trembling on the stocks of shotguns and rifles, radios crackling with static. They watched for any sign that the creatures might test the fire, but the monsters remained at bay, pacing the edge, their eyes glinting, waiting for the flames to falter. And thus, two circles, one forged in ancient inscrutable radiance lighting up the night, the other formed from man-made steel, became fragile sanctuaries of hope. And within the center, human will stood defiant against chaos, as the battle for survival pressed on. Sheriff Froman's gaze lingered on the roiling line of flames, tracing the uneasy choreography of shadows just beyond its reach. He knew, simply by watching as the creatures paced, by the tension coiled in every sinew, that the fiery bastion was a fleeting reprieve. Already the gasoline's acrid smoke thinned where the wind gnawed at the barricade, and the monsters grew bolder, slinking ever closer to the blistering edge.
"We can't wait much longer,"
he murmured to Hernandez, who had made her way over to his side.
"The fire won't hold him back for long."
Hernandez nodded grimly, and the deputies, reading the steely resolve in their leader's eyes, tightened their grip on their weapons. Hearts hammering, they readied themselves, poised at the very threshold where the heat began to ebb, knowing the inferno would soon gutter and the darkness would press in once more. A collective breath was drawn, each soul knowing what was demanded and what was at stake. For a long heartbeat, the deputies stood motionless within their flickering bastion, the silence punctuated only by the low snarl of flames and the restless shifting beyond. Sheriff Froman's voice cut through the tension, steady and commanding.
"Now!"
he bellowed.
"Open fire! Aim for their legs! Cut these motherfuckers down!"
There was no hesitation. The deputies raised their weapons and surged as one against their man-made perimeter, leaning over the hoods of their cruisers, taking aim at the targets that were visible through the flames. The roar of shotguns cracked through the night air, followed by the sharper retort of rifles, each blast carving a brief, violent corridor of light into the gloom. The creatures recoiled, their forms twisting just out of reach, but the deputies pressed on, firing nearly in sync. Shadowy bodies lunged from the dark, slick and sinewy, their eyes glinting with hunger and hate. Deputy Rowling shouted a warning as one of the creatures broke through, its limbs a blur. Sheriff Froman leveled his sidearm and fired 6 times, the muzzle flash burning an instant hole in the night. The thing shrieked, an unearthly sound that split the air and sent a ripple of dread through the defenders. The night was now filled with the sounds of gunfire and the howls of monsters as the battle raged on. Echoes of violence ricocheted across the scorched earth, mingling with the guttural yowls of the creatures and the frantic shouts of human voices. Casings clattered to the ground in the emptiness. Twisted silhouettes were illuminated by bursts of muzzle fire, each shot pushing the darkness back by inches. Smoke and embers swirled with the acrid stench of fear, and the deputies fought not only with bullets, but with a desperate wild hope, a stubborn refusal to be consumed. Shadows leap and fall, wounded beasts shriek and vanish, while others circle, relentless, jaws snapping at the heels of the living. Amidst the chaos, Sheriff Froman's voice rings out again, rallying the line.
Hold steady! Don't give him an inch! Don't let up!
Even as he gives this order, he can't help but think, there are too many of them. 126 to start. Maybe we've incapacitated a few, but still. How many are left? 100? 100 against 22? That's impossible. Even the ones whose legs we've cut off are still crawling towards us. Still coming. We can't. We just can't. Put a lid on that shit, soldier. A colder part of David's mind spoke up. Normally, this would have come in Brewster's voice, but now there was only the sheriff's. Your people are with you. They believe in you. Now you take the fight to these goddamn things and quit with the doubts. Whether you die or not is irrelevant. You need to buy Michael and the people of Haven as much time as you can. Sheriff Froman reloads with hands slick from sweat and soot, heart pounding in his ears as he fires into the shifting mass. The creatures, emboldened by the waning flames, surge against the barricade in waves, sinew and fang, hunger and fury incarnate. The ground quivers beneath each charge, and each moment feels stretched thin, suspended between resolve and ruin. Some deputies stagger, battered by claw or panic, but the circle holds, driven by grit, by memory, by the promise of an end to this nightmare. Every flash, every cry, every breath is a thread in the tapestry of survival, stitched together by the fierce light of defiance. And all the while, the battle's desperate symphony plays on, a requiem for the night, and a prayer that morning might find them alive. Suddenly, in the frenzy's next beat, a sinewy creature lunges from the maelstrom, claws slashing, barreling straight into Sheriff Froman. Its weight knocks him hard to the ground, and one of its bone talons pierces his left shoulder, sending a fiery pain surging through his mind. The world spins in a blur of snarling teeth and hot breath. He twists, boots scraping for purchase on the gravel, bracing for agony. But before the beast can close its jaws, a flash of movement cuts through the chaos. Hernandez, eyes steely and determined, hurls herself at the creature's flank, joined by 2 deputies whose faces are streaked with blood and soot. They seize the monster, tackling it with their combined strength, pinning it up against the battered shell of a cruiser. Metal groans under the impact. The beast thrashes, howling, but the deputy's grip holds firm. For a moment, Froman can only watch, heart hammering, as the team wrestles the threat away, buying scant seconds for him to stagger up into a sitting position. With one smooth motion, Deputy Hernandez shoves the barrel of her shotgun in the horror's toothy mouth. "Fuck you!" she snarls with a fury that is heart-stopping, and then pulls the trigger. Before the first report has dissipated, she readies another shell and fires again, the creature's head blowing apart in chunks of rotted flesh. Smoke and thunder fill the air. Hernandez spins from the wreckage of the beast, gaze sweeping for threats, then drops to one knee at Froman's side. Her face, shadowed with grime and resolve, softens just enough to betray a flicker of concern. Without hesitation, Hernandez rips the sleeve off of her own shirt, the fabric tearing with a sound as sharp as the gunfire echoing through the darkness. Kneeling beside Froman, she folds the cloth into a crude bandage and presses it hard against the bleeding wound in his shoulder, her hands steady despite the tremor of adrenaline in her veins. He grits his teeth against the pain, forcing a ragged breath into his lungs. "I'm fine," Froman manages, voice rough but edged with stubbornness. He tries to waver away with his uninjured arm, though the motion is feeble at best. "It's just a scratch, Hernandez. I need you on the line with your shotgun more than I need your first aid." But Hernandez ignores him, her brow furrowing in silent rebuke as she tightens the makeshift bandage. "Quiet, Dave," she mutters, not unkindly, but with the quiet authority of someone who refuses to let bravado get in the way of survival. Around them, the world is a maelstrom of violence. The screech of the former residents of Haven, the staccato crack of gunfire, and the guttural bellows of the wounded and dying echo across the night. Shadows flicker in the red and blue whirl of cruiser lights, monstrous forms lunging and recoiling in the haze. Deputies move like phantoms through smoke, firing at shapes that dart just beyond the reach of headlights. Somewhere a radio squawks for backup, the voice on the other end nearly lost beneath the cacophony. A figure, Deputy Collins, limping, face half obscured by blood, drags a wounded colleague toward the thin shelter of another wrecked vehicle, bullets sparking off of metal. The desperate battle rages on, chaos surging in waves as the creatures charge, drawn by blood and fury, only to be driven back by shotgun blasts and the blazing discipline of the battered deputies. Their roars tear at the night, a symphony of rage and agony that seems to shake the very earth beneath Froman. Through the haze, silhouettes clash and stumble, some human, some monstrous, none untouched by violence. For every beast that falls, another surges forth, jaws snapping, claws raking at metal and flesh. The deputies, outnumbered and exhausted, fight with the last reserves of their strength, their faces streaked with soot and desperate resolve. Amidst the storm of bullets and bestial howls, loss carves its mark on the battered force. 3 deputies fall, their bodies slumped in pools of shadow and shattered glass. The chaos swallows them, swift and brutal. Each cut down by claw or fang or the merciless sweep of violence that refuses to yield. Their names are lost in the din, but the memory of their courage lingers. One falls shielding a partner, another as they reload, the third with a final defiant shot that sends a creature reeling. As the chaos rages on, a cold certainty seeps into Froman's bones, heavier than the blood soaking through his shirt. Each scream from the darkness, each thunderous snarl, chips away at hope with relentless, methodical precision. He sees deputies falling, one after another, their silhouettes snuffed out like candle flames in a gale. The line is buckling, and the world feels narrowed to the metallic taste of fear and the bitter certainty that they are being drowned by numbers and rage. He presses his back against the battered cruiser as Hernandez finally pulls away, and returns to the fight, heart pounding like a desperate drumbeat. How much longer can they hold? The thought circles his mind, poisonous and unrelenting. The creatures are endless, inexhaustible. Their faces, if they can be called faces, twist in the strobing lights, eyes glinting with a hunger that will not be sated by flesh and bone alone. 8 a.m. Inside the secret room within the twisted library, Michael stands before the altar, the ancient tome splayed open, its pages trembling with a pulse that feels almost alive. Shadows slither along the warped shelves. The air is fouled with the scent of old decay and mildew, tinged with something darker, something that is alive and watching. Across from him, the vision of Andrew manifests with the effortless cruelty of a nightmare. Eyes glimmering with the same mocking amusement that has haunted Michael all through this long night. A grin curled with secrets and scorn. His voice still carries the easy confidence that he always had, only now sharpened into daggers. "You really believe you can reverse any of this?" Andrew sneers, gesturing expansively at the book, at Michael's trembling hands, at the walls themselves that seem to breathe and groan around them. "It's already too late. The world outside, your new friends, they're swallowed whole. And you think there's anything in that book that can do anything about it? You saw for yourself, Michael. There's no reversing what's been done." Michael's knuckles whiten on the altar, the barest idea of a plan that he had jumbling in his mind, the heart of it slipping just out of reach every time he tries to seize it. Candlelight gutters on the altar, casting monstrous leering shapes that dance behind Andrew. Michael can feel rage rising, but underneath it, a cold dread, the knowledge that Andrew might be right. But he forces himself to look up, locking eyes with the specter. "I have to try," he says, voice hoarse but steady. "If hope's a lie, it's the only one we have left now." Andrew's laughter ricochets off the stone, a brittle, hollow sound. "Put that on a fucking Hallmark card, Michael. Let's see if you can conjure anything up but more darkness." The vision flickers, growing taller, the features warping until Michael can barely remember the friend he lost. Only the mockery and the warning remain. The book's pages rustle furiously, as if they too are eager for the choice to be made. Outside, somewhere beyond the stone and silence, the chaos of Haven's last stand bleeds on into the night. But within the shadows of the library, everything narrows to Michael, the altar, and the possibility, however slim, that his plan will be enough to hold back the tide. As he begins to slowly leaf through the thick, unpleasant pages, Michael's gaze sharpens with a new, chilling clarity. The spectral figure of Andrew, its edges wavering in the candlelight, was never a mere memory or conjuration of grief, he realizes. The cadence of mockery, the uncanny swell of presence, these were not echoes of his lost friend, nor the residue of the ancient tome's power. A revelation pierces Michael. The vision, this sneering apparition, is something older, something vast and foreign. It is the voice of the other, ineffable and hungry, that has haunted the periphery of his nightmares and the margins of reality since the first page was turned. This specter before him was another bit of energy that had slipped through the door that had been opened. Perhaps it was a part of the invader's mind. Andrew's eyes, no, the other's eyes, shine with a cold, impossible intelligence, reflecting to Michael the truth of their encounter. He is not speaking to his friend, but to the threshold itself, the entity poised to break the shell of their reality. Michael's heart thunders in his chest, but his plan, such as it is, for a moment, seems less important than the act of recognition. To name this presence, to know the adversary, is itself a battlement. His resolve gathers anew, shaped by the knowledge that he is not pleading with the dead, but standing against the unknown, the cosmic invader that wears familiar faces only to sow despair. He straightens, voice trembling, but loud. "You're not Andrew. You're the thing that's clawing at the world's edge." The specter's grin splits wider, impossibly so, as the walls begin to pulse and breathe with the rhythm of a second heart.
"Yes, boy,"
the other intones, the words ringing with the weight of worlds. Outside, the chaos surges. Inside, Michael readies himself, not just to speak, but to resist, knowing at last the true shape of the darkness he must face. Michael lets the silence stretch, his eyes never leaving the other's impossible gaze. He draws in a breath, steadying himself against the trembling in his hands. "Do you know what a nuclear deterrent is?" he asks, voice rough but edged with an odd defiance. "It's a pretty popular concept these days. It's the promise that if one doom falls, another follows, so terrible that even the destroyer hesitates." A slow, delighted shudder passes through the other's form, its outline rippling with curiosity and something like amusement.
"Human threats and bargains,"
it murmurs, a voice as vast as the dark between worlds.
"You think your destruction is so singular that you can threaten the abyss with your own annihilation."
Michael's mouth twitches, not quite a smile, more a grimace of determination. He turns from the other and begins rifling through the ancient book, fingers blurred with urgency. The pages flutter like restless wings, symbols crawling beneath his touch. "Sometimes," he says, "the only way to hold back what threatens to destroy you is to make the price of destroying you too high." His eyes flick up, daring the other to understand. The entity hovers, watching each movement, its interest sharpening at the crackle of paper and whispered incantations. Michael's hand stills as he lands on a page marked with a symbol that glows faintly in the gloom. A boundary, a threat, a promise. He presses his palm to the text, feeling the cold thrum of power. "You may not fear our weapons, and you may not fear us," he says quietly, "but you should fear what we're willing to risk to keep you out." The book hums beneath his skin, and for a heartbeat the library holds its breath, suspended between devastation and defiance. Low and clear, Michael begins to read the invocation. From the shadowed hush, Michael's voice threads through the dusk, weaving syllables not meant for flesh to utter. "Yog-Sothoth, the key, the gate, the threshold of all worlds. I call beyond the veil of reason, through time's shattered lattice and the silence of unnumbered aeons. O guardian of the outer dark, O lurker at the threshold, attend this plea from within your cosmic labyrinth. By the name that is not a name, by the glyph that burns in dreams, by forgotten stars and memory of voids. Open the way, O grand conjunction. Let the spheres tremble and the realms align. Across the gulf where time dissolves, where mind and matter are as mist, I beckon your presence as the ancients did, in terror, in awe, in surrender. Yog-Sothoth, whose thoughts are the birth of worlds, whose touch unravels destiny, pierce the shroud between the now and the never. Let the boundaries falter, let the angles twist. Let your wisdom, terrible and infinite, fall as a shadow upon the waking earth. As the final word leaves his tongue, the light in the library bends and fractures, air thickening with unseen geometry. The ancient book thrums, alive with a dread expectancy, and the other retreats back a step, an unmistakable look of fear etched upon Andrew's borrowed face. For the final time, Michael locks eyes with the thing masquerading as his old friend. All of those threats of death, Michael said as the other continued to back away, and Denise began shrieking again from the other side of the circle of light. And not once did you consider that I never planned on getting out of here alive. You're not a god. Michael sneered at the form of Andrew as it began to become incorporeal. I'll show you a god. The library shudders, shelves trembling as if in anticipation for some cosmic verdict. A presence vast as eternity pours into the room, not seen, but felt, pressing on every atom of air. Michael's thoughts are no longer just his own. 1,000 doors open in the architecture of his mind, and at the threshold stands the impossible, the all-knowing, Yog-Sothoth.
Before the first syllable of creation, I watched. I am the hinge upon which all gates swing, the cipher behind the stars, the reason for the void between moments. You call, but do you understand what answers? Your soul is a brief flicker against my endless glare.
A lattice of visions unfurls, galaxies folding inward, histories written and unwritten in the same breath, the shape of reality glimpsed from a vantage beyond time. Michael glimpses, for a heartbeat, the whole terrible map, the truth behind the masquerade, the shadow cast by gods whose names are not spoken but felt.
I am not mercy nor malice. I am the passage. Step through and be unmade. Step through and become as I am. A question with no answer. A door that opens onto every possibility and none. You have summoned me, and so the circle breaks. Choose.
The voice is silence embodied, a gravity that pulls at the seams of self. Michael stands at the precipice, illuminated by the awful radiance of Yog-Sothoth's presence, and the other begins to cry out in terror.
Will you be the key and the gate?
The voice of eternity asks.
Will you open to me and be my vessel? Will you be unmade and remade again?
As the other's form blows apart, its presence fleeing from the emergence of one of the outer gods, Michael makes his decision. A hush falls deeper than silence as Michael's feet leave the foundation of the world. Gravity surrenders him, and he rises, slowly, surely, drawn upward by an invisible current. His limbs uncurl, dissolving at the edges into plumes of luminous violet vapor. Each cell of his body dematerializes without pain, shedding its identity into a gathering nebula. The scaffolding of flesh gives way to spirals of sparkling mist, constellations igniting within what was once his frame. Orbs, tiny radiant eyes, spin in orbit within the purple haze that was Michael. Each a memory, a choice, a fragment of self now unwriting and rewriting itself in the script of the infinite. The world's colors are banished, replaced by a surge of ultraviolet brilliance. And then, at the center of the circle, there is only light. A blossoming, impossible brilliance that expands and contracts like the breath of the cosmos. Time unspools, and for the barest instant the chamber is a corridor between universes, trembling with the gravity of a new birth. And then, as the echoes of the explosion fade, Michael is no more. There is only the aftermath of presence, the lingering awe and terror of a void that has been filled by arrival. Yog-Sothoth has come, gateway and key, and all who stand within the trembling shadow of that threshold felt the architecture of reality realign, forever altered by what, for one impossible moment, stepped through. July 7th, 1992, 10:05 a.m. The sun sits high in the morning sky as David Froman loads the last of his boxes into the moving truck, preparing for his long trip west. He had done his best to make a go of it ever since he, Hernandez, Collins, Wyclef, and 3 other deputies had awakened in the parking lot of the town hall. Most of them had been wounded, and around them were the bodies of their fallen brothers and sisters. David pauses at the edge of the truck, a box in his arms, and lets his gaze drift beyond the cracked asphalt, searching for something in the unblemished blue overhead. He recalls how none of the survivors had had a clear memory of what had happened, of what had deposited them in the town hall parking lot, or what had caused the deaths and disappearances of 827 of Haven's residents, not including the 22 fallen deputies. The gaps in his recollection feel like wounds themselves, raw and unhealed. A communal amnesia grips all those who remained. Faces sometimes flicker at the edges of his mind, Hernandez's haunted stare, Collins' trembling hands, Wyclef's half-whispered prayers. But no words ever arrive to fill the chasm between before and after. It was as if the world itself had blinked, and when its eyes reopened, the shape of Haven had been irrevocably changed. The official story had been a riot gone wrong, or perhaps a planned act of terrorism, but David never believed either explanation. At night, when exhaustion finally draws him under, David sometimes dreams of what happened, but the dreams are never clear, only impressions of twisted, inhuman creatures, the roar of gunfire, and a desperate fight for survival. The faces of friends and strangers alike dissolve into wisps of shadow and flame, their eyes wide with the same bewildered terror that gnaws at him still. And always beneath the tumult, he senses something vast and ancient stirring at the margins, a presence that has left its fingerprint on every breath of Haven, warping the edges of memory and sound. He sometimes wakes up with the taste of ash on his tongue and the echo of voices he cannot name. The world outside is serene, indifferent to the upheaval threaded through his heart. and yet he knows the ordinary sunlight and birdsong cannot scrub away the residue of that day. There are moments, scattered throughout his waking hours, when reality seems thin, stretched tight over something unfathomable. The flicker of movement at the periphery, the sudden silence of a room, all remind him that some wounds linger unseen. He remembers, too, the first moment he considered leaving Haven. It had come after he visited Denise, who was discovered in the basement of the library during the frantic sweep for survivors in the days that followed that long night. She had been catatonic then, eyes fixed to some point beyond the crumbling stone, her silence heavy as the dust. In the days that followed, her condition worsened. Denise began to lash out without warning, her fits of violence so severe that in the end, she was sent away, remanded to the Institute for Mental Well-Being in Bridgeton, Virginia. The image of her, withdrawn and unreachable, haunted David through sleepless nights. He found himself wondering whether escape from Haven's borders might offer any relief from the memories that stalked him. But even as he weighed the possibility, he knew the scars of that day ran deeper than geography or distance. Denise's fate was just another reminder of how irrevocably they all had been changed. He remembers the day, unexpected as rainfall in drought, when Denise finally spoke. Her voice, brittle and rough from disuse, seemed to echo in the sterile hush of the Institute's visitor room. David had brought her flowers, a haphazard clutch from Haven's Edge, pale violets and dandelions, and set them between them like a peace offering. Denise barely glanced at them. At first he wasn't sure she was speaking to him at all. "I remember," she said, her gaze fixed on a corner where dust motes drifted in the afternoon light. "Not everything, but too much. The thing that was in Haven, it's still there." Her fingers twisted in the hem of her sleeve, knuckles white as bone. "It's locked out for now, but it's not gone. It's waiting." David's breath caught, and for a moment he felt the familiar pressure behind his eyes, the ache of unspoken dread. "What do you mean?" he managed, voice barely above a whisper. Denise's lips quivered, as if a gust had passed through her. "It's not departed, David. It's only being held at bay, like a storm behind a shuttered window." Her eyes finally met his. They shimmered with a lucidity he hadn't seen since before the catastrophe. "It's not over. I'd like to believe that the world stitched itself up and moved on. But I see it, David. At night, in dreams. Sometimes in the gaps between seconds, where the old rules don't apply and I realize how thin everything really is." He remembered the sound her words made, like stones dropped into a well, echoing long after silence returned. In the weeks that followed, the warning hung over him, a shadow that stretched with every sunset, a presence that seemed to linger just out of sight. Whenever the wind rattled the windows or birds scattered from the courthouse roof, David wondered if Denise was right, if the thing their minds refused to name or remember was merely biding its time, waiting for someone, anyone, to lower their guard. He left the Institute that day with an uneasy sense that Haven's peace was a fragile illusion, and that the true shape of what had happened was still shifting in the dark, pressing against the trembling walls of memory, searching for a way back in. Not long after that visit, David resigned as sheriff, a decision that felt inevitable, though it left him with an ache that was hard to name. The badge, once heavy and steadfast on his chest, had become another relic of a world that no longer quite fit him. Yet before he let go of his post entirely, he made sure to pass the torch with intention. He gave Maria Hernandez his unreserved endorsement, standing beside her on the steps of the courthouse as townsfolk gathered in hopeful clusters. There was something quietly triumphant in the way Maria held herself, her resolve shining even beneath the weight of expectation. When she was elected as Haven's first female sheriff, David found a flicker of pride blooming beneath his lingering unease. Proof, if nothing else, that life can continue and change can still take root, even in haunted soil. Since then, he had watched from the periphery as Maria took up the mantle, her steady hand guiding the town through the uneasy quiet that still followed years after the catastrophe. David kept his distance, slipping through the days as a man untethered, grateful in a way for the anonymity, for the release from responsibility. But sometimes, when dusk painted Haven in copper and indigo, he caught echoes of the old life, a radio squawk, the pulse of boots on gravel, and wondered whether peace was ever more than a lull between storms. Hernandez had been disappointed when David told her he was leaving, and it had hurt him that he could not explain why he couldn't stay, that the rest of them could not see the shadow that still existed over Haven. He remembered the moment, how Maria's face had fallen, brow furrowing in quiet confusion. She had wanted reasons, tangible ones, something she could brace herself against or solve with grit and empathy. But David, haunted by Denise's warnings and his own restless sense of foreboding, had nothing to offer her except silence and averted eyes. Sometimes late at night, he wondered if Maria sensed more than she let on, if behind her steady gaze she too felt that subtle chill, the hush in Haven that was not quite peace, but a holding of breath. Responsibility tugged at him even after the badge was gone. He told himself that Haven was in capable hands, that Maria's resolve would shield them all. But the truth was, David's departure felt less like freedom than exile. He became a ghost among the living, carrying the knowledge of what lingered just beneath the surface, unseen and unspoken. He hoped, desperately, that Maria would never have cause to see the world as he now did, a place where shadows had weight and silence could conceal the promise of another storm. He thought with a heaviness that never quite left his chest of the things that had transpired in Haven over the last 5 years, strange, unwholesome things that people tried and failed to explain away. There were the animals, born twisted or marked with uncanny patterns, their eyes a little too knowing, their limbs bent at impossible angles. There were the people who went missing in the woods, as if the forest had opened its mouth and swallowed them whole, only to regurgitate them months later, hollow-eyed and mute, locked in the same catatonia that had once claimed Denise. Every incident was noted, tallied, and discussed in nervous half-whispers at the diner or in aisles of the grocery store, and then filed away under the unspoken agreement that some questions were left better unanswered. But David had kept track, each anomaly another reminder that whatever force had visited Haven, had not truly departed. He left a little after noon, the sky bright and clean above the outline of Haven's distant rooftops. The road wound through fields thick with grass, the air feeling sharper, brittle with the promise of departure. David had driven slowly, each mile a measured retreat from the town that had shaped him and shadowed his dreams. As he crested the final rise before the highway, impulse tugged at him. He glanced into the rearview mirror, expecting only the sleepy silhouettes of clapboard houses and the taller buildings where business was conducted. Instead, he froze, his breath shallow, pulse thrumming in his ears. Haven was wrapped in a luminous veil, a mist the color of lavender twilight, undulating around the town like some vast living thing. Here and there, bright yellow orbs glimmered amid the haze, pulsing softly, as if signaling some secret rhythm beneath the ordinary world. David slammed on the brakes, the tires skidding against loose gravel. For a moment he sat stunned, gripping the wheel with white-knuckled hands, uncertainty flooding through him. The mist was impossibly vivid, not the gentle, dissipating fog of a morning in the valley, but something denser, more purposeful. It clung to the boundaries of Haven, tendrils pressing against fences and tree lines, refusing to drift or fade. He stepped out of the car, the door swinging wide into the afternoon hush. The countryside was silent, save for his own uneven breaths. From where he stood, the mist seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with a slow, deliberate pulse. The yellow orbs winked in and out of sight, scattered across the shifting veil like the eyes of something ancient and watchful. He took a few tentative steps closer, boots wet with dew, his gaze locked on the boundaries of that radiant fog. The air felt charged, tinged with ozone and something sweeter, almost floral. But underneath it all was the sour tang of dread. David's mind raced. Was this a sign, a new beginning, or the return of everything Haven's people had tried so hard not to name? And then it came to him. "Michael," he whispered, and on the heels of that, "Who the fuck is Michael?" It was there, goddammit, right there on the edge of his mind, but he couldn't grab it. However, another thought intruded, making as little sense as the name he could not remember. He didn't stop it, David thought. Maybe he couldn't. So instead, he offered Haven to something else. Something more benign, but far from benevolent. Something whose very presence poisons the earth beneath it. These thoughts lingered for a moment, and then, like the luminous purple mist, they were gone. David climbed back into the truck and continued his journey. He did not look in the mirror again until he was certain that Haven was long out of sight. If you travel through Cutbank, Montana these days, you can still find David Froman there. He's retired now, having spent 25 years as sheriff of the small, sleepy town. He has a scar on his left shoulder that never quite healed right, a scar that looks like something blunt pierced his skin. He has what some of the old-timers call a 1,000-yard stare at times, but they attribute that to the fact that he's a veteran, and they ask no questions. He's happily married, with 2 children and 3 grandchildren. Not too bad for a man who finally settled down in his early 40s. Sometimes you can find him at the local bar, shooting the shit with oilfield hands and young members of the department. Buy him a drink and he'll tell you a few stories about the good old days. And sometimes when in his cups, he'll tell you a few stories about the days that were not so good. About the night he can't fully remember, where he lost 22 of his friends. He knows that the shadow of that night will never leave him, and he finds it a blessing that he can't remember exactly what happened. Over the years, he has pieced together that he brushed up against the ineffable in some capacity, that there is darkness in this world that defies definition, and worlds that exist beneath worlds without end. It's not a lot, but it's enough for him. And in Haven, Virginia, the veil remains thin, with countless other worlds residing just beyond the fragile border. Thank you for joining us here at Nightmares Incorporated for this presentation of Beyond the Veil, the complete novella. And until next time, sweet dreams.